On Eric's birthday, Laura.
Stiger present.
Oh, Miss Stiger is present, so we started with Miss Stiger this morning. I was wondering how all of this was going to go, but there we go.
Hi, this is Judge Cisco. Do I have Ms. Stiger present?
Yes.
Hello. Hello, good morning. Can you turn on your video or ask someone to help turn on the video?
Just a second.
Sure. Oh, now the video's on. Where'd she go? Okay. Okay.
You're good. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Y'all know them Richards gonna cut up something serious. Kouri y'all know them Richards gonna eat her ass up.
All right, Ms. Stiger, correct?
Hello.
You're Charmaine Stiger.
Yes.
Okay, very good. The video is on. So we're going to bring in our jury, and then I'm going to have the clerk swear you in, and then we will begin with your testimony. Okay, let's go ahead and bring in the jury.
Yes.
Broadcast her identity. Okay, ask the media not to broadcast her identity.
Well, she been sitting there.
Pardon me?
Right.
It's okay. It's fine. Right. Don't show the screen. Right. They know what that means. It's okay. It's okay. Just going forward from this moment forward.
Right, we didn't see that. If y'all didn't see it, last night we hit 140K over on the clock app. This is Rashad's fiance.
All right. Welcome back, members of the jury. So when we broke yesterday, we had one. Oh, sorry. That's right. Okay. So yesterday when we recessed, we had a witness on the stand, but due to scheduling issues, we have to call another witness out of turn. All right. So I believe Rashad Murphy is calling Charmaine Stiger, correct?
That is correct.
All right, very good. Ms. Stiger, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you can put your hand down. You may proceed, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Honor. Ma'am, could you state your name, please?
Charmaine Stiger.
And Ms. Stiger, I believe you're in custody in jail in the Duval County Jail in Jacksonville.
Yes.
And are you in jail for a violation of probation?
Yes.
And are you scheduled to be released in the next few weeks, sometime in June?
Yeah.
Ms. Stiger, do you know the defendant, Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
And how long have you known him?
Since we were teenagers.
And how would you describe your relationship? Are you a romantic relationship? Are you his fiance?
Yes.
And
Jesus.
known each other since you were teenagers. Would that be over 15 years?
Yes,
And do you have any children together?
yes, we have 4 children.
I'm sorry?
Yes, we have 4 children.
4 children. Now, how would you describe Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy, as a father and in your relationship with him?
He's a good man. He's a good father. He's a super father. Meaning he's there through any and everything with his children. He never leaves his children's side. Anything that they need, anywhere that they have to go, he's there. He's a good man. He's a gentleman. And just from this situation happening, it's, it's a situation that my children have to go through each and every day. And this pain here is just causing them to not be focused on the things that they need to be focused on. And everything has been stripped away from them.
Okay, so Ms. Stiger, I just need you just to answer the question that is asked, okay? Mr. Hernandez, go ahead.
Thank you. Do you love Rashad Murphy?
Yes, I do.
Do his children love him, Rashad Murphy?
Of course they do.
And you said he was a super father. Did he participate in their activities and help raise them?
Yes, he did.
Now, I'd like to go back a minute. How is it that, do you recall how you first got together with Rashad Murphy? How did you get to meet him?
On one of his children's birthdays
I met him in a football
that he
game.
named after the person he was getting get back for. Craziest
Were you
thing ever.
together pretty much the entire time after you started your relationship?
Yes.
Back in, starting, I believe, in 2018, did several members of his family pass away?
Yes, they did.
Now, did his mother and cousin pass away in 2018?
Yes.
And his grandmother in 2019?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Was Rashad the pallbearer for all 3 of those people that I just mentioned, family members, mother, cousin, and grandmother?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury how you observed?
Hold the fuck up. Did Granny pass from that heart attack? So we know the cousin is spaz. His mother would be probably Rashad's aunt. So Granny passed from that heart attack? Oh, hell. Well,
How that affected
maybe I don't give 2
that,
shits.
those experiences? How did that
Oh,
affect
my
Mr.
God.
Murphy?
As any other person would have lost a loved one. He took it really bad.
To your knowledge, were they all buried next to each other?
Yes.
And are you aware if there was any type of vandalization of those graves?
Yes, I'm aware of it.
And how did that affect Rashad Murphy?
He was pretty hurt by it.
What do you know about Rashad's childhood? His father. Let's start with his father.
What about his father?
Was his father part of his life?
No, not them. No, not really.
Are you aware that, or was Rashad ever placed in foster care?
Yes, I'm aware.
And was What about his mother? What type of mother do you have knowledge of was his mother to Rashad?
She was a great mother.
Pardon?
She was a great mother.
Do you know if Rashad is a religious person?
No.
Why are you looking at
When
her?
you and him were together, was he employed?
Yes.
Did he provide for you and your children together?
Yes.
Now, after the death of his mother, did you and Rashad become the legal guardian for Rashad's siblings, his brothers and sisters?
Yes, we did.
So is you not just leaving your
already
kids,
described
Rashad?
him as a super father. Can you describe what type of brother he was to his siblings?
He was an excellent big brother to his siblings.
Who named the children you both share together?
He did.
What are their names?
Major, Prosper, Adriana, and Gabrielle.
Would coaching the kids
Rashad,
sports
for
be
what?
one of his favorite things to do?
Yes.
Would cooking for you and the children be another thing that he enjoyed doing?
Yes.
Would it be accurate to say that Rashad loves helping those in need?
Yes.
Was there a time that Rashad worked at Walmart?
Yes.
And was there a time while working at Walmart, that you saw a man sleeping at the bus stop after you picked him up from work?
Yes.
Do you recall what Rashad did?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
So now your children are displaced again because her ass is in
23
jail.
Today, before Thanksgiving, do you recall if Rashad was working for Amazon?
Yes.
Or
Was
babies
someone
and the
waiting
guardian for
him
his siblings after
to
his mom
check out of
passed in
work?
2019.
Yes, to my knowledge.
Do you recall what happened that night?
Yes, our house was shot up after we left work.
Did Rashad quit his job after that?
Yes, he did.
What about Murphy and Sons? Did he work for them?
Yes.
What is Murphy and Sons?
A business with his grandfather.
And did he work for them to also help you and your children financially?
Yes, he did.
Has his grandfather passed away since he was arrested in this case?
Yes.
Did Rashad ever propose to you?
Yes, he did.
And were you and Rashad planning on getting married before his arrest in this case?
Yes.
Now, I asked you, and I want to make sure, do you know if Rashad is a follower of Jesus Christ?
Yes, he is.
Well, he said, the question was originally if he was religious, then it's no, but if she's amending. I don't understand. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is Rashad a follower of Jesus Christ?
Yes, he is.
Did he make sure that you followed the faith as a family?
Yes, he did.
Are you aware that he taught Bible studies since he's been arrested and to other inmates since he's been in jail on this case?
Yes.
If Mr. Rashad Murphy is sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Jesus.
Would you continue to have contact with Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I will.
Will you visit him in prison?
Yes, I will.
Will you make sure that his children, your children, would remain or still be able to have contact with Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
Is Rashad, would you describe him as goal-oriented?
As what?
Goal or oriented?
Yes.
Yes.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor. Oh, 1 second. Before I finish, just want to have you elaborate, if you can, a little bit more about activities when Mr. Murphy was not in custody and serving as a in-person father to his children. Can you describe what activities he participated in with his children?
Football games, basketball games, soccer games, pageants for the girls, father and daughter dance, all kind of activities.
How did Rashad's taking in and his siblings after his mother died, how did that affect you and your lives?
It didn't affect us. We just know that the kids needed support, and we took care of them like they were our own kids.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Any questions?
No questions, Judge.
Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Stiger. Your testimony is now concluded, okay? Oh, wait, sorry, we do have a few more questions. One moment. I believe the counsel for Davion Murphy has a couple questions for you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you know Davion Murphy?
Yes,
And how is it that you know him?
he's Rashad's cousin.
And what's your, can you describe Davion as a person?
I think you want to do that. The shit Davion, y'all pulled with Davion's clothing.
Okay,
Alright.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, any redirect? Oh, okay. Okay, very good. All right, thank you, Ms. Stiger. Now your testimony is concluded, so you can go ahead and end the Zoom on your part, all right?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And is that it as far as Zoom witnesses this morning? Yes? Okay. All right, so let's get Dr. is it Eisenstein back on the witness stand.
She only said like two words. Hold on.
All right, thank you, Ms. Stiger. Now your testimony is concluded, so you can go ahead and end the Zoom on your part, all right?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And is that it as far as Zoom witnesses this morning? Yes? Okay. Okay, any redirect?
Got to know him. He's been in prison
Okay.
for a long time.
You hear that?
I can't because I haven't got to know him. He's been in prison
Okay.
for a long
You don't know him. Girl, she was being nice. She was being nice because after y'all pulled that closing that y'all pulled, y'all lucky I ain't say nothing else. I would have said he beat dogs, cats, and women.
Correct.
You want to play a game? I'd have played a dirty one.
No.
I'd have played a real dirty one. About my man. Get your ass up here to ask me about that if you want to.
Yes.
You'll be singing again.
Ready to go? It looks like he's still unpacking from where I am. I assume that's what's going on.
Hell yeah, she mad at Davion after that damn closing. That's why I said y'all better double check with some of them family members because they may feel away. That was a nice way of saying don't ask me shit else about him. Because again, Lucky's mom might have told them people he beat dogs, cats, and women. I've never been safe. You want to pull that? He was only using your phone to talk to me, and he was going with your phone is the only one there.
Yes, I am.
And you still
Sir,
looking at the
you
same.
are a neuropsychologist, correct?
Correct.
That is what you've done for, you said 4 decades, correct? Or about approximately.
Correct.
Okay. And you maintain, or you did at some point maintain clinical practices. Is that correct?
I still do.
You still do. Okay. So in addition to your forensic work that you do, where you consult with attorneys like Ms. Toomey, for Mr. Murphy, you do clinical practice where you see patients.
Correct.
But Mr. Murphy is not a clinical patient, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And consulting in legal cases like this, specifically capital murder cases where you would testify in penalty phase, you would consult to determine if there's mental health mitigation. That's a major part of what you do in your forensic work, correct?
Correct.
Right. So this isn't the first time you've come into a penalty phase like this in front of a jury and testified.
Correct.
Right? After your client's been found guilty, you come in and you're going to testify to what your findings are, correct?
Correct.
You are not a medical doctor, correct?
Correct.
You're not a psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
Those are two distinct.
And she lists every man for himself.
Agree with me?
But I don't mean she don't
Correct.
feel away about her man.
So you did go, or you did some work at Yale University, but you didn't go to school there, their medical school, to seek a medical degree, correct?
Correct.
When you met with Mr. Davion Murphy, and I'm going to continue to refer to him as Davion Murphy because we have another Murphy sitting over here, okay? When you went to meet with him, did you advise him of the purpose and your role in the case?
Correct.
And you made sure he understood that, correct?
Yes.
Miss Trunchbull.
And you told him it was your role, if I understand correctly, to evaluate him and
Otherwise,
assess
you
his
don't wear
case for any
buns.
potential mental health mitigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when
Definitely.
you
Miss
went through these
Trunchbull.
tests, you explained to him the test, correct?
Correct.
That you administered? All right. And you did obtain a history from him, correct?
Correct.
So he would have known you were there not to hurt him, correct?
But she don't know.
I'm sorry.
You were there not to hurt him.
Somebody
You were
else
not
did.
there in an adversarial position, correct?
Correct.
You were not sent by the state attorney's office or the prosecution. He would have known that, correct?
Correct.
You made sure he knew that, right?
Correct.
Okay. Doctor, this is not the first time in a penalty phase situation where you have examined a defendant that you have recommended that there be diagnostic scans, correct?
Correct.
So you've done that in other cases too, correct?
Correct.
Out of all the times that you've testified for a defendant in a penalty phase proceeding, and you've told us most of those were here in Florida,
Correct.
how many times do you believe that you recommended that they have some type of brain scan?
The vast majority.
And how many of those times that you've testified was that on behalf of the prosecution?
Always on behalf of the defense.
Do you know who Dr. Rubino is?
Yes, I do.
Have you worked on cases that he has been consulted by the same party?
Yes,
So one of the tests that you administered in this case was the TOMS, correct?
correct.
The TOMMS,
It's TOMM.
I'm sorry, TOMM. But a lot of people will refer to it as the TOMS or the TOM test.
Well, it's an acronym.
It's an acronym, correct. What does it stand for?
Test of memory malingering.
Okay, so that's a test, that is a scale specifically designed to detect malingering, correct?
Correct,
And you don't tell the person that when you give them the test, correct?
correct,
All right, so malingering is not giving genuine, reliable effort, correct?
correct,
It's faking, basically, right?
correct.
Okay. And how many times did you administer that test in this case?
Well, it's administered one time, but there's 3 parts to the test.
There's 3 parts to it, okay. So in that single administration, he is actually participating in 3 separate subtests or 3 tests?
Correct,
All right, but that's all done on the same day, is that right?
correct, the same time.
Okay. How many days did you meet with the defendant or did your partner meet with the defendant to administer testing?
I believe it was 7 times.
7 times. And your partner in your practice also participated in this, correct, with administration of tests?
Correct.
And she is a psychologist?
A licensed psychologist.
Licensed psychologist. Is she your spouse, sir?
Correct.
Okay. Now, your practice, you maintain this generally out of your house in Miami, is that correct?
No, we have an office.
You do have an office. Okay, my mistake. I thought you had most of your practice done out of your house. So you have an office where you meet with your clinical patients?
Correct.
Okay. So your assessment of the defendant's reliability and credibility and effort, that was only done on that one day, correct?
Well, with that particular test.
That particular test, yes. So the other test you're talking about is a subtest of the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, correct?
That was 1.
Right? And that's a subtest that can be utilized to detect malingering, but it's not the primary purpose of that subtest, correct?
Correct.
So that's a test that in the literature, you can utilize it for effort and to determine if there's been a genuine effort.
Correct.
Okay. And that's one of the several subtests of the Wechsler.
Correct.
I want to say it correctly. That would be the WAIS, the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, correct?
Correct.
All right. So on the other days where you were administering tests, is that it? Are those the tests that you administered for malingering?
Also gave the word choice, the advanced clinical solutions.
Okay. Is that a single test?
Correct.
And was that given on the same day as the TOM or on a different day?
No, it was a different day.
A different day. Okay. So on how many of the 7 days did you test for malingering?
Well, it was official tests were 3 times, but really it's throughout the evaluation itself. So it's 3 malingering measures on 3 different days.
On 3 different days out of 7, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So even assuming that he wasn't hedging or faking in some way in those malingering measures and just was not detected, on the days when you didn't test him for malingering, you had no measure to assess whether he was. No measure. And I'm not talking about your clinical assessment. I'm talking about a measure, a test. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Doctor, you are, this is a consulting business that you maintain, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, it's part of your business to consult in these types of cases, correct?
Well, we're doing evaluations and we're assessing the individuals.
Yes, but you're getting paid for what you're doing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's what I want to talk to you about. Can you tell us how much you're charging for your services, for your consultation with the defense?
$300 an hour.
And is that a flat amount that goes across anything you do in the case?
Correct.
Okay, so $300 an hour to administer tests
Correct.
and to conduct interviews,
Correct.
and $300 an hour during your testimony.
Correct.
All right. And when the state of Florida took your deposition, you sent us an invoice for $300 an hour, correct?
That's correct.
For the multiple hours in that deposition process.
Correct.
Okay. And do you charge any kind of fee for your travel from Miami to here?
Yeah, that's charged at a lower fee,
At a lower fee. What is that?
$125 an hour.
And is that actual travel time or is that some kind of a flat fee?
No, it's actual travel time.
Okay. So at this point, have you submitted invoices for payment?
Yeah, up until this point, yes.
Okay. How many invoices have you submitted?
There have been several.
Several. Okay. Do you know the total amount that you've been reimbursed or billed for?
It's approximately $30,000.
Okay. And that doesn't include your testimony last night and today, correct?
That's correct.
Doctor, one of the things that you mentioned the DSM-5, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that is something you recognize as a diagnostic manual that is utilized by psychologists and psychiatrists.
Correct.
And you utilize it in your practice, correct?
Correct.
All right. And are you currently using the DSM-5 TR,
Correct.
the current version?
Yes.
Okay. But at some point you were, I'm assuming, utilizing the DSM-5 that I'm holding up here.
Correct.
Okay. All right. When you're conducting testing and evaluation for cognitive functioning, correct? The DSM-5 and general practice in the field of psychology would indicate that you should, depending on the test scores, you should always seek collateral information, correct?
Correct.
And that was that's why you interviewed the defendant and spoke to his mother.
Correct.
Okay. When the defense provided you the materials in this case, you've told us you've received several records, including medical records and school records that included psycho evaluations of the defendant?
Correct.
Right. Did they provide you with any of the law enforcement reports in this case?
I don't believe so.
Did they provide you with any video evidence in this case?
No.
Did they provide you with any of the video of the actual murder itself?
No.
Okay, were you aware that the actual murder was captured on video evidence?
Correct.
Okay, but they didn't provide that to you.
That's correct.
All right. And did they provide you any digital evidence like social media evidence
No.
or any audio, visual interviews, anything like that?
No.
Any deposition transcripts?
No.
Now, they didn't provide you any police reports and they didn't provide you any of these videos, but you never requested those either, correct?
That's correct.
And you could have done that, right?
Correct.
Right. it would be fair to say that as far as that decision, in your position, you kind of drive the bus on that. You can make the decision to say, hey, I want all the police reports. I want any evidence that shows your client being interviewed or any statements he may have made, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing to prevent you from making that request, correct?
Correct.
Now, were you aware that Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, had made a statement to the police?
Correct.
Right. Do you know the contents of that statement?
No.
Have you reviewed any of it?
No.
So you haven't even reviewed like a minute of it?
That's correct.
Would it surprise you to know it's 2 hours long?
No.
And in the interview, the defendant is being interviewed by detectives, law enforcement, right?
Correct.
And the defendant is being questioned, at least in large part in the interview, about this case and about his culpability in this case. Were you aware of that?
No.
And in portions of the video, he is left alone in the interview room for several minutes on a couple different occasions and can be observed. Were you aware of that?
No.
And if the video was recorded and the defendant was interviewed approximately 7 months after the murder happened, that would be closer in time than any other information, collateral information you were provided, correct? And I'm not talking about your testing or anything like that. I'm talking about collateral information.
I'm not sure what you mean by collateral information.
Well, history given by the defendant or any records that were provided to you.
Well, I'm looking primarily at educational records.
Mhm.
I'm looking at medical records. I'm looking at those as history. So that's where my primary focus is on.
Oh, yeah, I understand that. I think that's pretty clear. But if this interview occurred 7 months after the murder, you would agree with me that that is closer in time than any documented event that you've been provided through those records, correct?
Well, it's different. It's different times. It's different material.
Right.
It's a different look.
You're looking at, it's a different look at a different time in his life, correct?
That's correct.
You're looking at incidents that occurred when he was in elementary school. You're looking at incidents that occurred when he was 17, when he was 20, maybe when he was 20, I think 25. This is 7 months after the commission of the murder that he's been convicted of. So that would be closer in time to the murder than all of those events that you were looking at, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And one of the things that would be important, and I'll come back to that, but one of the things that would be important in your assessment, since you're relying so heavily upon your neurocognitive testing of the defendant, would be an assessment, as you talked about, that you tested for of his effort, of his genuine effort in those tests, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that if he is not giving genuine effort, then the tests are really not a good reflection, correct?
That's correct.
And a lot of your testing, you're trusting on him to give you effort, are you not?
Well, we're assessing for that.
But other than that, the time when you did assess for that, even when you assess for that, even if you gave him a test later that day or right after that, you're still going to be relying upon him to give you genuine effort, correct?
Well, again, that's my examination and evaluation of him. That's correct.
Right. And then on the days when you didn't test whether he was malingering or faking, you had to rely upon him. You had to trust him to give you genuine effort, correct?
Well, I'm not sure the word trust is correct. It's just giving effort in terms of what he's doing.
Right, but you're relying upon him to do that, correct?
That's correct.
So that you have valid scores and valid testing, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So as a person who is analyzing and evaluating the defendant and his results on those tests, you have to consider any potential motive or bias that he may have to fabricate or to fake, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And, or not give valid effort, right?
Correct.
Okay. And looking at a 2-hour interview of your client by detectives, that could be critical in making an assessment of this person's reliability, correct? And their credibility,
Correct.
right? Okay. And having the facts of the case, the actual facts of the case, to be able to even make a more informed decision as to the credibility when he's being interviewed by the detectives, to be able to contrast what the evidence shows and what he's telling the detectives. That would be critical also, wouldn't it? Or could be helpful, right?
Correct.
It would have given you possibly a lot more data and a lot more information to consider his potential bias and credibility, correct?
Well, again, that speaks to that particular time, his responses, but I'm looking at it a wholly different aspect.
So you would agree with me as far as bias that there is no one involved in this case. There's no one sitting in this courtroom that has more bias than Davion Murphy or these other defendants would have to potentially fabricate or fake their way through neurocognitive testing, correct?
That's a possibility.
Right. And they
But
have.
I evaluated for that, I assessed that, and I made a determination
I
that
understand.
he was not faking. I said that.
Right, I
And,
understand
and,
that.
and if he would have been faking, the test would have been quite different.
Well, what I'm asking you is he has a bias, correct? An inherent built-in bias, right?
Everyone has a bias.
But he has a massive potential bias because he may potentially be facing the death penalty, correct?
That's correct.
And at the time you administered those tests, he was facing charges of capital murder and, if convicted, a potential death sentence, correct?
That's correct.
And he had that in his mind. That would have been in his mind when he was taking these tests, correct? That you were administering.
Well, again, as I stated, if he would have been faking on the test, they would have shown up, the scores, the results would have been quite different. That's not the case. So from a neurocognitive point of view, in terms of doing tests, assessing his cognitive abilities, I made the determination that he was not faking. If he would have been faking,
Yeah.
the results would have been quite different. My testing would have been different, and that was not the case.
Right. I'm not asking you that. I'm asking about his potential bias, right?
But I think I answered that, and I think I'm telling you that during the
Okay. Your Honor, at this
examination.
point, I'm going to object that he's being non-responsive.
Well,
Now he's arguing with me.
okay.
Well,
All right, I
you
think the
asked
question
him.
has been answered, so please ask your next question.
Okay. And we established, you agree with me that he has a very large and obvious bias. So my question to you is, that bias would have been in his knowledge and in the back of his mind when he was taking the test.
I think I answered that already.
And that would be yes, right?
Indeed.
No, the answer is no.
It wouldn't be in his mind?
Again, I think I answered that. You stopped me in the middle of
Okay.
my answer.
So you're telling this jury you do not believe that Davion Murphy would have had in the back of his mind, knowing that you're there to assist and help him, knowing that you're there to find any potential mitigation, that he is potentially looking at a capital murder conviction and then a potential death sentence?
I didn't say that.
Well, that's my question.
That, of course.
I didn't ask you about your findings.
He
about
didn't
whether
fake
you
it.
think
You
he's
just want him
faking.
to
I'm
say
asking
that it
about
was
his
possible. He
bias.
was in the
No,
back of his
of
mind.
course
Now he
that's-
wants the
that's
jury
on
to
his mind.
believe that he's dumb as a box of rocks, but he's so smart that he's dumb. Please stop.
Now, going back to the interview of the defendant, assuming that the detectives had identified themselves and had identified what they were questioning the defendant about, all right, I just want you to be fully informed in this question. If the defendant lied to the detectives during that 2-hour interview, not once, but multiple times, that could potentially also be critical evidence for you to look at as far as assessing his reliability, correct?
Well, it relates to that particular incident.
Well, it would relate to this person and whether he's telling the truth in a very pressure tested situation, being questioned by detectives, right?
That's true.
Okay. And if he had the ability, and we're going to move now beyond looking at collateral evidence of his reliability or his trustworthiness, if he had the ability to fabricate lies where he is weaving them around facts. I was in Tampa, I was there Sunday, but I didn't get there till Sunday. And I know you don't know a lot about the facts of the case, but this is really to remind the jury in this question. He's able to lay into a weave of lies some facts to try to anchor and moor that lie. That would be significant to you in your analysis and your evaluation of his cognitive ability, correct?
I told you, I think I answered that, and I'll answer it again.
Well, I haven't asked you about cognitive.
Well, you just
assessment.
mentioned that. So if you want, I can answer that.
Okay.
You can ask
It would
another
be
question.
it would be critically important to that, right? Or potentially critically important to that.
Again, that is something on his mind, but that's what I did not evaluate what his state of mind was or his interview. That wasn't part of what I did.
Okay. Well, you would agree with me. It's not just something on his mind. That goes to his cognitive functioning, his ability to create lies out of whole cloth, correct?
Again, that's how he that's how he responded. My neurocognitive evaluation goes to another area altogether.
And you would agree with me, I think you said this yesterday. There is no perfect test, correct? I think you said that. There is no perfect test or test performance.
I'm not sure in what context.
I'm talking about your neurocognitive testing, especially the administration of the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, that there is no perfect test or testing scenario.
Well, I don't think I said that. What I said was that the ultimate score of any test, there's room for error in terms of how it's scored and how it's interpreted.
Good enough. It's not 100%.
Okay, that's correct.
All right. And that's why there's a 5-point up and a 5-point down, and it's a band that it sits within, correct?
Correct.
In the waist. Okay. So you have that error rate of 5 points either way, correct?
Correct.
All right. The ability, well, let me rephrase. Were you aware or made aware of the fact that after the murder in this case, after the defendant had fled back to Jacksonville in the day or so, actually the same day as the murder, in the days, weeks, and months after that, that there was basically a manhunt going on in Duval County, Jacksonville for this defendant? Were you aware of that?
Correct.
Okay. And there were advertisements by law enforcement on social media, on billboards, and on TV up there with the defendant's face being plastered around. You had been made aware of that?
I'm not sure to what extent.
Okay. All right. Considering that fact, and the fact which is pointed out to the defendant in his interview by the police, that the defendant for 7 months was able to live in Jacksonville, the city of Jacksonville, and evade the police, evade capture. Wouldn't that be significant to your evaluation, that fact?
Again, I think I answered the question, but
No, this is a different question.
well,
Doctor.
it goes back to the same point that you're trying to make. The neurocognitive evaluation
I'm
is
not trying to
separate.
make any points. I'm just asking you a question. This would go to his.
You want him to
cognitive function,
admit
your
that
evaluation.
Devion is
Again,
way
I think
smarter
I
than what he's
answered this,
saying.
but let me answer it
And he's
again.
not going to do that.
My evaluation of him was independent of what his conduct was at the commission of the crime or his behavior. I think I mentioned that, and I'm going to reiterate that
Okay.
because I'm not going to discredit his performance based upon what his conduct was at the commission of the crime or how he conducted himself.
So your assessment was independent of his conduct or his mental state during the commission of the offense. That's what you're telling us?
I've told you that several times.
Okay. So let me ask you about this. You gave an opinion yesterday to this jury, did you not, doctor, that the defendant, the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminality of his or her conduct or to conform his or her conduct to the requirements of law was substantially impaired?
That's correct.
So are you talking about at the time the murder happened?
That's correct.
So you are giving an opinion about the defendant's mental state at the time the murder happened.
That's correct.
Okay, that seems to be completely opposite of what you just told this jury.
That's not true.
Okay, so then going on from that, you also gave an opinion that the defendant was, the felony, the murder in this case, was committed while the defendant was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance, correct?
That's correct.
And again, you're giving an opinion about his cognitive state, right, at the time the murder happened.
That's correct.
All right. So let me ask you some questions about that. So since you didn't look at a shred of the police reports in this case or see any of the video of the murder in this case, were you aware of the fact that the defendant in the hours before the murder actively took efforts to conceal his identity from any camera systems or from detection by the victim and his friends? Were you aware of that?
He's harassing the witness and has been asked and answered repeatedly.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that the defendant, when the murder happened, was dressed in all black, covering every part of his body except for his eyes, which had an orange or reddish colored ski mask on? Were you aware of that?
No.
That he took active measures to conceal his identity? Were you aware of the fact that the defendant, before shooting at the victim and his friends, snuck along, excuse me?
Objection. This is repetitive, it has been asked and answered.
Overruled.
Were you aware of the fact that dressed up in that outfit with a high-powered rifle in his hands, that he snuck along behind a bunch of cars to avoid detection by the victims and took up a position of concealment? Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that the defendant did not come out of concealment until he absolutely had to, as the victim was fleeing in his car in a desperate attempt to get away, that he then revealed himself and opened fire on the victim's car? Were you aware of that fact?
No.
Were you aware of the fact that as the victim was fleeing in his car, that the defendant actively, purposely, intentionally followed the victim's car, running towards it, and then opened fire as the victim was fleeing away from him? Were you aware of that fact?
No.
And were you aware of the fact that after shooting at the victim's car, the defendant immediately, without hesitation, turned and ran back to a getaway car where he then secreted himself from the crime scene in the middle of the darkness in the night? Were you aware of that, sir?
No.
Okay. Wouldn't all of those facts have been critical to your assessment in determining these two opinions as to whether the defendant's cognitive abilities were impaired at the time he committed the murder?
No.
Don't all of those facts demonstrate a person's ability to adapt, their ability to conceal themselves and to make purposeful, intentional effort to do so?
Perhaps.
Okay. And your testing is just one component of cognitive assessment, correct? Under the DSM-5?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, when you're assessing a person's intelligence or their cognitive abilities, IQ testing like the WAIS, that's just one aspect of it, correct?
I conducted a neuropsychological battery that consisted of many different areas of brain functioning, not just the IQ.
Right, I understand that. So in addition to your neuropsychological testing, the DSM-5 recommends, when you're determining cognitive ability, that you need to also look at adaptive behavior, correct?
That's correct.
Behavior where a person is able to adapt to everyday living conditions, correct?
Correct.
All right. And wouldn't you agree with me that adapting oneself to a living condition where you're consistently, continually aware that the police are seeking you out and attempting to locate you and find you, that adaptation would be critical to your assessment in this case?
I answered that already, and I said, again, my adaptive functioning that I did test for was not looking at those aspects.
Right, and the DSM-5 speaks to that, doing testing for adaptive
And
behavior.
I did that.
Correct? But the DSM-5 also speaks to looking at collateral information of adaptive behaviors, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Let's go through a couple of those, if you don't mind. I don't believe we heard about these yesterday. Let me find my glasses. So this would include the practical domain, which involves learning, which you've gone through, self-management across life settings. I'm reading directly from the manual, including personal care, job responsibilities, money management, work task organization. Would you agree that those are all adaptive behaviors that you need to look at?
Correct.
Okay. Further, the DSM-5 specifically states adaptive functioning may be difficult to assess in a controlled setting like a prison or a detention center. If possible, corroborative information reflecting functioning outside those settings should be obtained. Would you not agree with me? That's the exact setting that you were conducting your adaptive behavior testing in?
Correct.
In the county jail here in Hillsborough.
Correct.
And what I'm talking about is corroborative evidence outside of the jail, correct?
Well, what you're referring to is the case in point, which is not necessarily adaptive, and therefore I did not look at that.
Let me talk about some other adaptive behavior that we didn't hear about yesterday. So one of the things that you're to look at, as I brought up there, was job responsibilities and work task organizations, basically employment, the ability to obtain and maintain employment. You would agree with that, right? That would be an adaptive function.
Correct.
All right. When you interviewed Mr. Murphy, he gave you a work history, did he not?
Correct.
Okay. And the work history included his first job at Burger King, where he worked, I believe, for 6 months. Correct? Do you remember that in your report?
I don't think it was Burger King.
If you look to, let me see if I can find it. If you look at the top of your page 4, Doctor.
I'm sorry. You're right.
Okay. So his first job was at Burger King preparing food, and he worked there for 6 months, correct?
Correct.
All right. He also worked as a dishwasher at Cracker Barrel, and he maintained employment there for 8 months, correct?
Correct.
All right. And he worked at International House of Pancakes for a couple of months and Steak and Shake for 6 months as a grill cook, a short order cook, correct?
Correct.
All right. So that would demonstrate, would it not, his ability to apply for employment, right?
Well, not necessarily that he applied, but yes, he got the job. That what we
He got
know.
the job. And most jobs require some type of application and an interview, right? Before
Correct.
they're hired.
Correct.
You would agree with that, right? Okay. So it required him to go through an application process, including an interview, answering the person who's reviewing it, whether it's an HR person or it's the manager of these facilities. He also worked at a place called SteelCon, where he was doing industrial fabrication of some type, right?
Correct.
And I believe he worked at Lowe's. Do you remember him mentioning that? I don't believe it's in your report.
I don't recall.
Okay. But he was able to apply and to obtain a job. And before any of that, he was able to, you would agree with me, to have the adaptive behavioral ability or functioning ability to understand that he needs to get a job to make money, right? To live.
Correct.
To sustain himself. So that goes to his personal skills, correct?
Correct.
All right. So, and then to have a job and maintain it, even for that long, is going to require that he follow their expectations for his position, whatever his duties are, his roles, correct?
That's correct.
He's going to have to show up on time, right?
Correct.
And give good effort in his work, correct?
Correct.
And short order cooks, that's a position that is under a time restraint normally, correct?
Correct.
At breakfast places, like IHOP and even at Steak and Shake, there's a real incentive, I guess, put on speed and getting food out quick, correct, to the servers.
Quick, and it better be right.
Everybody knows that if you ever go out to eat breakfast or dinner somewhere in a setting like that. So those things, you put that in your report. You didn't talk about it yesterday, but that would demonstrate adaptive behavior, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Doctor, I believe in your opinions yesterday, and you correct me if I'm wrong, have you provided any Axis 1 diagnosis in this case?
No.
Okay. There was, you mentioned yesterday there was a time period.
It's a really thin line.
defendant
He's
was
spreading,
prescribed
trying to say he's faking.
Correct. It was a short time, correct?
He's smarter than that.
And you said
And
Seroquel was
there's no easy way to say it. He's trying.
That's correct.
That's
He's
what it was,
frustrated
I think,
with
originally
it.
developed for and still is used, correct?
That's correct.
But it's also utilized to treat depression, correct?
Correct.
And anxiety,
Correct.
and especially in incarcerative settings like in the Hillsborough County Jail, in low doses, 30 to 60 or 80 milligrams, it's utilized for insomnia or for inability to sleep.
Perhaps.
Okay. And in fact, I believe what he told you was it would make him tired when he took it.
Correct.
Okay. And so you don't know of any diagnosis of this defendant anywhere in the records you provided having any kind of an psychotic disorder, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Before I move on from work, I know it's not in your report, but you interviewed the defendant on multiple occasions for multiple hours, correct?
Correct.
And you've distilled that down to about a page and a half, correct, of history in your report?
Correct.
Did he advise you that at one point the Cracker Barrel job, maybe the IHOP job, those were jobs he held in the city of Orlando?
That's correct.
You remember that? Okay. So you were aware of the fact that the defendant was able to manage a move from his home of Jacksonville to the city of Orlando, correct?
Correct.
And all of the associated things that involves obtaining residence, paying rent, signing a lease, all of the things that you would think of when someone moves from one place to the other, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And he was able to do all of those things, correct?
Well, again, he wasn't living alone. There was some assistance. He was living
Right.
with a girlfriend.
For a part of that time.
Right. So
Yeah.
what he did and what he got assistance was, that's
Right.
unclear.
Still a move though, right?
That's correct.
And that would show the ability to manage oneself through everyday life, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You would agree also, before I move on, as far as the work itself and being able to maintain employment, that a person in those positions that the defendant told you that he held, the work he held, would require someone to work as part of a team, right?
Correct.
To be able to get along with their fellow employees and work efficiently with them.
Correct.
And without getting into the specifics, he told you the reasons that he may have lost a job had nothing to do with merit or his ability to perform the tasks at the job, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Were you aware, did he tell you that at one point, because of the cost of living in Orlando, that he actually was juggling 3 jobs at the same time?
Correct.
And he actually lost one of them because he was trying to do 3 at the same time?
Correct.
You would agree with me, doctor, that financial responsibility is another adaptive function?
Correct.
So I want to talk to you about the ADHD diagnosis from his childhood. That was a diagnosis made at some point when he was a little boy, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you don't know who made that diagnosis, do you?
No,
And you don't know their level of education or what degrees they may hold?
that's correct.
You don't know their qualifications?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me, especially during that time period in our school systems in this country, a lot of little boys were being diagnosed with ADHD. You would agree with that?
Correct.
And he was seen by a Dr. Quinones at one point, a psychiatrist. Is that right?
Correct.
With his brother.
Correct.
Yeah. And Miss Beeks, Serena Beeks, his mother, took her boys to that doctor for about 3 years, right? When they were little.
Correct.
And you don't know what he treated them for or any diagnosis he may have made, correct?
Correct.
There's nothing to reflect that that doctor did anything in reference to ADHD, correct?
Don't know.
Okay. He was treated with medication when he was a little boy for ADHD, correct?
Correct.
Vyvanse, is that how you pronounce it?
Correct.
And Ritalin?
Correct.
And he stopped taking it when he was in adolescence because he told you he didn't like the way it made him feel. It made him feel slow and lethargic, right?
Correct.
But in fact, he told you even when he was a little boy that he didn't like the way this medicine was making him
We
feel.
go
Right?
to school.
And stopping the medication for a
on
child who's been
Friday.
diagnosed with it in adolescence, that's not uncommon, is it?
Correct.
Now, you've talked about the defendant, some medical records you have suggesting that he had a motor vehicle accident. I think twice.
Correct.
Twice, okay. But his diagnosis with ADHD, that was years before that, correct?
Correct.
Now, yesterday, it wasn't discussed in your direct examination, I don't believe, and it may have been. If it was, then it's my mistake. There was a lot of ground covered, but he did give you a history of substance abuse, correct?
Correct.
And what he told you was he started using substances in his early adolescence, right?
Correct.
That included drinking copious amounts of alcohol, correct?
Correct.
Smoking marijuana,
Correct.
and I believe taking MDMA or ecstasy.
Correct.
And that's behavior that he told you has persisted into his adult life.
Correct.
You want to go to the garage?
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the DSM-5 always advises in anything that you're looking at, as far as mental health, that you need to rule out any kind of substance abuse and its effects or the effect it may be having on the person, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may we approach real quick?
Sure. Yep.
You
come
about
on
to
up.
say something
Close to
real
me.
crazy. I know, y'all. It's the goofball ass cameraman.
I know.
Oh my God, this idiot.
Oh my God, this idiot.
I'm sorry, I got all the other devices on. All right, real quick, guys. We're going to see if we can't.
Neurocognitive tests, they're updated.
Oh, now we start looking for something
They've been
else.
updated several times. And one of the things that the DSM-5 talks about
Jesus.
with updating of tests is they try to make them more relevant to the current state of our culture and community, correct?
Correct.
So that it's not unfair to people taking it.
Correct.
For lack of a better way of saying it. So I want to talk to you a little bit about this Texas Functional Living Scale that you utilized. This tested Mr. Davion Murphy on his ability, number one, to tell time on a clock, right?
Correct.
And he had to reverse the hour and minutes, and he had some difficulty drawing the correct time on a clock. Is that right?
Correct.
So you're talking about an analog clock with hands, right? Hour, minute, second
Correct.
hands.
Just like the one that's here.
Yes, just like that one. Thank you. I was looking around and I didn't see. Oh, there's one over here too. Okay. And you would agree with me that at least watches are kind of being phased out, other than smart watches, for phones and smartwatches, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You have not seen that phenomenon in our culture?
Well, there's different options.
Right. There are. You're right. But people utilizing their phone or a smartwatch to tell time, and it's going to be digital.
Jesus Christ.
But son, an individual needs to look at the clock and be able to read that as well.
No,
Sir,
I
I'm
agree
afraid to
with you.
tell you,
So
I
that's-
think one of my
that is-
old
that's
supervisors couldn't
That certainly
tell
makes
time
sense,
unless
but
it was
I
digital.
would suggest to you that in the current day, people are moving away from that type of time telling. And
Well-
would you not agree with that?
There's other options that I said, but still, you have to know the skill to be able to look at the clock and say, and
I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that would be a good idea. So let me talk to you about another subtest, money and calculation subscale. In this one, you have him in the severely impaired range because he was, at times he was able to count change correctly, but was more inaccurate than not in changing out dollar bills and coins that were placed in front of him. So I think you know where I'm going. Currency is kind of being phased out in this country too over the last couple of decades, right? People are using their credit cards, their debit cards to pay for things. They just swipe, or even better yet, and I don't know where my phone went, which is scaring me a little bit, so I'm using the storage phone. People are using their phones. They just put it up to the register and it rings up, right?
people still use cash.
A lot of people do. I agree.
Cash has not been discontinued.
Okay. Then one of the other things you had, one of the next things was difficulty writing out a check, right? A bank check.
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Murphy told you he had never written a bank check.
Correct.
correct?
Now,
You would agree
a lot
with
of
me as
people may
far
not
as
know,
making
unless you took
payments
home
on
economics
lease
and shit,
payments and
you may
rent
not know
payments and
how
things like that.
to
A lot of that occurs online now with bill pay, Venmo,
write a check.
PayPal, all kinds of things like that, right?
I know
That's
we
correct.
had to in high school and maintain a job and pay our bills and all that, but
Mr. Murphy, another one from this test, did not know how to look up a person in a telephone book, right?
Now, what's significant about that is that it's
Enough.
true
Yeah,
that
go ahead.
telephone books perhaps have been discontinued, but the skill that we're looking at is going in alphabetical order, knowing the ABCs, and that's a skill that you need no matter what you're
Right.
using, what means of media that you're using. One has to know the alphabet in order to find anything that they're looking for.
Mr. Murphy is 28 years old, is that correct? He was born in
these folks don't know about
28 years old at the time of your test that you wrote.
Correct.
Okay.
them boys don't know about that white pages and yellow pages being dropped off on your front porch.
January 10th, 1997.
That's correct.
Okay, so he's 29 now.
Correct.
Okay. You would agree with me that there is a large section of the 20-year-old population in this country that have never laid eyes on a telephone book, correct?
Again, I mentioned that even though it's discontinued,
I understand.
so you have to know the alphabet. That has not been discontinued.
Now, another thing he had to do was address an envelope correctly, correct?
Correct.
And he had problems doing that?
Correct.
He was able to follow written directions and to describe the steps necessary to complete a simple task, though, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you wrote in the last section of that test before you moved on to the Kaufman Functional Academic Skills Test that he was able to carry out an instruction after some time had elapsed and was able to remember most of the factual information presented.
That's correct. The skills are varied.
On the reading subtest
Couri
of the
Richins
Kaufman
starts in
Functional
about
Academic
35
Skills
minutes.
Test, he had a standard score of 82, right?
Correct.
Which put him in the below average range.
Correct.
Going on to your executive functioning testing, the DELIS, that's DELIS, Kaplan Executive Function System Verbal Fluency Test. A measure of letter fluency, is that right? Category fluency? and
Couri
category
Richins sentencing.
Correct.
All right, I'm just reading from your report. He was in,
Yeah,
he
somebody
scored in
had
the low
knotted
average
Couri's
range,
ass
correct?
up, didn't they?
Correct.
And in fact, his category switching was in the average range, right?
Correct.
Okay. The I'm going to make sure I say this right. Tactual, is that the way you say it? Is that
Correct.
the way it's pronounced? TACTUAL, tactual performance test.
And
which
I
is
believe
a
it's
measure
Eric
of
Richins'
tactile
birthday.
form recognition, memory for shapes, and spatial location, as well as psychomotor problem-solving ability while blindfolded, right?
Correct.
Okay. He was tested on his total time in the average range, correct?
Correct.
He was able to
Yeah,
complete
they gonna tell her a new
the
one.
assignment in 4 minutes and 13 seconds.
This
which
ain't
was
gonna
in
be
the average
easy for
range, is that
Couri,
right?
okay?
Correct.
And on the second trial, using his non-dominant right hand, he was able to complete the assignment in 4 minutes, 4 seconds, which was in the mildly impaired range, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, on the third trial, when he's able to use both hands, because part of this test he's using his dominant hand, part of it he's using his weak hand. Now he's allowed to use both hands. He's in the average range, right?
Correct.
Okay. He was able to localize 6 of the shapes in their correct locations, which put him into the average range.
Yeah, they go. I wonder how her suite has been,
No.
Leanne.
Yes.
The luxury
yes,
prison
correct.
for the rich.
All right.
The he remembered 6 out of the 10, which was moderately impaired.
Moderately impaired range. On the Wisconsin card sorting test, a measure which assesses the ability to form abstract concepts to maintain and
I might be over there debating if it was better to play dumb or
He
take
completed 7
accountability.
categories, which put him in the average range, right?
Correct.
And then he committed 6 perseverative errors.
And I'm sure every juror
Perseverative.
believed Rashad crazy.
Perseverative, which put him in the average range of functioning.
Correct.
Okay. In the learning and memory section, you administered a test called the Brief Cognitive Status Exam. In this test, which tested for auditory memory, visual working memory, immediate memory, and delayed memory, he scored consistently in the low average range with a borderline score on the visual working memory. Is that right?
Correct.
And you noted the scores were, again, better than expected compared to his IQ scores, correct?
Correct.
Auditory memory index, was that another test that you administered?
That was part of the Wechsler memory scale.
That's part of the Wechsler memory scale. This is a subtest then.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is on top of page 10. You indicated his ability to recall word pairs over multiple trials was in the average range, correct?
Correct.
And his ability to retain the information after a delay with interference was in the average range.
Correct.
Under the visual memory index of that same test, Mr. Murphy's ability to recall visual and spatial details was average, both immediately and after a delay, right?
Correct.
And his ability to view a design and draw it immediately from memory was in the low average range. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Going to your language area, are we still under that same general test, or is this a different area now?
These are different tests.
Okay, these are different. Under language, in the expressive vocabulary test, 2nd edition, which measures word knowledge and expressive language, you put his score in the low average range of expressive language functioning, correct?
Correct.
His expressive language score was 31 points higher, significantly greater than his receptive language score. Is that right?
Correct.
There's also a visuospatial ability test, and I'm going to have you explain or pronounce that for us. The REY test, Ray.
The Ray Ostrich Complex Figure Test.
Thank you. A test of constructional ability, visual constructional ability, and visual memory. You indicated that Mr. Murphy obtained a 16.5 of a possible 36 points, correct?
Correct.
And that put him within the average range.
Correct.
And then in the Hooper Visual Organization.
Mel
test,
just text me.
again scored
I know you lying.
Correct.
I know it was that stupid ass clerk, that court clerk. I knew that shit was gonna happen, man. That dumbass clerk.
You can go to your page 4 of your report. Thank you, sir. Mr. Murphy reported crashing a golf cart into a car wash when he was a little boy, right?
Correct.
And he said he hit his head on the steering wheel. Is that right?
Correct.
And he had headaches.
Correct.
Now, was he the only source of that information?
Murdoch. Murdoch just got to do trial thanks to that stupid ass clerk.
Correct.
And then at age 14, he was a passenger in a car that crashed into a tree, right?
Correct.
But he didn't seek medical attention in that case. He ran away from the crash, right?
Correct.
And in that instance, in that case, that crash into a tree, he's not reporting to you any kind of head injury, correct?
Correct.
And then he reported to you that in 2015, when he was 18 years old, he fractured his third metatarsal bone of his right hand, correct?
Correct.
And he was treated, I believe, in the emergency room in Jacksonville. But that had nothing to do with his head, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In 2017, when he was 20 years old, he was taken by fire rescue to Shands Jacksonville ER after he was shot in the groin, and you talked about the injury that affected his penis and then went into his thigh, correct?
Correct.
Again, that had nothing to do with his head, correct? That he didn't suffer any kind of injury to his head because of that, correct?
Correct.
And then about a little less than a month later, he's involved in another motor vehicle accident. He's taken to the ER at Shands. And that's when you talked about the Glasgow Coma scale of 13 out of 15. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, there wasn't just one CT scan taken during that hospitalization. There were multiple CT scans taken, correct?
Correct.
All right. And none of them showed any kind of an acute intracranial hemorrhage, correct?
Correct.
Or
No bleeding.
Or bleeding, or mass effect, or territorial infarct.
No broken bones.
No broken bones, no brain swelling, right?
Correct.
Okay. They were normal.
Well, it said, you're right, there was no bleeding.
No bleeding. Okay. He did break his leg, correct?
Correct.
And was treated for that.
Correct.
And then in 2023, when he was 26 years old, he was a passenger, the rear seat passenger in a car that was hit by a truck, correct?
Correct.
And he was taken to Jacksonville Shands, where he's diagnosed with a pain in his forearm, a pain in his elbow, and a pain in his left hand, correct?
And his back.
And his back, yes. And in fact, there was a CT scan done at that time on his lumbar spine.
Correct.
All right. Which found no I don't know how to say that, osseous abnormality.
Correct.
He had x-rays done of his forearm, his elbow, and his hand, which revealed no fracture, dislocation, or any kind of abnormality, right?
Correct.
Now, it says in your report, he reported hitting his head very hard. Was that what he reported to you?
Correct.
Okay. So that's not in the medical records, correct?
Correct.
Going back to when Miss Beeks had taken him to the Christian Academy when he was in 8th grade, Mr. Murphy told you, Davion Murphy told you that he did much better academically and graduated from elementary school in that facility, correct?
Correct.
And talking again about Miss Beeks and her commitment to her son, at one point, I believe when he was in either 9th or 10th grade, she exercised what a lot of folks call tough love and kicked him out of the house, right?
Correct.
And he had to go stay with his grandmother, right?
Correct.
And that was for misbehavior, right?
Correct.
By his own admission, right?
Correct.
So you would agree with me, there was always someone there to take care of him, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned and you were asked questions about the FCAT testing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the Florida Comprehensive Assessment Test.
Correct.
That's a test that is a standardized test, right?
Correct.
It depends on what grade the content of the test, correct?
Correct.
And that's a test here in Florida that's given through multiple years in elementary, middle, and high school.
Correct.
And that is not only standardized, but it is a timed test, correct?
Correct.
At least in high school, it's not dissimilar to the SAT or similar tests, correct?
Correct.
Standardized test, that is testing accumulated knowledge.
Correct.
And when those tests were being conducted that you've discussed his performances on, there is no type of validity or effort testing that's being administered by the school, correct?
Correct.
Because that's not a forensic setting, right?
Correct.
So the score on that test is going to depend in large part on the effort of the student taking the test, correct?
Right. And it measures the ability.
Right. It measures their ability. But if they come in and they blow that test off, and for lack of a better way of saying it, and they just have no desire to take it, or they don't really care, or even if they get halfway through it and they get tired, or they just don't want to do any more work, it's going to affect the results, correct?
Correct.
Their effort is, right?
Correct. But this was repeated over and over and over.
Right. And if the child had the same mindset towards taking standardized tests, that he didn't like taking them, it could have the same effect over repeated tests, right?
Perhaps.
Now, standardized tests, there's a lot of literature that they're not really good for a lot of people, right? A lot of
Correct.
people just don't perform well on standardized tests. They don't like the time structure. They don't like being pressure tested like that, right?
Perhaps.
The only IQ test in his history before you tested him was the WISC, right?
Correct.
And the Wechsler Intelligence Scale for Children. That is, you indicated that the WACE is a gold standard test.
His scores are crazy right now.
For adults,
Correct.
right? And the WISC is a gold standard test for children, correct?
Correct. But any IQ test for children has to be discussed with a caveat that the age, which is 8 years old, and the developmental period of the individual. So it could change, and it was recommended that he be retested, but that didn't happen.
Right. But it could certainly stay consistent, correct?
Well, it should, but again, like I said, one really can't extrapolate from a test that was given at the age of 8 or 9, where I mentioned yesterday that puberty would be, or adolescence would be a better indication of consistent IQ.
So the only IQ tests we have in this case are going to be a WISC that is administered to an 8-year-old little boy in a school setting, who is going to be of the tender mind of probably not having a massive bias like the defendant has in this case, correct? Or motivation to not exercise full effort, right? Genuine effort.
Well,
First-
you just mentioned that the FCATs he doesn't, and this he does. I mean, again, we have the assumption is that he gave full effort, and the consistent performance
Right.
is what we look at.
Right. And I'm not talking about his effort full on in that test. He could have very well have scored higher if his effort had been better in that test.
Well, we don't know that.
Right. Well, you brought it up, so that's why I'm asking you.
Well, again, we take at face value what we have. We don't
So
we
what-
don't
okay.
we don't say it could have been higher, it could have
Right.
been lower. It is what
Yeah.
it is.
Well, before you interrupted me, the point I was making and the question I'm asking is, we have a test that he took at 8
Ooh,
years old.
two old men in
He
a
doesn't
pistol
have the
match.
same bias that he would have today sitting in this courtroom versus a test. The only other test that we have in front of us, the test you administered in the county jail, telling him that you're there, trying to evaluate for mental health mitigation with him sitting there facing capital murder and potential death sentence. We have that test. So we have these two tests at the opposite ends of his life, correct?
Correct.
So we don't have IQ tests that could have been or should have been done throughout school multiple times, tracking his intelligence in a much more, let's just say, environment that would be conducive to genuine effort, right?
Correct.
And his test at that time at 8 years old was an 81. You told us that yesterday, correct?
Correct.
That would rank him in the low average range, right?
Correct.
Just that score.
Correct.
Okay. May I have one moment, Your Honor? May I have one moment, real quick? I have nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So before we do rewrap, let's just take a quick 10-minute.
Thank you, Lord.
All rise.
And we still got the other doctor, so they probably about to act a fool too. Come on, little bitch, y'all won. You won. You need somebody to tell you, you need a trophy, you need a handshake. You won. You got the boys over a barrel.
Okay, very good. Same as before, so you don't have to stay on the witness stand, but you just can't talk to anybody about anything related to the case on the break. All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
It does factor in. So what he's trying to do is get them above that 70. I believe 70 is the threshold where Judge Cisco could find herself in a situation that even though the jury could recommend it, let's say the jury did, for whatever reason, recommend it for one of the guys, but his, what do you say, his IQ after the Flynn effect was like a 67, then Judge Cisco would pretty much be in a situation where she'd have to go against the jury's recommendation in that case for that person if they were deemed to be at a certain IQ or lower. I just learned that too, Hannah, because I was like, why is this my brain's not capable of putting together exactly what y'all just said in the evidence I did. And at first I thought it was a way of not having to take full accountability. But then I received some information and some messages, and I went and looked it up myself. And yeah, it's kind of frowned upon to sentence someone to a time of unaliving when they're at a certain mental capacity. I had no idea, because I was like, why on God's green earth would you let somebody just really, like, you're talking like they have to remember to blink? And how is that even possible? We know that's not true because they were able to put together this plan, follow short directions. They were able to execute. Ain't nobody, hell, they didn't hurt themselves. They didn't pop the wrong one. They didn't mess up. They got out of there. It seemed like they made stupid criminal mistakes along the way. Hey, Lele. And you gotta know when you're doing dirty, what's done in the dark will always come to the light. So I know you don't think that God or a higher power or the universe or whatever it is that you believe in is truly going to let you go out here and wreak havoc on the world and just simply not drop a breadcrumb for Hansel and Gretel. They should be about finished with this witness. I think we have another doctor. And the 2 inmates. She had them bring them over for this morning too. I wonder what Judge Cisco was thinking over dinner last night. Now that she's probably been doing her own independent research, to be honest. Yeah, I'm going to pause and go over to KOURI Richins. I definitely would like to see. Well, it's definitely going to be over by Friday. I tell you that. Chaz, to be honest, I don't even think it's about Sean. I think it's about her. I I didn't care enough to go look it up, but I really wondered. I really think she feels some type of way about getting disqualified or get removed from that case. Because we know, or those of us that went and looked her up, she talks like this to everybody, right? So she was trying to figure out, like, what's so different, what's so big, what did I do different this time? And I honestly said before that I thought it was a case of she just don't understand this. Like, she can't understand what's going on. This don't have nothing to do with, like, she's just applying the law as she sees fit, but because she has no context as to what this is, she don't understand them songs that they're playing. She don't understand. She probably mixed up like we all were before we start going into Trap Lord Ross and other folks trying to make some sense of this, because none of us know who these people were. And then when we start figuring out, we're like, oh God. And I think she could ask somebody who was safe, because if she would have asked any attorney for the defense, she would have seemed like she was being biased or leaning towards, it'd have been inappropriate, like she was leaning towards the defendants. If she would have asked the state, the defendants would have felt like she was leaning towards taking them up out of here. Like she really couldn't ask nobody. That was probably the safest, most neutral person that she could have asked. I do feel like it humanized her, not a whole lot, because it's like, baby, you a whole ass judge. If you had questions before, you should have had an in chambers meeting. You should have asked. You should have asked questions before, because that just makes me feel like also that may have also worked out in Alicia's favor, because her jury had no clue. They had never experienced this. They didn't understand it. They didn't understand what those wars mean. They didn't understand Uber drivers were being taken out. They didn't understand it was innocent bystanders. They didn't understand that this was just happening, like raining bullets. So that also makes me think, like, you know what? If there was ever going to be a neutral, unbiased trial where somebody really didn't know nothing about what you did and where you come from, this is it. But this is probably the only, their lack of awareness is probably the only place Charles Jones would be deemed a full-on victim. There are so many people that do know the back and forth in Jacksonville and refuse to look at him as a victim. She asks him, why, what is this? Like, why is this happening? Why is this? It's only, she said, it's only in Jacksonville. She's never heard of it. She's never.
Judge, if we could, before the jury is lunch or something,
Do
that's
what?
up to the court. We could do direct before lunch, and I could cross him after
Yeah, that's
lunch.
fine.
Okay, all right.
I do have a 1 o'clock, but
No, I know. So we're
I
just,
figured.
yes, it's fine. No, so you're going to do your redirect of Dr. Eisenstein, and then if you want to go ahead and call Collins out of order, that's fine. If you're ready to go?
Yes.
Okay.
She said that she asked, what the hell is this Jacksonville shit? Like, what is going on? What is making the youth in Jacksonville act like this, be like this? What is this coming from? Because she don't understand it. She has never seen it, and she also is not aware of it anywhere else
Welcome back.
in
All
Florida.
right, let's bring our jury in.
I've been seeing that, Samantha. A lot of people feel like that about Julio Foolio, but in Hillsborough, he's a full-on victim, and I think people have a hard time seeing that for him. Honey, that's salt water. That's salt in the air, ain't no joke. My cousin's vacation house, her video doorbells that was on there got all corroded and messed, and it was just from the air.
All right.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. All right, and redirect this to me.
Good morning, doctor. All right, just want to follow up on a few things with you. The state indicated that pretty much every time you evaluate someone, that you always recommend brain scans. That's what the state had indicated to you.
Judge, I would object. I never said that. That's a misrepresentation.
All right, well, why don't you rephrase your question?
Do you recommend that everyone that you evaluate get an MRI or a CAT scan or a PET scan of their brain?
No.
Would you agree that individuals in your training and experience, individuals that have been charged with first-degree premeditated murder, have a lot of mental health problems?
Objection, leading.
I'm sorry, what was the question? Do a lot of people?
No, individuals charged with first degree premeditated murder.
Just generally speaking?
Yeah, leading in relevance.
Yeah, sustain the objection.
Would you come here and testify?
Objection. Self-serving.
Well, why don't you rephrase? Go ahead, rephrase. Ask your question.
Would you jeopardize your career?
Objection, Your Honor. Self-serving, improper, and leading.
Go ahead, finish the question.
Would you jeopardize your
Jesus.
career and fabricate your testimony?
Absolutely not.
Is there any reason to believe that when you evaluated Davion Murphy and met with him those 7 times over 20 hours that he was faking?
No, he was not faking.
If you had been provided the police reports and any video evidence regarding the charges in this case, would that change your opinions that you offered today or yesterday?
No.
The state asked you questions about Davion Murphy's credibility during these evaluations that you performed. Do you recall that?
Correct.
The psychoeducational evaluation that was conducted when Davion was 8 years old, do you believe that is false?
No.
Have any reason to believe that was made up?
No.
What about the ESE courses? You think that a school would place a child in special courses
Look at
for
Bob.
no reason?
He didn't got you on.
What about the IEP program?
Objection, vagueness. Objection to speculation.
Just rephrase your question as to what?
Was Davion Murphy placed or given an IEP program in school?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled. Go ahead, you can answer.
You can answer.
He was given IEPs every year, the same way that he was given.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled, go ahead.
The same way that he was given the FCATs as a means to measure, assess, and place him in the most appropriate academic setting.
Do you know what goes or is involved in obtaining or getting a child in an IEP program at school?
It certainly requires special evaluation and assessment and looking at the child in a more comprehensive manner.
And children aren't placed in these programs just willy-nilly, right?
Correct.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, go ahead.
The fact that Davion Murphy repeated the 4th grade, you think that's
Objection, Your Honor.
false?
Asked it or outside of the scope of cross.
Rephrase your question.
Do you
Mr.
believe?
Sonardi, Ms. Toomey's got this, okay? Go ahead.
Did you review
Mm,
Davion
mm,
Murphy's
mm.
school records?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything in there for you to believe that it was false?
Judge, objection again, speculation.
Overruled, just, did you find any, go ahead, you can answer.
No.
The fact that he repeated the 4th grade, do you think that was fabricated?
No.
Objection, asked and
That
answered.
is sustained.
And the fact that he received a level 1 in reading in 4th, 5th, and 6th grade on the FCAT, do you believe that to be true?
Correct.
Judge, I'm going to object that this has all been covered and correct. It's asked and answered.
I understand, but based upon the cross, go ahead, you can answer.
And in your experience, how long have you been doing this again? I apologize.
Over 40 years.
Oh, in your 40 years, and I think you said 30 years in evaluating defendants, or?
Correct.
How often in your career do you find defendants lying to the cops?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection. That's an improper question, this to me.
Would that, hypothetically, if an individual lied to the cops, would that have any bearing on the evaluations and the opinions that you're offering for this jury today?
Objection, relevance.
He can answer. Go ahead.
No.
Adaptive behavior and adaptive function. Would you believe, or would you say that the adaptive behavior that was described by the state regarding this entire offense would be equivalent to having survival skills on the street?
Objection, speculation, vagueness.
What do you mean? You need to clarify. What do you mean by adaptive skills as to this whole
Judge,
case?
can we approach real quick?
Yeah, come on up.
Lord have mercy. What it is the state caused that dose. The state is feeling like, I think the same thing, and they did it with Sean Gathright as well. They didn't get a chance to go directly at these boys, but for the evidence that they had. So like when Sean hit that stand, they attacked him like this was during the guilt phase, and it wasn't. I think they really been wishing, wishing would get on that stand. And so now they're saying like, oh, I'm an artist and I'm sensitive about my shit. You trying to pick at my case. You trying to say I came for somebody who's late to understand and I'm trying to take their life. Oh, you already put 2 on? Okay. Go ahead and put your shoes on. And you can go in Destiny's room too. We all done. You want them boys to hang their head and just take what he give them.
Do you recall the facts recited to you about how this offense occurred by the state when they were
Correct.
questioning you on direct? Does that change your opinions at all?
No.
The state addressed with you Davion Murphy's employment history. He had 8 months at one place, one job, 6 months at another, and 2 months at another job. Is that the extent of pretty much his employment history?
Correct.
Would you say that substance abuse goes hand in hand with having mental health issues?
Correct.
Why is that?
Individuals that abuse substance generally self-medicate. Their psychological state is it's compromised. Feelings of depression, feelings of loneliness and anxiety that he all described. So it's very common, typical, that an individual will use substances because that will make them feel better. Of course, it's not controlled, but substances are like, in a certain sense, like taking medication or self-medication.
Self-medicating.
Correct.
And you met with Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, in person, right?
Correct.
Not by Zoom, right?
Correct.
And you met with him for over 20 hours, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, doctor. You're free to go. Okay, and I think we're going to be calling another witness out of order. So Mr. Hernandez, on behalf of Rashad Murphy.
Gunner, thank you. On behalf of Rashad Murphy, I would call Dr. Michael Collins.
Okay, very good. So let's let Dr. Eisenstein get his stuff packed up, and then you can step out.
Is it okay to stay while other witnesses in this case?
I don't have an objection. Does anyone object?
No objection from Stiger.
Sure.
Okay.
Now they keep hollering about how they don't want to confuse the Murphy with the Murphy, but y'all keep intertwining their cases.
Judge, can we approach?
Rashad first, then we jump back. We left off on Davion yesterday. Jump back to Rashad this morning. Jump back to Davion. Now we back in. Ask Davion's people about Rashad, and now we back into Rashad. Corey hold on to that door. She said, not today. Not today. She tried to reschedule it because it was his birthday.
All right, come on up.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, very good. Ready to proceed? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and your occupation?
Michael Collins, licensed psychologist.
And are you a forensic neuropsychologist?
Yes, with specialty training, I'm allowed to practice in forensic and neuropsychology.
Okay. And if you could please tell the jury what exactly is a forensic neuropsychologist?
Hello. As a forensic neuropsychologist, I've met all the state requirements to function as a licensed clinical psychologist first and foremost, and then through education and training, I've completed requirements to practice forensic psychology as well as neuropsychology. So it's really just additional training, specialized training on top of the standard training to be a clinical psychologist.
Dr. Collins, can you give us a brief history of your educational background?
Yes. I received a bachelor's degree from St. Cloud State University in psychology with a minor in biology. I obtained a PhD in clinical psychology, a specialization in neuropsychology from Nova Southeastern. I'm here in Florida. And then I completed a neuropsychology internship at the North Broward Medical Center. And I've completed neuropsychology postdoc requirements as well as forensic psychology postdoc requirements following my graduate school and formal internship training.
And what is your, tell us a little bit about your work history, the experience that you've had, and how long have you been practicing as a licensed psychologist?
I've been practicing as a licensed psychologist since 2015. Since then, the majority of my work has been in clinical neuropsychology, conducting neuropsychological assessments for individuals with cognitive dysfunction, or doing working on forensic cases, competency, sanity, risk assessment, mitigation, and so on.
Have you previously testified as an expert in the field of clinical or forensic neuropsychology?
Yes, many times.
Approximately how many times?
I would say, if you include trials and hearings, probably in the neighborhood of 100 times.
And were you asked to participate in this case by myself?
Yes.
Were you actually appointed by the court to testify and be a witness in this case?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what it is that you were asked to do with respect to this case, and specifically with respect to the defendant, Rashad Murphy?
I was asked to meet with the individual where he was in custody and complete a comprehensive psychological evaluation using both my skill in neuropsychology as well as my experience in forensic psychology.
Were you provided some records to familiarize yourself with the case?
Yes.
And the defendant, Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I was.
Can you summarize what documents you were provided?
There was several records from the Hillsborough County Jail. They were both medical records as well as some educational records from there, as well as an arrest record, and then just the appointment for me to join the case.
Were you made familiar generally about the facts of the case?
Yes.
And were you also given information about the defendant, Rashad Murphy, and his background?
Yes.
You said you did you in fact meet with Mr. Murphy at the jail?
Yes, I met with him on 2 different occasions.
Okay. And approximately how many hours did you spend in the 2 occasions that you met with Mr. Murphy?
Each visit was about an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Now, is meeting with the defendant, is there more than one purpose? Is to talk to him, to find out if he's cooperative? Would that be one of the
Okay.
things that you would want to determine?
Yes, certainly. The individual's willingness to be forthcoming and cooperative with the evaluation is critical to any opinion that I can draw.
Now, in addition to just interviewing him, talking to him, were there certain tests that you felt necessary to conduct?
Yes, I conducted several different tests with him. I screened for his cognitive skills. I looked at his effort and any presence of possible malingering, and then I specifically looked at factors related to possible trauma or stress that he has endured.
And was Mr. Murphy cooperative with you?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned, and we can go back to it more specifically, but you mentioned one of the things would be to determine whether or not there was any malingering going on, correct?
Correct.
And did you find any evidence that he was in any way malingering?
No, my opinion that I took away after meeting with him was that he put forth his best effort, and any measures that I administered, he was able to pass, showing that there was no signs of poor effort on his behalf.
Now, if you could go a little into detail about the different tests that you conducted to give the jury an idea of what each test, what is the purpose of each test, and what your findings were.
Yes. There's really 3 different levels of the testing that I completed for this evaluation. One was really just a basic cognitive screening to get some type of understanding of what his cognitive functioning would be, and if there would be any cognitive factors that would potentially be of interest for the case. He completed both a cognitive screening that looks at various cognitive domains, as well as a pre-morbid intellectual test. Both of those measures came back as average functioning, indicating his overall intellectual skills were in the average range, and there was no red flags with regards to any of the cognitive screening that I conducted. I also administered multiple measures of effort and malingering testing. Those are important just to ensure that the results that I'm getting during the evaluation can be indeed considered to be valid and reliable, and that his reporting to me can be considered to be accurate. And then specifically for this case, I conducted some measures in relation to his mental condition. In this case, it was post-traumatic stress disorder, and so I administered multiple checklists as well as conducted a comprehensive interview with the defendant in order to feel for how significant were there any events that brought on trauma, and would this be something that would be, relevant to what I was asked to do in this evaluation.
Now, I will ask you a little bit more specifically about what you just mentioned, the post-traumatic stress disorder. But in addition to the test, you interview him, correct?
Correct.
And is part of the interview information about his background, his childhood, the environment that he grew up in, things of that nature?
Yes, that is a portion of the clinical interview that I conduct.
Okay. And do you compare what he's telling you to the records that you were either provided with from the jail or from other sources?
Yes, when they're available, I can, yes.
Okay. And did you find any inconsistencies between what he told you and what the records reflected?
No inconsistencies that I was aware of.
Now, what did you find out about the background that he grew up in, the environment, the community that he grew up in?
His upbringing, I think, would be considered to be turbulent in that he was in an unstable household. His father was in his life for portions of his life. He had a good relationship with his mother, but his mother had substance abuse issues. She had a hard enough time managing her own well-being, taking care of herself, let alone trying to care for children. So his upbringing in his early years, I think, would be considered to be pretty turbulent. And then at one point, I want to say around the age of 8, he enters into the foster system, where that goes on for a few years. And then based on what he reports, what I'm aware of, he was exposed to several more traumatic and stressful situations while he was in the foster care system.
Before we get to that, what type of father figure did he have?
His father was in and out of his life. His father had his own issues, I think, particular to mental health. There was also some concerns about his mother with mental health and also substance abuse issues. But from the way it was described to me is that his father was in and out of his life, and that his father could be abusive at times in the household.
Abusive towards him and his mother?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did his mother have a remarried or had another significant other that became part of the household in which Mr. Murphy grew up in, the stepfather?
Yes, I'm aware that there was a stepfather that was part of his life growing up as well.
Was there also evidence of physical abuse during that relationship?
Yes, that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, you mentioned foster home. Do you recall how old he was when he was actually placed in a foster home?
I believe it was him and his younger brother were both put into foster care. I believe that he was in school at the time that he was taken from the school, brought into foster care. And then he was in that system for, like I said, multiple years. And he had described some of the families that he had lived with as being abusive towards him and his brother.
So even after he was taken out of his house, his family home, and placed into foster care, did you determine that he actually had faced additional physical abuse while in foster care?
Yes, physical as well as mental abuse.
You mentioned his mother, that he loved his mother. Were you able to determine if his mother had a drug addiction problem?
From what I understand, his mother had both mental and substance abuse issues, and it impacted her, being a mother and her ability to take care of her children.
Jesus.
Are you, from your records and from your interview, did you determine if Mr. Murphy had any male role model in his life?
He was close with his grandfather, and I know that as he got older and he was involved in sports, he had a good relationship with coaches through high school.
Are you familiar with, did you gather information about the neighborhood, the community that he grew up in when he wasn't in foster care?
From what I understand, it was a pretty tough neighborhood with violence throughout the area that he grew up in.
Are you familiar with an incident that happened in 2023 when he was shot at?
Yes, I'm aware.
Please tell the jury about that.
In 2023, I believe he was in a car and another vehicle or somebody came by and they shot at the vehicle, I want to say like several dozen times.
What did you do? Were you able to determine his relationship with his fiance, his relationship with his children, and his relationship with his siblings? Are you able to provide any information about that?
Based on what he told me, he's been in a relationship with the same woman since high school. I want to say like 15 or 16 years. They had, I want to say, 4 children together, and then that they were also helping take care of his younger brothers after his mother passed.
Are you familiar with other childhood friends or some of his childhood friends that were actually killed?
Yes, he told me that.
And these are things that he experienced?
Yes.
You mentioned, I think you said PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder. Please tell the jury what exactly that is.
Post-traumatic stress disorder is a mental condition that's diagnosed by psychologists like myself as well as psychiatrists. It is a mental disorder that is unique to other mental disorders in that for PTSD, there must be a known etiology. The known etiology is the stressful event that then perpetuates the symptoms after that. For PTSD, you need to experience the symptoms for a number of months, and it's considered to be a chronic condition in that it's not a condition that just goes away. It's like a disease. It's a condition that can act up and be severe, but then, through treatment, through medication, it can start to remit and it can settle down and stabilize some. But a lot of that is really just depends on the type of treatment that the individual engages in. So PTSD, it's a mental condition. The unique part of it is that there's an etiology. There may not necessarily be a known etiology to other mental health conditions, but for PTSD, we're able to identify an etiology or multiple.
Is that what you have or what is your diagnosis with respect to your to Rashad Murphy after reviewing records and conducting tests and interviewing him?
I diagnosed post-traumatic stress disorder.
Now, I think you've already said, is it something that can be cured?
I don't
wouldn't say
know.
Cured. It can be treated, and based on treatment, the symptoms can stabilize or they can remit. But you should really look at PTSD the way you look at any other type of disease, in that the disease state can have periods where it's more active and severe, and then with proper treatment, the condition can stabilize and become less severe.
If you suffer from PTSD, is
Corey.
it something that can affect your judgment in making day-to-day decisions?
Yes, it could.
And on the same lines, does it limit your judgment with respect to decision making?
It could, yes.
And is it something that can limit insight into clinical conditions and legal problems?
Yes, it could.
Is there anything in your analysis, evaluation that would indicate that Mr. Murphy, that this PTSD condition is something recent, or is it something that would go back
Damn trash
to
truck.
the childhood and all the
Shut up.
trauma that he's experienced?
So in this case, the first known events date way back into childhood. So those would be the first events that would, trigger the diagnosis. Now, as he's gotten older, he's been exposed to more incidents of deaths, more incidents of violence. Those would just be additional stressors on top of the origin of where the PTSD stems from.
Now, I would like to show you some exhibits and ask if you're familiar with them. I'm going to obviously take one at a time. I have
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you seeking
May I
to
approach-
admit? Are you seeking to admit?
I am seeking to admit Defense Composite Exhibit 1, Defense Composite Exhibit 2, and Defense Composite Exhibit 3.
Okay, admitted.
May I approach the witness?
Sure.
Doctor, I'm going to show you what has been admitted into evidence.
Well, do you want to put it on the Elmo or?
Oh, well, I was just going to show it.
Well, it's been admitted, so you can go straight to publishing it.
How do you adjust the size?
Okay, so that's why.
Okay. If, okay. Sir, if you could look at the screen, and this is a Defense Exhibit number 1, and I'd ask if you could identify it.
This is a high school diploma for Rashad Murphy.
Okay. And related to that, part of the composite exhibit, do you recognize or having seen that before?
This is an official GED transcript.
And does this indicate or support what Mr. Rashad told you, that he did complete his GED requirements and got his high school diploma while incarcerated at the Hillsborough County Jail?
Yes.
Now, I'm also going to show you defense exhibit number 2, which is sort of a different category, but I'm going to have to take them pretty much one by one to see if you recognize these documents.
Yes. 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 Yes.
So far, these exhibits that I've shown you, what do they represent?
Religious coursework that he was completing while he was in custody.
Okay. And are you aware that he also taught some classes to some inmates, Bible classes?
I'm not sure if I heard that before.
Okay. Also, were there also other parenting classes and things of that nature that you're aware that he, Mr. Murphy, completed?
Yes, I'm aware that he completed those while in
Would
custody.
it be, so in addition to religious, Bible studies, things of that nature, you aware that he also has been active in...
All right, guys. So we're going to pause this here because...
KOURI RICHINS, have counsel for the state make their appearance.
Look who's in the courtroom with their hair down.
Thank you. And for the defense.
Wendy Lewis, Catherine Nestor, and Alex Ramos for the defendant who is present.
Very good. This is the time set for sentencing. The court plans to proceed as follows. First, I need to address 3 administrative matters. The setting of a restitution hearing, which the court proposes would include discussion of the state's request for recoupment of defense costs at that time. The state's request for a continuous protective order and any alleged inaccuracies in the pre-sentence investigation report. Second, I'd like to hear from counsel for the state and from those who wish to present a victim impact statement. Third, I'd like to hear from defense counsel and those that defendant desires to present information regarding the appropriate sentence. And finally, the court will give Ms. Richins an opportunity to speak if she so chooses. Any objections, Mr. Blower?
No, Your Honor, I have one other housekeeping matter. Your Honor, the defendant previously waived the jury as it relates to the domestic violence finding. I cannot recall, reflecting the record, whether or not the court has actually made that finding, and the state would ask the court to do that today.
Can't recall whether there was a stipulation about their status as cohabitants made on the record during trial.
That's the issue.
Right.
And I think that
It doesn't impact the decisions today, it just impacts the record for any future offense that might be committed by this person.
that is
Right.
Yeah.
well, Your Honor, the one thing, it will affect the analysis as it relates to a continuous protection.
Well, understood. No, I understand your position. Yeah.
Your Honor, I do believe we put that on the record during the jury instruction conference.
Okay.
We discussed specifically the cohabitant issue, and you got us to make a statement on the record.
Okay, very good. So I think there's a stipulation among counsel that the record includes a stipulation of fact recorded for the record that Eric Richins and Couri Richins were cohabitants under Utah law at all relevant times. Anything further, Mr. Blevin?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, any objection to how the court intends to proceed? Okay. Fair warning to everyone inside the courtroom. As with the time when the verdict was read, everybody in the courtroom deserves our respect while they are in the courtroom. So there can be no outward reactions to what's said today. This is an emotionally charged situation, reasonably so. But the bottom line is no outward reactions. If you feel overcome with emotion, please look down. Keep your hands folded in your lap. Moreover, to those that might be coming to the podium to make statements today, please make sure you're addressing me, the court, not other people in the courtroom. You're, of course, allowed to reference other people in the courtroom, but speak to me. All right. Let's talk about setting a restitution here.
I know that's right.
From the state's perspective.
They ain't playing. Judge ain't playing. He said, not in my goddamn courtroom.
Your Honor, the restitution amounts that the state is seeking are well known in the record, or the defendant are well known in the record. So we can proceed in very short order. I don't know if there can be much dispute on the amounts.
Okay. From the defense team, what makes sense, Ms. Nestor?
We need an opportunity to brief these issues and do a little bit of research. We were surprised by some of the requests that came
The
from us.
recoupment issues?
Yes.
Fair enough.
So we need to look into that. I know that I'm going to be out of town the first 2 weeks of June. I'm going to be out of the country. So if we could do it before or after, that would be helpful.
After would work far better for me.
Okay, same. So other than that,
Ricky, what would you recommend? Is there an afternoon on which we don't have a ton of stuff set on a Friday? Are you doing the 10th? One moment, counsel. Ms. Nestor, the afternoon of July 10th.
Ms. Lewis will be out of town, and that is the week we are doing the preliminary hearing in my case in Utah County.
Understood. Well, maybe July 31, he said.
July 31 works.
That worked for the state.
What time you're under?
That'll work, Your Honor.
All right, we'll say 1:30 p.m. on July 31. Ms. Nestor, would you like to appear in person or by web extension?
In person, Your Honor.
All right. We'll set a restitution hearing to include discussion of the state's arguments regarding recoupment as made in their sentencing memorandum on July 31, 1:30 p.m. in person. Okay, anything further on that, Mr. Blood?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Blood, the state's request for a continuous protective order. I looked hard at this. Let me relate some of my concerns and have you respond to them, and we can go from there. I looked at this cases cited by the state, I looked at the statute, considered the absurdity doctrine. It seems to me that the legislature has adopted a policy where a convicted person's First Amendment rights are reasonably restricted in domestic violence cases to prevent the survivor of domestic violence from being re-victimized by contact, either direct or indirect, by the convicted perpetrator. And it seems that the legislature has recognized that a survivor of domestic violence can be re-victimized by the perpetrator contacting their family members or other household members. The statute contemplates that. But here, or in a situation like this, where the Domestic Violence Act does not have a survivor, rather it has a decedent, it seems from the face of the statute and other statutes involving criminal actions causing death that the legislature has reverted to the First Amendment being the baseline, and also that there are other remedies available to the family members of that decedent, such as stalking injunctions, if they are receiving contact that constitutes a course of conduct that would cause an objectively reasonable person to suffer emotional distress. Moreover, the juvenile court has tremendous authority to determine whether and how much, if any, contact a parent in this situation should have with the children of the decedent. I'm not sure that I have the authority to enter a continuous protective order in this case. I acknowledge this may not be what the legislature intended, that maybe they didn't see around this corner when passing the statute in. I appreciate the state's position that maybe they should take a hard look at it, but the act says what it says today. Respond to that for me.
Your Honor, the state questions the court's kind of read of the act, and when the court relates members of the victims, any harm to members of the victim's family relating back to the harm to the victim, causing the victim harm. I think the plain read of the statute is, and it's 78 Bravo dash 7 dash 804 3D 5.
Necessary to fully protect the victim and members of the victim's family.
Correct. The plain read of that sentence, Your Honor, does not say that the protection for the members of the victim's family does not, it does not relate back. It is a separate clause. It does not relate back to protection of the victim. And I think within the scheme of the statute, the legislature envisions protection for the victim, separately protection for the victim's family as an option of this court. And I think that's kind of consistent. This statute's odd. I think it's subsection B, which has a preamble on legislative intent.
Right.
And I think consistent with that preamble on legislative intent is the legislature's grant of this court, any court, authority to protect the victim's family under the statute as well, because of the unique nature of domestic violent crimes.
an argument the state didn't make, maybe because it just doesn't believe in it, but it seems that a strict reading of the statute would say, I'm required to enter the continuous protective order and set a hearing, and then let defendant make the argument that.
Your Honor, procedurally, I think that's right, because of the threshold inquiry of whether or not the victim, decedent in this case, reasonably apprehends a harm.
Right. Practically, though.
But practically, I don't know that, I mean, it seems to me as the state brief that that is evident, that a decedent cannot reasonably apprehend harm.
Okay. Let me hear from you, Ms. Kessel, for a moment.
Yes.
Your Honor, we agree with the court's original statements. We think this request for a continuous protective order is outside the purview of the statute. It's outside this court's authority. We believe it violates her First Amendment right. If these communications are not threatening, this would basically mean she could never send her sons a birthday card, a Christmas card, any type of communication.
Well, pause there for a minute. Let's take the 3 boys out of it, because there's a whole separate set of concerns there, given that her parental rights have not been terminated.
Right.
And I don't have authority to do it.
Correct.
Juvenile court does.
Right.
But if we would talk just for the moment about the adult family members of Eric Richins,
Well,
it would mean that she could never reach out to them.
right. Well, and that could create problems if they're the guardians of her children and there's an issue if she is given any type of parental input to major life decisions, to medical care, to anything like that she would not be able to communicate would be problematic. She has no intention of communicating with them outside of matters that have to do directly with the children. I also think this, well, you said you're setting the boys aside, so my other arguments, I'll deal with them. But as far as I can see, there's another courtroom where this could happen. There's another venue under which this could happen, and this is not the appropriate place to do it.
All right, Mr. Bloodworth, any additional thoughts regarding the state's request for a continuous protective order?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, in full transparency, I don't like the result, but under this court's reading of Utah Code 78B 7804, subsection 3.
She don't have say so over her life. You think he gonna give her somebody gonna give her say so over theirs?
Cannot issue a continuous protective order in this case because it is evident that the victim of the domestic violence charges, in this case for which Ms. Richins was convicted, cannot possibly have a reasonable fear of future harm or abuse. It very well may be that this is not the result the legislature intended, and I would encourage the legislature to take a hard look at 78B 7804 subsection 3 to fill this gap explicitly. But they haven't done it yet. They know how to do it, and the court is not persuaded that this result is so far outside of what they could have possibly intended, given the overlay of the First Amendment, that the absurdity doctrine requires a different result. And so while the court hopes the legislature will make a legislative change that would provide protections for the members of the family of a decedent in an aggravated murder case like this, they haven't done it yet. The court simply, in my view, does not have the authority to issue a continuous protective order in this case. In so ruling, the court expresses no opinion whatsoever, one way or the other, as to whether Eric Richins' family members might qualify for issuance of a a stalking injunction in the future and expresses no opinion one way or the other as to whether the juvenile court will put.
I was about to say, he's saying take it to the right venue. Take it to the right venue. They better go get her rights terminated ASAP.
Anything further on that, Mr. Blower?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Nestor, may I ask you a couple of questions regarding the pre-sentence investigation?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review?
We have, Your Honor.
Have you had a chance to review it with Ms. Richards?
We have, Your Honor.
Okay. Are there any inaccuracies in the PSR that we need to address?
We submit there are inaccuracies. They're all related to the factual recitations, which this court presided over the trial and is very familiar with. We have confidence the court remembers what happened at trial and remembers what was presented, and we would submit.
Okay. For the purpose of today's hearing, to the extent there are any factual inaccuracies in the pre-sentence investigation report regarding the factual background of this case, the court determines that those factual inaccuracies are not relevant to the court's sentencing decision and do not affect the court's decision regarding the appropriate sentence one way or the other. Anything further on that, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, the state is prepared to present.
Please.
Your Honor, on Valentine's Day 2022, KOURI Richins tried and failed to murder her husband and the father of her 3 young children, Eric Richins. Over the next 17 days, she did not think, what have I done? Rather, she thought, how can I do better? And then she murdered Eric in the presence of their children, using poison and for money. Such a person should never again lurk among the rest of us. Her children should never worry that they may one day encounter her. For these reasons, the reasons set forth in the state's
That they may one day
memorandum,
encounter her? Damn.
and the boundless reasons the court has learned from presiding over this case, the pending criminal case, and the multiple associated civil cases. The state requests that the court impose a sentence of life in prison without parole on count 1, 5 years to life in prison consecutive to any other sentence on count 2, 1 to 15 years in prison consecutive to any other sentence on counts 3 and 4, and 1 to 5 years in prison consecutive to any other sentence on count 5. Furthermore, the state requests that the court order the defendant to pay restitution to auto owners insurance company in the amount of $1,017,018 and True Stage Insurance Company in the amount of $352,562. State requests that the court order the defendant to pay recoupment to Summit County in the amount of $1,391,943. KOURI Richins earned this sentence. Her children deserve it. Only this court can order it. The court's time this morning is best spent hearing from a few of KOURI Richins' victims. Fathers are not meant to bury sons. Gene Richins will present his victim impact statement first. Losing a sibling is losing a piece of yourself. Katie Richins Benson, Clint Benson, and Dr. Amy Richins will then present their victim impact statements. There are no greater victims in this case than Eric's 3 young boys. The defendant took both of their parents from them. Jessica Black, who is Weston's counselor.
They about to tear.
Christina Greening, who is Ashton's counselor. And Sarah Barber, who is Carter's counselor, will then present the boys' victim impact statements. Your Honor, Jean Richards.
They get ready to tear her ass up.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please take your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Your Honor, my name is Gene Richards. I'm Eric's father. No parent should ever have to bury their child. It's a loss that changes you forever. Eric was taken from us way too soon. And his loss has left a permanent hole in our family that will never be filled, ever. Eric was first and foremost an incredible father. To his 3 boys, Carter, Ashton, and Wes.
Okay.
His sons were his world, and he was theirs also. They didn't just see him as a dad, they saw him as their best friend, their coach, their mentor, their protector. He was present in every part of their lives. Whether it was soccer, baseball, basketball, or any activity that they were involved in. Eric was there coaching, encouraging, and supporting not only his own boys, but every child on the team. Eric didn't just coach sports, he built confidence. He built character and friendships. He gave his time freely because he cared deeply about helping young people grow into strong, kind, and capable individuals. The impact Eric had on these children and families continues even now. On the soccer team that he coached, before every game, the players gathered and called out a cheer. For many teams, it might be something ordinary. But for Eric's team, even 4 years after his death, they still break the huddle with the words, 1, 2, 3, Eric. That simple cheer speaks volumes about a man he was and the lasting imprint that he left upon young lives in this community. He was a light to his sons, to the boys he coached, and to our entire community. A light that was taken far too soon. Eric was only 39 years old. As his father, I miss him every day. I miss our conversations. I miss watching him grow into a man I was so
She tried to take him out twice.
One of the greatest
She did
joys
the
of my
second
life
time
was seeing the
while
kind of
keeping her
father he
sneaky
had
link in
become.
the rehab
Eric
house
was
she was using his money for.
loving, dedicated, and fully present in his boys' lives.
Only to find out he had
Watching him
sold up
raise
everything,
his
including the
sons
goddamn
with such
couch
care
in the
and
trust,
devotion
and she wasn't
was
getting shit.
incredibly meaningful to me. Eric was also an amazing brother to 2 sisters, a loving uncle, nephew, cousin, and loyal friend. He was a trusted business partner, a valued colleague, and a respected member of our community. He was generous with his time, his energy, and kindness. He treated people with respect, showed gratitude even for the smallest acts of kindness, and gave freely of himself because that's simply who he was. He worked hard to provide a beautiful life for his family. He gave them a home many would consider a dream. He ensured their needs were met, supported them, cared for them, and treated his wife with love every day.
Indeed.
Yet despite everything he gave, his life was taken from him, not by a stranger, but by a person he should have been able to trust the very most in his life.
Come on now.
He was betrayed in the most imaginable way possible. His life was taken through calculated,
Come on now, Nicole. There you go.
motivated by the greed, control, and desire for a different life with someone else. Eric's boys lost a father. I lost my son. His sisters lost their brother. Our family lost a man who represented the very best of what a person can be. The ripple effects of this loss extend far beyond our immediate family. His friends lost someone they trusted and admired. The children he coached lost a mentor, a role model. Our community lost someone who genuinely cared and gave back without expecting anything in return. Eric will never see his boys graduate, get married, or become fathers themselves. He will never again stand on the sidelines cheering them on. He will never offer guidance, encouragement, or love in any way that only a father can. That opportunity was stolen from him and from all of us. Because of the calculated and intentional nature of this crime, I respectfully ask the court to impose a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. This sentence is important to Eric's 3 sons. Never have to live with the fear that the person responsible for taking their father could ever harm them again, and to ensure she can never harm anyone else ever again. Despite our immense grief, I want to acknowledge and thank those who have worked tirelessly to bring justice for my son. Eric was always grateful for others showed kindness and dedication, and I know he would want to express sincere appreciation to those who gave their time, effort, and professionalism to seek the truth in this case. We are deeply thankful to the prosecution team, Margaret, Brad, Lindsay, Fred, Joe, Wendy, Patricia, and the entire staff who supported them for their commitment and their perseverance. We also want to recognize and thank Todd for his dedication and relentless efforts in helping us ensure justice has been served. We are also grateful to Grace Wardis for serving as a spokesperson and an advocate
Shout out to the
our
PI
family throughout this process. We thank the Summit County Sheriff's Office, Lieutenant Hemingway, Detective O'Driscoll, Detective Hopper, Officer Woody, Officer Gibson, and all the law enforcement personnel who worked on this investigation. We thank the bailiffs who ensured the safety and the order of this courtroom. We thank you, Your Honor, for your patience, professionalism, and stewardship of this process. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to each juror, including the alternates, for their sacrifice and their time, for seriously taking the responsibility, who carried out to ensure justice was served. Nothing can bring Eric back. Nothing can restore what has been taken from his sons, from our family, and from this community. But accountability matters here. Justice matters. Eric mattered. His life, his love mattered, his example mattered. He will always be remembered as a devoted father, a loving son, a supportive brother, a loyal friend, and a man who made lives of those around him better. We miss him every day and will continue to honor his memory by living with the same kindness and dedication that he showed to everyone fortunate enough to know him. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Katie, good morning.
as you know, I'm Katie, and I'm Eric's sister. To begin, there are a multitude of people who deserve credit and appreciation. Law enforcement agencies across the state of Utah, the Summit County Prosecutor's Office, the Medical Examiner's Office, expert witnesses who worked hand in hand with law enforcement, Eric's friends, Eric's coworkers, my friends, my family, our entire team of lawyers and experts in the civil lawsuit. There are far too many people to mention by name, and I suspect if I try to, I will inadvertently leave someone out. But to all of you, please know that this would not be possible without your efforts, your support, and the strength of the community that has stood beside us. Both my family and I are forever grateful to each of you. I am also very grateful to you, Your Honor, to this court for the dignified manner in which it presided over the trial.
Yes,
and
you
to the
did.
members of the jury for faithfully performing their civic duties. Today is Eric's birthday.
Come on.
I stand before you because he can't. He was taken away from my dad, my sister, his nieces, his friends, our community, and worst of all, from his 3 amazing sons. Sorry. He was taken away from us by a person he should have been able to trust, the person he should have trusted most in the world, his wife. It's impossible to fully describe how devastating Eric's death and Kouri's crimes have been to our family. Nearly every aspect of our lives has been permanently changed, and we have no choice but to live with those changes and with Eric's loss forever. Eric was a phenomenal brother, father, son, nephew, grandson, cousin, friend, and businessman. Eric and I were extremely close. We went through school together and navigated life side by side. Wherever Eric went, I was usually tagged along right behind. At school, Eric's nickname was Richie.
I feel like Kouri
and mine was
relieved.
Little Richie, a
You
reflection
ain't got
on how
another statement to
inseparable we
make. I
were.
feel like Kouri
He
relieved.
wasn't just my brother. He was my constant, my protector, and one of my closest friends. Eric was the
Kouri
kind of
gonna give a
father who
shit.
anticipated his children's needs before they ever had to ask. He made
She
sure
just rolled
they
her
were
eyes.
always having fun, taught them how to be respectful and kind, and was constantly planning for their future. His mind and heart was always on his boys, always. Everything he did was for them. Eric was the very best uncle. He made his nieces, my daughters, feel truly special. He always found ways to have fun with them. He doted on them with love and attention. Eric was an incredible son, always there for my parents, stepping in without hesitation and helping in every way he could, without being asked. The bond he shared with my mom was truly special. We would often joke that
Boy, so I gotta get back to my own. I think it's pizza day today.
but in truth, it
Good.
spoke to the deep, unbreakable love they had for each other. This is who Eric truly was, a man defined by love, integrity, and unwavering devotion to his family. He is none of the things that Kouri tried to portray him as. Those mischaracterizations were nothing more than a vile effort to deflect blame.
Vile.
And those mischaracterizations stand in stark contrast to the reality of the man we all knew and loved. Eric's life and his actions and the profound impact he had on those around him speak for themselves, and they tell a story of goodness, strength, and character that cannot be rewritten or diminished. The saddest part for me in all of this is that I got something with Eric that his sons never did: time. I feel cheated that I only got to spend a few decades with my brother, but I should feel lucky in comparison. As Eric's eldest son told me shortly after his dad's death, he and his brothers did not even get 10 years with their dad. It is devastating that Eric is not here to coach them, to work the family ranch with them, to teach them how to drive, to attend their high school graduation, to send them off to college, to see them get married, or to celebrate the birth of his future grandchildren. His 3 sons are going to grow up and live nearly their entire lives without their dad. They're going to get to know their dad more from the stories we tell about them than their actual experiences. In all likelihood, by the time they are age 44 years old, which is how old Eric would be today, they will have little to no actual memories of Eric. And they have to go through life without their dad because their mother planned and carried out his murder. She could not have done anything more selfish or more cruel to those boys. In the place of a stable, secure, and loving home, Kouri gave the boys permanent trauma. They were in the house the night she killed their father. They were awake. They knew that something terrible had happened to their dad. As we heard on the 911 call during trial, one of them even walked into Eric's bedroom, where Eric's body lay dead, poisoned by someone who his son should have been able to unconditionally trust, love, and depend on. No child should have to bear that trauma. But Eric's 3 innocent sons will bear that burden, and they will bear it for the rest of their lives. Kouri's selfishness and cruelty did not end with Eric's murder. In the time after Eric's death, Kouri has done nothing but isolate, manipulate, deceive, and do harm to those boys. Almost immediately after Eric died, she cut them off completely from our family, from Eric's family. The isolation was calculated and strategic. Kouri used the boys as bargaining chips with my dad. She repeatedly threatened not to let him see his grandsons unless he could convince me, as Eric's trustee, of his trust to capitulate to her legal demands and give her all the trust assets. While isolating the boys, Kouri provided them with false and harmful information about me and my family. When DCFS took custody of the boys following Kouri's arrest and asked where they would like to go, they expressed fear of my family. The fear was not based on reality, but on what they had been told. For over a year, Kouri led them to believe that I hated them, that I was attempting to take Eric's money for myself, and that I intended for them to be left without support, that they would be homeless and starving. These statements were entirely false and had no basis in reality. Had they not been subjected to that influence, they would have known the truth. Prior to Eric's death, our families were very close. My daughters and his sons had strong friendships, and I had a meaningful individual relationship with each of my nephews. I spent time riding horses with one, helping another identify summer coding programs, and the youngest participated in ice skating lessons with my daughters. Our families shared holidays, worked together on our family ranch, took trips together, and I was present the day each of the boys were born in the hospital. The boys have expressed their confusion about these circumstances. They have stated that prior to their father's passing, both Eric and Kouri frequently told them if anything were to happen, they should go with me, that I would care for them and support them. Following Eric's death, however, those messages changed. After Eric passed away, Kouri prevented all contact between our family and the boys. She prohibited communication and continued to provide them of false information about us. When we were finally able to see the boys again, approximately 15 months after Eric's death, the boys hardly recognized the relationship we had. Instead, they viewed my family and me with fear and hesitation, as though we were strangers. Kouri also went to great lengths to jeopardize the boys' financial futures. I know you are very aware of this. Among other things, she drained the personal bank accounts that Eric had set up for his boys as college funds. She allowed the boys' Social Security survivor benefits to be funneled to individuals who were not taking care of the boys. And she sued me in my role as Eric's trustee and personal representative, not once, not twice, but 3 separate times. The goal of her lawsuits is singular. She wants all of Eric's assets for herself. Despite her lies and fanciful public portrayal, she knows that none of Eric's assets are going to me, my dad, or my sister. In fact, she knows exactly where Eric wanted everything to go, and that is to his boys. And yet for 4 years, she has aggressively tried to
Right,
take their
right, it's
information from
vanishing.
them. Even now, despite erroneous debt, a murder conviction, and a string of pending felony financial charges, Kouri's civil lawsuits live on. Those lawsuits have been emotionally grueling, all-consuming, and unimaginably expensive. And tragically, every dollar on those suits is a dollar that Eric's boys will not get. Of course, Kouri can't have other people or the public thinking that she's trying to take away her children's inheritance. So for the past 4 years, both in court and in the media, she has demonized and vilified me. She has hurled wild accusations in my direction, including that I hacked her bank accounts, forged her bank statements, paid off witnesses, unduly pressured law enforcement into investigating her, and quietly pulled the Summit County prosecutor's strings. It is despicable that for doing nothing more than trying to honor Eric's wishes, Kouri has cast me as the evildoer here. Just as bad, honoring Eric's wishes has landed my sister and myself, and unbelievably, my 2 daughters in Kouri's crosshairs. One of Eric's sons recently told me that Kouri used to say, "I will get them one day." Apparently, she was talking about me, my sister, and my daughters. Her infamous walk the dog letter, the part the jury did not hear, confirms her desire to harm me. In it, she talks at length about her plans to get at Amy and me, including by targeting my daughters, both of whom are under the age of 10. It takes a sick mind to target children. The mere thought that someone who has so little regard for human life or decency might one day walk free is horrifying. I worry about the safety of Eric's boys, my daughters, my sister, and myself. There is nothing Kouri will not do, and no one she will not hurt to achieve her own selfish ends. I am not the only one that is afraid. There are 3 little boys who, instead of fearing those who love and adore them, as Kouri would prefer, worry constantly that Kouri might show up one day and take them away. Eric's sons deserve so much better. They are not bargaining chips. They are not cash cows. They are not props for some twisted children's book about grief and loss. And yet that is what they've been reduced to by Kouri. To my unending sadness and horror, Eric himself understood all too well the danger she posed to his children and to his family. When Eric told me he had changed his estate planning and appointed me as his trustee and personal representative, I begged him to end the marriage and go his separate way. By that point, he had already consulted with a divorce attorney and was deeply afraid that he might not be awarded sole custody of his children. He made the heartbreaking decision to stay because he could not accept the risk of what might happen to his sons if Kouri had equal custody. He told me he would live his life through hell every single day of his life until his youngest was 18, because he believed Kouri was the most evil person he had ever met. He knew that his sons did not like her. He told me as much many times. He knew that they would prefer to be far away from her, but he also knew that divorce carried significant risks. And he said he could never allow his children to spend half of their time alone with her, because he was certain they would be exposed to harm and things no child should ever experience. He made it clear that in his mind, if Kouri were given equal custody, his children would be in the care of someone he believed to be deeply dangerous. He feared the people they could be exposed to and the damage that could be done. At the same time, he spoke with deep love and admiration for his boys. He told me that they were the most amazing boys in the world, and that none of this was their choice and none of it was their fault, and that he would do everything in his power to protect them for as long as he possibly could. Kouri loves to go on and on about how this case is a media sensation. She's right. News outlets from here to Europe have covered it. There have been countless newspaper articles, podcasts, and TV specials about it. Every hearing is live streamed on numerous YouTube channels. Every filing is scrutinized by internet lawyers and true crime junkies. There is no question that this case is famous and that Kouri is now famous. But what Kouri never mentions in talking about her fame and notoriety are the reasons why this case is now famous. It is famous for how appalling and sickening it is. It is famous because a mother meticulously planned to kill her husband, killed him while their children were sleeping in the next room, and then had the audacity to hold herself out as the author of a children's book about grief and loss. It is famous because she spent time Googling luxury prisons for the rich in America. It is famous because from her jail cell, she scripted a bunch of phony testimony so that her brother could perpetrate a fraud on the court. It is famous because she victimized her own children and threatened to victimize Eric's nieces. The fame and attention are directly proportional to the evil that has gone on here. This is not a situation where the idea of rehabilitation should be entertained. In taking Eric's life for her own selfish gain, Kouri did not only harm Eric, she permanently harmed 3 kids who were under the age of 10. She took away a dad, a son, a brother, an uncle, a grandson, a nephew, a cousin, and a friend. Eric's death has caused immeasurable pain to so many. Obviously, there's nothing the court can do about that. And you cannot bring him back. But what you can do is give Kouri's victims at least some measure of closure. To that end, I ask that the court impose a sentence that ensures Kouri never has the opportunity to harm Eric's children or our family again. Please do not let my brother's life be worth nothing more than a 25-year punishment. Please do not leave those boys to wonder whether Kouri might track them or their children down in the future. Please do not create a possibility for Kouri to endanger Eric's boys, my daughters, my family, or anyone else ever again. Please sentence Kouri to a life in prison without the possibility of parole. Thank you.
Not the kids scared of you, Kouri. One by one, they finna light your ass up.
Hello, Your Honor. My name is Clint Benson. I'm Katie's husband and Eric's brother-in-law. Eric was an innocent man, a devoted father, and someone whose life revolved around his children and his family. Because of Kouri's choices, he never had the opportunity to say goodbye to his children, to reassure them, to share the final moments every family deserves. That loss cannot be measured. His children will spend the rest of their lives carrying the pain of a father taken from them far too soon. What makes this tragedy even more painful
Can y'all
is the
see
calculated
Kouri?
nature of the crime. This was not a momentary mistake, a lapse in judgment.
Hold on, that might be because of how I am.
Planning,
Hold on.
preparation, testing, and deliberate action. Eric's death was carried out in a way that caused fear, suffering, and helplessness. Kouri either watched or sat by as Eric succumbed to fentanyl poisoning instead of providing any kind of aid to him. She was fantasizing about a dream life funded by Eric's death. Eric was killed in his home by a traitor sleeping next to him in one of the most cowardly acts imaginable. We are profoundly grateful to every investigator, prosecutor, detective, law enforcement officer, juror, judge, forensic expert, and public servant who worked tirelessly and honestly to uncover the truth. Their dedication ensured that Eric's voice was not lost and that justice could still prevail. We are equally grateful for the incredible community surrounding us. This community has shown unwavering
I missed it.
support
Was this
and has
Clint?
been there
This
for
is
Eric's
Clint? Is that
voice
Clint?
without judgment and through some of the most difficult times imaginable. The boys are succeeding and thriving because of the people around them who continue to provide support and
What
look
does
out for
it
their
look
safety.
like, Clint says?
Going through every aspect of this murder easily led to a dark place while fighting against an individual focused on only chaos and vengeance. However, the people surrounding us, including the sheriff's officers, principals, teachers, school staff, coaches, counselors, neighbors, and church members, created an unbreakable force for what is good.
She better
just,
hope
and
Amy
right.
don't slap her.
No sentence can bring Eric back. No outcome will erase the suffering caused by these actions. But accountability matters, truth matters, and justice matters.
Come on.
Kouri continues to shirk responsibility for her actions, for the pain she has caused, and for the resources she has squandered, both Eric's and the state's. Even after everything that has been revealed, Kouri has demonstrated zero genuine accountability or remorse for the devastation she has left behind. Instead, she has repeatedly attempted to distort the truth, create false narratives, and portray herself as the victim. She has used the legal system as part of her schemes. There has been lawsuit after lawsuit, motion after motion, delay after delay, all in an effort to shift blame away from the person responsible. The evidence, the truth, and the outcome of this case all tell a very different story. What is especially concerning is the continued hostility from Kouri and her family, as well as their desire for vengeance directed towards our family, a family already devastated by an unimaginable loss. Statements they have made about going to war and getting the Richins demonstrate an ongoing mindset rooted in blame, anger, and retaliation, rather than remorse or acceptance of responsibility. Kouri will continue to try to convince the public that she was a good mother through media outlets that choose not to research or report on the countless motions and facts presented in this case or other cases, but instead simply regurgitate the false narratives of a sick and evil person. Kouri and her
family been at the ass with
media campaigns
friends and
focused on
stuff. She
lies,
been doing
targeting
all
anyone
kinds of
foolish
stuff.
enough to spend time listening to them.
Corey ain't been sitting back there quiet, not in the least bit.
Because she's a victim, or because the Richins family manufactured a false narrative that she and the Darden family would like to portray. She is before this court because of the choices she has made, choices that resulted in Eric's death and permanent trauma to anyone who has loved him. Kouri chose pride, seeking to project an image of success. Kouri chose adultery and lust, prioritizing her secret lover over her husband and children. Kouri chose fraud and greed, hoping to profit from Eric's death. Kouri chose murder, and she continues to choose vengeance against the victims of her actions. The time for Kouri to make choices is at an end. Now it is time for her victims to choose. Please let Eric's children have a chance to choose lifelong peace, comfort, security, success, and happiness. I ask this court to impose a sentence of life without parole, a sentence that truly reflects the gravity of this crime, the irreversible harm caused to our family, and the calculated choices that led to Eric's death. Thanks, sir.
Can you imagine her getting out in 25 years and approaching one of her grandkids?
Honorable Judge Mrazek, my name is Amy Richins. I'm Eric Richins' sister. Today, I'm here to speak as a victim and to speak for Eric because he no longer has a voice. I addressed this court in 2023 when we were living in a state of visceral shock. Now, 3 years later, we are here at sentencing on a date that carries a weight I can barely describe. Today's Eric's 44th birthday. Birthdays are supposed to be proof of life, a day to celebrate another year of growth. Instead, today is a cruel reminder of another year Eric will never see, and a reminder of the fatherhood that was stolen from his 3 sons. Before I talk about what this crime has done, I need you to know who Eric was, not as a headline, but as a person. Over the course of this trial, so many people described Eric in strikingly similar ways. They called him outgoing, confident, funny, competitive, dependable, driven, and fiercely loyal. He was a leader, a hard worker, a rancher, a businessman, a coach, a best friend, a brother, a son. But more than anything, people described him as a phenomenal father. Eric had 3 sons and he coached many of their sports teams. He was the kind of dad who showed up not just for his own children, but for everyone around them. Sometimes I think about all the children who lost him too, the kids he coached, mentored, and believed in. I cannot imagine the confusion and heartbreak they felt when someone who had become such a steady and trusted part of their lives was suddenly gone. Eric was a real person, a deeply loved person, and the loss of him echoes through every life he touched. On my 16th birthday, I was sitting in my 10th grade English class when I got a text from Eric that said, "Come outside." I walked out and there was Eric, standing with flowers and that mischievous grin we all knew. I asked what he was doing there, and he just said, "Let's go. We've got to get a little mud on your tires." I had just bought my first truck, a used Ford F-150. Eric took me up into the mountains, and we took that truck off-roading for the first time. It was exhilarating and terrifying, but I felt safe because he was there. That was Eric. He made life bigger. He made people feel brave, and he protected the people he loved. That is the brother I lost, and that is the father his boys lost. In 2023, I told this court that I was tormented by the sequence of events of that night. Today, that torment has not faded. I still wonder when Eric realized he was in mortal danger. I wonder what Kouri said to him in his last moments. I'm still haunted by the question, did his boys hear their father's final struggle? If Eric had died of an illness, we would have cared for him. If it were an accident, there would have been kindness. But there is no comfort here. In his last moments, after being intentionally poisoned, my brother was faced with the ultimate betrayal. Eric's sons were 9, 7, and 5 when their world was shattered. They are now 13, 11, and 9. These are the years when a boy learns how to be a man by watching his father. What makes this crime uniquely heinous is that their grief will never pass. It will reinvent itself at every milestone. This crime didn't just happen once. It happens every single morning when those boys wake up and realize their father is still gone. They did not just lose their father, they lost the life they knew. Eric's death didn't end the harm. It began a grinding process of re-traumatization. Early in this process, I remember being told this case would be a marathon, not a sprint. We did not understand how every hearing, filing, delay, and public narrative would reopen wounds all over again. As if losing Eric was not painful enough, our family was then forced to grieve under public scrutiny. After the publication of the grief book, our family became the subject of public narratives, attacks, and speculation. At one point, I received a message sent from a burner phone that said, "You think you're funny? Kouri will get the last laugh. Your jealousy is as disgusting as your family." Law enforcement later confirmed through warrants that the message came from Kouri. That moment stayed with me because it captured what these years have felt like. Not just grief, but intimidation and distortion.
Kouri.
Yes, our family hired a private investigator. But when someone you love dies suddenly and deep in your gut, you believe something is terribly wrong, you do not stop searching for answers. The real question is not why would you investigate? The real question is, what wouldn't you do? What wouldn't you do for your brother, for the truth?
I also feel compelled to address the emotional toll of the trial itself. As the designated victim representative, and more importantly as Eric's sister, I have a right to be present in the courtroom. Yet during the proceedings, I was essentially kept in the dark. Due to the courtroom layout, I could not see the exhibits or the evidence. When we requested simple accommodation, we were told that the trial was being broadcast on court TV and I could excuse myself and watch from home with the rest of the world. Being told that my right to be here was interchangeable with a television broadcast was a profound violation. I did not want to watch Eric's life and death as content from my couch. I didn't want to go home after a grueling day and listen and watch it all over again. I had a right to be here to face the evidence directly. Still, to this day, I have not been able to rewatch the trial because it's so time-consuming and painful to relive. I still have not seen all the evidence that was presented. Your Honor, I need to say this clearly. Someday, those boys will grow up and look back at the records of this trial. I need the truth to be the only thing they find. The claims made against Eric's character were not just legal defenses, they were acts of secondary violence. Eric was a protector, not a predator. These lies were a desperate attempt to justify the unjustifiable, and they have added a layer of cruelty to our grief that is nearly impossible to bear. I also need to correct the record on a few misrepresentations. First, the prenup. It was provided well before the wedding, not in a last-minute way. Second, the incident between Kouri and me. I never touched her. Kouri pled guilty to assaulting me. Yet she and her circle have continued to spread false narratives. This is a pattern of distortion that has kept our family trapped in conflict. There is something that has haunted me for years. And I found out Katie was the exact same today. I begged Eric to leave too. I begged him to divorce her, but Eric was trying to protect his boys. People often struggle to recognize intimate partner violence when the victim is a man. But Eric's actions spoke for themselves. He documented conversations. He tried to protect himself. He knew after Valentine's Day that she had tried to poison him, but he also believed that if he left, he could not fully protect his children. So he stayed because he was trying to keep them safe. This trauma has seeped into every corner of my life. And also, it has also deeply affected my own family and marriage. My husband, William, watched me be consumed by the pursuit of justice. For 4 years, we have lived in a constant state of stress, grief, and emotional exhaustion. I lost my job as a professor at Montana Tech University on the very day I was subpoenaed to appear in this court. Eric was so proud of me earning my PhD, and teaching students was something I loved and that made me proud. It now seems like another thing that Kouri's actions have taken away from me. But the most devastating loss is one that isn't in any police report. Because of the unrelenting stress of this investigation and the constant attacks on our family, I suffered a traumatic miscarriage of twins. We lost our children. We lost the future we were building. Kouri's actions didn't just end one life. They reached out and stifled the lives of my unborn children as well. That loss lives inside this tragedy too. Eric's murder did not just take someone from my life. It plunged me into a darkness. It stole the light I once carried. It erased the future I had planned. Every day, I wake up and step into this same crushing emptiness. where time itself feels frozen and meaningless. The laughter of my future children,
Kristen,
the warmth
you
of
know
my
what?
family, the simple joy of waking to a new morning, all of it has been devoured by this crime. This grief is limitless, resembling the ocean. Sometimes it softly touches the shore, other times it pounds against it with fierce force. Occasionally, it surges like a massive tsunami, overwhelming everything. These changes can occur suddenly, and like the ocean, it cannot be controlled. I didn't just lose my brother. I lost my sister-in-law. I lost someone I considered my friend. We'd had good times together. That loss is so complicated now, Your Honor, because it forces you to grieve someone who is still alive while facing the horror of what they have done. It is grief that doesn't resolve. It just sits there heavy every day. This crime has fractured our family in ways outsiders cannot understand. One of the most painful realities is that my husband and I do not get to see our nephews. This tragedy has created a wall of trauma between us, and that feels impossible to climb. Because of this crime, we are no longer present in those boys' lives the way Eric would have wanted. In 2023, I told this court I never knew evil like this existed. Everything I have witnessed since has confirmed that. Couri did not just kill Eric, she attempted to kill the spirit of everyone who loved him. She lied to his children, she lied to the world, and has shown no remorse while dancing on his grave for profit. Your Honor,
Two sisters
a
don't get along,
parole
don't they?
sentence is not a
They don't
conclusion.
talk.
It is a reoccurring nightmare. It guarantees that every few years, Eric's sons will be notified that their father's murderer is seeking freedom. It forces them to relive the trauma repeatedly for decades. Eric died trying to be his children's shield. He can no longer protect them, so now the responsibility falls to this court. I ask you to provide these boys with the finality and safety they deserve. I ask you to ensure that the noise of Kouri Richins never enters their lives again. For the years of suffering we've endured, for the children who will grow up without their father, and for the life she stole from Eric and the peace she stole from us, I respectfully ask that you sentence Kouri Richins to life without the possibility of parole. Happy birthday, Rico. Thank you.
Amy did let it all out. We were aware during the trial that it was possible. The sisters were never next to each other. They never conversed with each other. They never really passed each other. Amy ate with that. But we knew that there was possibly something going on, and we knew that it was possibly because Amy was the one that was cool with Kouri for a while, that Katie was feeling some type of way. It was a bunch going on, but that lets us know right there that she just said while she was doing her statement that, hey, while I just found out that my Katie had the same fears, that Katie also told him to get away from her. So they had something that came up, and Kouri probably didn't help it, and Kouri shit probably didn't help it, and she probably blindly was like, why would she do that? Thinking, why would somebody do this to my brother? Like, you're supposed to be his wife. So they both have had some issues, and now could you imagine as a sister, and probably the older sister, that you weren't there when your sister went through a miscarriage? Your sister got her whole PhD, but this bitch that made her lose her job. That stuff you be with your sister for, Kouri just left a path of destruction, and she didn't care what mental state she left folks in throughout all through the way.
Licensed clinical mental health therapist and a registered therapist. Myself and my colleagues are here today to read the victim impact statements for 3 children. We are here as advocates on their behalf. After a developmentally appropriate process, the boys were able to decide individually how they wanted to share their statements, and this is what they chose. Our roles are to read their words exactly as they wrote. The boys want the court and the world to hear their side. This is from WR. I woke up to sirens, and there were a lot of people at my house, and I was definitely scared. I felt confused. I was in a bedroom with my brothers, and I didn't know what was happening. At first, I was really scared because I didn't know what was happening, and I had no control, and I felt helpless. I felt really overwhelmed. After my dad died, Kouri would put us in the basement while she was with the neighbor. I felt scared because I thought something really bad was happening again. She would take me to places that smelled really bad. Everything she did made me feel uncomfortable. When someone talks about Kouri, it makes me feel hateful and ashamed. She took away my dad. It's made me have a hard time trusting people. I was scared that Kouri's family would come to my school and take me. I had to go to counseling with DCFS in Heber, and I did not like it. DCFS made me talk to Kouri, and I couldn't do things that I wanted to do. I felt not important to anyone. I feel a lot better about myself now than I did with Kouri. I can't ever see my dad again. I want her to go to prison forever. If she got out, I would be so scared, really mad, and I wouldn't want to go with her anywhere. I'm worried that she would take me away from Katie and Clint. Once she is gone, I will feel happy, and I will feel safer and relaxed, and trust people more.
Thank you. Christina.
Your Honor, I am Christina Green. I'm a licensed clinical social worker now, registered.
Damn.
I will be reading for 8R. You took away my dad for no reason other than greed, and you only cared about yourself and your stupid boyfriends. You were not caring and watching over me and my brothers. I had to be a parent to W. C and I would walk him to the bus stop, feed him, and watch him. You were not concerned about our health. When we got hurt, you didn't even care. When C got ran over by a side-by-side, you still made him go to the soccer game that day without taking him to the doctors first. You would lock C in his room, and I would have to go to the kitchen and bring him food. You shamed us when we didn't want to eat uncooked lasagna you made. We threw it away because we couldn't eat it. Then you made us watch videos of children starving in war areas. You wanted to scare us into eating something that wasn't cooked. You wouldn't let our dog outside, and then the dog would pee inside. You created this problem, then you would smack my dog on the head as hard as you could. You wouldn't let me put my kitten in the garage for safety at night, and we found it eaten by raccoons the next day. You wouldn't let us turn on and use the heater lamp for the chickens and bunnies, and they froze to death. You would always argue with my dad and lock the door. You were not playing the role as a real mother does. You were doing the opposite. Now my dad can't be my coach anymore, can't be at any of my games. He won't be at my birthdays. He can't teach me how to drive. He won't be at my graduation, and he can't take me camping or fishing. You made me paranoid about sleeping on my dad's side of the bed by saying I might die or get harmed when I was just trying to be close to my dad after you killed him. You took away everything from me and my brothers. I don't want you out of jail because I will not feel safe if you are out. You have never said sorry for anything that you have done to me and my brothers. I don't want you to hurt anyone again. I know that you will need to stay in jail to fully take accountability for what you did to me, C, W, and my dad. With you in jail, I will be able to continue to feel safe and live a happy and successful life without fear of you hurting me or anyone I love. Thank you, Your Honor.
Sarah.
Baby.
Yes, my name is Sarah. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and registered play therapist, and I'm going to read the victim impact statement for CR.
My name and age now, my name and age I was at the time of the crime. CR, age 12, now 13. I was 9 when my dad was murdered. What I would like to see happen if the perpetrator is convicted of the crime, I would like to see Kouri get a life sentence. My thoughts regarding an appropriate sentence for the person who is accused of this crime and if they are found guilty. I think Kouri should get a life sentence because what she did is very sick, because it had no reason to happen and it impacted a bunch of people, including me. These are some reasons why I think she should have a life sentence. The information I feel is important for the judge to be aware of in sentencing. I think the judge should know that my dad was a good person and very thoughtful and kind and helped whoever needed help. He was always taking the extra mile to help people. My physical injuries as a result of this crime are as follows. I was sleeping and then I went to get a drink of water, then went back to bed. And when I woke up shaking and Bailey called the ambulance and they came and I couldn't talk for a while, I think Kouri had something to do with it because she didn't call the ambulance. She called Bailey and Bailey called the ambulance. At the ER, Kouri resisted to have my blood drawn, and kids who usually have...
Hot damn. Is he saying that she did something to him? Kouri. And he's the oldest? No, that's not the oldest.
This kind of seizure is when they are a few months old to a year old. I learned later that Kouri bought more fentanyl and had it in the house when this happened. I think this is what happened. She did what she did to my dad in the living room. My experienced emotional injury because of this crime is described as follows. Sad. I feel mad that I have to feel sad. I went from being scared for my life to feeling really good. I was scared for my life because I didn't eat that much. Kouri was always drunk or gone. I was always locked in my room. I can't remember, but I am pretty sure the lock was on the outside. Kouri threatened she would kill my lizard because we didn't want to watch some weird show with her. All of our chickens died because there was no food or water. My rabbit died because we didn't have food or water. The goats almost starved to death because she bought moldy hay and she didn't water them. Nothing ever got fed or watered. It didn't feel good to worry about my animals. I felt like I had to take care of my siblings. Ash mostly took care of me though, because I was locked in my room. Ash would bring me food. Kouri would lock me up if I told her she was drunk. This happened pretty much daily. I feel angry that she locked me in my room. I am angry almost all my animals died. I am angry she threatened to kill them. I am angry she killed my dad. I started to feel really good when I moved into a safe place. It was safe because the people around me were safe. Katie and Clint. I felt safe at Jake and Shalina because I wasn't with Kouri anymore. Counseling. I feel annoyed that I have to go to counseling and tell the story about what happened 55 million times.
Right.
I feel better now because I know it's to help me. I would like to not have to go to counseling. I would like to have to not worry about anything after this trial is over. I want the judge to know. I hope Kouri gets convicted to a life sentence. Kouri is always drunk. I want the judge to know my dad was a good person and I miss my dad. I miss my dad, but I do not miss how my life used to be. I don't miss Kouri. I will tell you that.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further from the state?
Your Honor, the state moves to admit state sentencing exhibits A through I previously provided to the court and defense. I have copies now I can bring to the court.
Any objection, Ms. Esther?
Yes, we do object to some of those being on the public docket. And we can, if we want to take a break, we can go through that with the prosecution. I actually sent him an email asking if they would be filed publicly. His response was no. So I was unaware that he was going to do that.
Admitting them and filing them publicly are two different things. Any objection to their admission?
Not to their admission, only to their public filing.
Okay, we can work that out. States A through I are admitted. I need a break. recess until 11:10. If during that break you and Ms. Nestor would come to some consensus about what the defense wants to have listed as private and or protected, depending on the content.
Self-help classes while in custody?
Yes.
All right, so they'll be on break. We'll catch up on this for a little bit.
This is defense exhibit number 3. Does that suggest 15 hours of parenting skills instruction?
Yes.
And when I refer to self-help, would this be another one of those types of classes?
Yes, I believe so.
As well as this one being emotional regulation?
Yes.
And this one would be Alcoholics Anonymous for the general population?
Yes.
Do this activity that Mr. Murphy has participated in while in custody, would it suggest that he has taken a as positive approach as you can when you are in custody?
I'm not sure everything that he was offered, but put forth effort to completing some of these educational requirements while he was there that he would see to be helpful.
Did you see any records whatsoever that he has been a problem while in custody?
None that I'm aware of.
Do you have any opinion as to whether if he spends the rest of his life, he's sentenced to life in prison, that he would be a troublemaker or otherwise, as opposed to a troublemaker, someone who would be a positive influence to other inmates?
It's impossible for me to predict the future. Certainly he would be encouraged to put forth the same effort in any correctional setting, to participate in their mental health services, to participate in any parenting programs, to participate in any religious programs. Those services that should be available that would be recommended for him to continue doing going forward.
Backing up a little bit, before he was incarcerated, do you have an opinion or able to determine if he pursued lawful employment?
Yes, he had reported that he had worked with several different companies, one being a family-owned company, and I know that they were seeking out housing for him and his family prior to his arrest.
And did he, any indication that I think at one point, did he also work for his grandfather's lawn service?
Yes, that was the family company.
Are you aware about him helping raise his younger siblings, including working jobs at a young age to provide financial support for them?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. And are you aware of or made inquiry and made a determination if he was in fact has been a good father to his children?
In terms of what's been reported to me, yes.
And are you aware, sir, that the defendant, Mr. Murphy, has no prior felony convictions?
Yes, I'm aware.
Now, and maybe you've answered it, but I want to make it clear. The defendant's history of being raised in a violent environment and the abuse that you've testified about, are all these consistent with childhood post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes, as far as I know, these are events that occurred in childhood and then persisted through adolescence and adulthood.
what type of treatment do you believe would benefit Mr. Murphy in his condition?
There's really a couple of different options. One being more the therapy option, which I would certainly recommend an intensive individual therapy, trauma informed with a licensed practitioner that's well versed in treating PTSD and other severe anxiety and stress disorders. I would also suggest just a psychiatric consultation to meet with a psychiatrist and talk about what some of the possible effective medications that would be available for him.
Now, sir, in addition to your diagnosis that you've already provided to the jury, in reviewing records, did you determine that this diagnosis of PTSD was already diagnosed by the Hillsborough County Jail?
Yes, I'm aware.
When arrested, are you aware that at that time that he was arrested, he was raising 6 children?
Yes.
And actually was working, receiving, or with the help of food stamps, basically trying to financially support 6 children plus his fiance?
Yes.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Doctor, you are, just to clear this up a little, you're not a medical doctor, correct?
That's correct.
Not a psychiatrist?
That's correct.
Okay, so in fact, one of the things you're recommending for the defendant is that he have a psychiatric consultation for evaluation for potential medical treatment?
Yes.
Which would include medications?
That would be up to
Well, potentially include medications.
potentially.
Yeah. So let me ask you about the Hillsborough County records that counsel asked you about. He asked you, didn't the Hillsborough County jail records, medical records, indicate he'd already been diagnosed with PTSD?
The records had shown that they had previously treated him for anxiety and depression.
Okay. So, and that could be a result or a causative effect from PTSD.
There's many overlapping symptoms between PTSD, a general anxiety disorder, a depressive disorder. A lot of the symptoms do overlap.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me that depression is not uncommon in people who are incarcerated in the jail awaiting trial or awaiting sentencing?
Certainly situational depression or adjustment disorders would be common for individuals that are, maybe in custody, they have pending legal situations and whatnot.
Right. So that's a common diagnosis in a jail setting, like the Hillsborough County Jail or the Broward County Jail from your home county?
Yes, you're going to see a lot of those types of mental health conditions treated in those settings.
Right. That's something not uncommon and not unexpected for someone in Mr. Murphy's shoes who was facing trial on a capital murder case, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, Mr. Murphy told you, and you indicated in your report, I just need to find where I highlighted it. He reported, and I'm looking at page 2 of your report, Doctor, in the second to last full paragraph. He indicated with regards to his medical issues, he reported he is healthy with no serious health problems. He reported his primary stress now is in relation to his legal case, right?
Correct.
And he reported to you that he has suffered from anxiety and depression. He's now in the jail taking medication for depression and anxiety while in jail. Just reading from your report.
Yes.
Okay. And just to add on to that, anxiety is also not an uncommon event for people who are incarcerated in the jail setting awaiting trial or sentencing.
In general, depression and anxiety are the most common mental health diagnoses, not just in correctional settings, but just in the general population.
In your testing of Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy, for premorbid intelligence and cognitive status, is that he's functioning in the average range.
That's correct.
Mr. Murphy also reported to you that prior to his arrest, that, and this is what you have in your report, I'm sorry, let me draw your attention, page 3 of 7.
Okay.
That he was fully independent when he was out in the community before his arrest.
Correct.
You've indicated he drove a vehicle and he could support himself.
Correct.
And he could support his family independently. Is what you wrote in your report.
Correct.
He had indicated to you, and from what you learned in this case, he was a very good athlete when he was in high school.
That's what he told me, yes.
He excelled at football, I believe.
Yes.
And he, in fact, he had dropped out of school in the 10th grade because he wasn't allowed to play football anymore or participate.
Correct.
Okay. And then he was able, here in the Hillsborough County Jail, to get his high school diploma.
Yes.
As far as his work as an adult, he indicated to you that he has worked for his grandfather's business, a family-owned business, doing construction, plumbing, and I believe some lawn services.
Yes.
Okay. And he also reported to you that he'd worked for Amazon.
Yeah.
You did administer, well, first you did a diagnostic interview, correct?
Correct.
And you made behavioral observations. You administered the premorbid intelligence test, the word choice effort test, the reliable digit span test, and then a brief cognitive status examination. Is that right?
Yes.
You also administered the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test.
Yes.
Went through a life events checklist with him.
Yes.
And then you did a PTSD checklist 5.
Yes.
Now, is that going through the 5 diagnostic criteria from the DSM?
Yes.
Okay. How many diagnostic criteria are there in the DSM-5? TR, I would assume you're utilizing.
The one that I have here is the DSM-5.
That's fine.
Yeah, there's several different criteria. There's a criteria A, a criteria B, C, D, E, F, and H.
How many of the criteria are you finding in this case with Mr. Murphy?
So for each criteria, for each area, there's a certain number of criteria that are met. So for example, with criteria A, exposure to actual or threatened death, serious injury, sexual violence, I found that he had both witnessed and experienced episodes of life-threatening violence in his lifetime, dating back to childhood as well as some episodes in adulthood.
How many criteria are underneath that subheading?
There's 4 different possibilities. You don't necessarily need to have all 4 of them, but there's 4 different ones. Directly experiencing, witnessing, learning about traumatic events, and then experiencing or extreme exposure to the aversive details of a traumatic event.
Okay. So are you familiar with the diagnostic criteria of the DSM-IV that was existing?
The previous?
Yes.
Yeah, and I just want to note that there's significant changes from 425.
And that's what I was going to ask you about. That learning about traumatic experiences, that is an expansion of the DSM-5 that didn't exist in the DSM-4. Is that right?
Yes, this is something that was added when they got together. When the authors for the DSM-5 got together, they made some, I guess we would say, tweaks to the previous diagnostic criteria for PTSD.
A lot of those criteria had existed in the DSM-4, the DSM-3, and prior editions, but the DSM-5, and they've been labeled differently, but that one of learning about trauma through some other source, someone telling someone that, maybe they experienced trauma in combat or something like that, is sufficient to cause PTSD. That is an expansion that was new to the DSM-5. Is that right?
Right. It's a change from 4 to 5.
And then going to, I guess it would be B.
Right. And B is the presence of one or more of the following intrusive symptoms of PTSD. It can be recurrent in involuntary or intrusive or distressing memories, recurrent distressing dreams, dissociative reactions, intense or prolonged distress and exposure, and then marked physiological reactions.
And do you find
the excessive publicity? Several of the people have asked that only you and the prosecutor know their names, and then we not say their names. And so I'm going to provide you with each letter as we go that has their actual names on it. All of them are willing to confirm with you privately that they've written these letters as officers of the court. We assure you they have, but they did not want to appear on camera.
That's fine.
And then, after we do a set of the letters, Mr. Ramos has some very brief remarks, and then we're going to put on 3 more. Then Ms. Lewis will close out remarks, and then Ms. Richins will do her allocution at the very end.
Understood.
If that's sufficient.
Please.
Thank you. May it please the court. Excuse me.
Jesus, don't start
We
this.
began this journey when KOURI Richins stood before this court, stood before your honor, and entered a plea of not guilty. And now, after being convicted by a jury, she stands before you again. And on this day, she will tell you again that she did not do what she has been convicted of doing. And that is her right under the law. And we, her advocates, we are tasked with a sacred duty. A duty to protect and preserve her constitutional rights at all costs. In the face of criticism, scorn, and ridicule, public, the media, and anybody else connected with this case. We have been committed to our duty throughout this trial, and we remain so today. It is our privilege and honor to stand beside KOURI. We believe in her innocence completely. And we will continue to stand by her as she takes her appeal to the next level, to a higher court. But that battle remains for another day. Today, she stands before you, convicted by a jury of 5 felony counts. We recognize and honor
I hope
that this
he will.
court is also tasked with a sacred duty. A duty under the Constitution and laws of our state to decide the appropriate sentence in light of Ms. Richins' convictions. The enormity of that responsibility
I hope he
cannot be
can tear
denied.
her ass up.
Everything we will present to your honor today is submitted for your consideration with
I
an
need to
abiding
fix y'all's
faith
mic. I already can't see
in the
her
court's
voice.
commitment to its
Make it
sacred
worse.
duty,
I gotta turn this
and in
turn
the
down.
prayerful hope
Y'all.
that mercy will prevail over calls for retribution. As the state has conceded in their briefing, in order to decide an appropriate sentence, it is right and just for this court to look not only at the conduct for which Kouri Richins has been convicted, but also at her entire life. The good things she has done making her worthy of the mercy of this court. Things such as the personal traits and characteristics that suggest she is not the monster that the prosecution portrays, but a human being, a mother, a daughter, a sister, a friend, a person that has made mistakes, but a person who has loved deeply, a person who's completed acts of kindness and love and care toward others, a person who's contributed to her community, a person who, even in the darkest time of her life, reached out to help others who were incarcerated alongside her, a person who unselfishly tried to ease the pain her family and friends experienced as a result of this case. Now, we have asked people who know Kouri the best to show you the person they know and love. You will hear from family and friends who saw her the most. You will hear from people who worked with her. You will hear from people who spent time with her since she's been incarcerated and have seen how committed she is to rehabilitation while she's in jail. Even more telling, you will hear how she's helped others even when facing unbearable
Why does she need to
situations
rehabilitate if
alone.
she ain't do nothing?
All of these individuals will reassure this court that she can be productive and make positive contributions in a carceral setting. You've heard from the state their cry for the harshest punishments available under our laws. Yet you also presided over this trial. You saw the evidence and the absence of facts that would justify such penalties. I am sure this court is aware of what a sentence of life without parole actually means in a prison setting. These individuals are locked down in their cells 23 hours a day. They are not provided with the opportunity to participate in programming, seek education, work at jobs in the prison. For all intents and purposes, they are treated as death row inmates. They are denied in-person visitation. They are stripped of any sense of community or humanity. They have no hope of any future reunification with the people they love. Out of the thousands and thousands of cases that go through our criminal justice system, less than 100 individuals have been determined to be worthy of a sentence of life without parole. And that is because judges throughout this state understand that such a sentence presumes that an individual is wholly incapable of redemption or rehabilitation and should be punished in the worst way imaginable until they die alone in a cage. And Ms. Lewis will talk more about that later. But in the meantime, you're also going to hear from 3 people who've never met Kouri Richins. They know nothing about her case, but they know about what life without parole means. You are going to hear from a mother whose son was murdered and how many years ago she was in the position that the Richins family is in now. You will hear about her journey to forgiveness and how after many years she came to regret seeking the penalty of life without parole for her son's killer. You will hear from a woman who understands how Kouri's boys feel. Her father killed her mother and was sentenced to prison. You will hear how she learned to forgive her father and how she's enriched her life through finding her way into a relationship with him again.
And you will hear from a former prosecutor, someone who sat right where Mr. Bloodworth sits now, and how he personally witnessed the rehabilitation and tragic end of an individual he put behind bars for life. All of these perspectives are important because they remind us and the court that the recognition of the precious gift of life takes many forms and can change over time. They remind us that the decisions made by this court today can reflect our own humanity and inspire us all to have hope and believe in forgiveness. Finally, Your Honor, you're going to hear from Ms. Richins herself. Her allocution is unusually long. She has worked very hard on it. We asked the court to allow her to take about 30 minutes or so to read her words.
30 fucking minutes.
She is going to share with you what matters most to her in this world, her love for her boys.
No, she shouldn't be able to stand up there and go on and on the court with that family.
She has
Do not.
held dear in her life has been stripped from her. It is her hope that in openly and honestly sharing her love and hopes and dreams for her boys with you, that you will see what it is inside of her that is worth saving, that is worthy of mercy, and that is filled with hope, humanity, and love. So with the court's indulgence, we'd like to read aloud some letters that have been provided to us. As I discussed, some have asked us to read it and only share the names with you in the prosecution. Some are here to read them themselves. And we are grateful to the court's indulgence to listen. And we're going to start with a letter from Kouri's mother, and Ms. Lewis is going to read that letter. And I have a copy of it that I'm going to provide so the court can read along if you like. And I also have copies for the prosecution as we go.
Don't nobody want that damn letter. And that allocution ain't gonna have no accountability. You want somebody to sit up there and listen to while she tormenting people. I hope he slap her ass with an LWOP for every piece of accountability she don't have. Let me know if y'all wanted any of this stuff known from here.
Kouri's mother, Lisa Dark, is here in the courtroom. She's actually, I feel, given me the privilege to read her words. She was concerned about her ability to read the question. Your Honor, Kouri is my daughter. I write to you today carrying grief that words struggle to hold. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge the loss of Eric. He was my son-in-law, my friend, and a truly wonderful father. Eric had a kind heart and a generous spirit. He was deeply loved, and he will never be forgotten by me or by the
And
many
this
people
is where the whole
whose lives
courtroom would have went dark.
Eric was saved my
I've jumped
life,
on her
and I
ass.
have carried that gratitude with me every day since. His legacy lives on most clearly through the 3 beautiful boys he left behind. Your Honor, I speak today as a mother and as a grandmother. The children are my greatest concerns. These 3 boys have endured unimaginable loss and upheaval in their young lives. They lost their father, then their mother, then the sense of safety and continuity every child deserves. Their world has changed again and again through no choice of their own. Whatever sentence is imposed will shape their lives forever. Whatever sentence is imposed, that was their choice. I will continue to watch the boys grow, whether at school events, or sporting activities, and throughout their lives. I will keep them in my prayers, hoping they grow into emotionally stable and resilient young men. Kouri is more than the worst day of her life. She is a mother who has devoted herself to her children since the day they were born. Before all of this, she was
More than the worst day of
involved
her
in their
life,
schooling,
she claiming
their
she's still
sports,
innocent.
their faith, and their community. She coached teams, volunteered weekly at school, led youth programs, and taught her boys compassion through service, from food banks to flood relief to helping firefighters and families in need. Her life centered on her family and on helping others. In many ways, everyone impacted by this case has suffered loss. However, the greatest burden has fallen on 3 innocent children. These boys have experienced repeated disruption and trauma at an age when stability is essential. Before these events, they lived in a loving home with 2 devoted parents. They were surrounded by family, supported emotionally and financially, and deeply connected to both their mother and father. Their lives revolved around school, sports, family
Yeah, I'd be on
traditions,
her like
and
a
feeling
spider
safe.
on a monkey.
That sense of
Because,
security was
bitch,
taken
no,
from
you
them-
ain't trying to
taken
make
from them
lost
in
be the
stages.
boys and everybody
First,
forget
they
about
lost
the
their
man who's
father
dead, whose
suddenly
birthday
and
would have
without
been today.
preparation. They were informed by officials rather than being guided gently by a parent, a moment that forever changed their childhood. Their mother then spent more than a year helping them navigate grief, modeling compassion and emotional resilience, and working closely with them to understand loss in age-appropriate ways. She even found creative ways to help them cope emotionally during this painful period. Then they lost daily access to their mother. Once again, they were told life-altering news by strangers rather than family. The boys were moved between placements, disrupting routines and emotional progress, despite beginning to feel settled and supported. Throughout this time, they maintained a meaningful and positive relationship with their mother through letters, phone calls, visits, and counseling. Later, they were moved again, against their expressed wishes, away from family caregivers and trusted relationships. Each transition compounded their confusion, anxiety, and grief. Children need continuity to heal, yet these boys have experienced repeated separations from the people they rely on most. As a grandmother who helped raise these children, I have also lost daily contact with them. They were a central part of my life, just as I was part of theirs. The separation from their maternal family has been devastating, not only to me, but to the boys themselves, who deserve access to all safe and loving family connections. Your Honor, these children have already endured more than most adults will in a lifetime. Being placed in the middle of adult proceedings and repeatedly confronted with painful realities risks further emotional harm. They love their mother. They need reassurance, not fear, healing, not more loss. I ask the court to carefully consider the cumulative impact on these children and the importance of preserving their emotional well-being and future stability when determining your appropriate sentence. Your Honor, I ask the court to take a moment to consider KOURI Richins as a whole person, beyond headlines or assumptions, and to understand the life she built before this case. KOURI has been driven, disciplined, and committed to growth from a young age. She graduated from high school in 2007, completing her studies a year early. She continued her education and earned her associate's degree in 2010. In 2012, she obtained her bachelor's degree, the same year she became a mother for the first time. In 2013, KOURI married Eric, and together they began building a family. Their second son was born in 2014. KOURI continued pursuing education while raising her children, earning her master's degree in 2017, followed by the birth of their third son shortly thereafter. Professionally, KOURI has consistently worked to better herself and provide for her family. She obtained her real estate license in 2019 and later earned her general contractor's license in 2021, achievements that reflected her work ethic, independence, and determination. In 2022, KOURI experienced a devastating loss with the sudden death of her husband. Despite profound grief, she sought constructive ways to cope and help others, publishing a children's book in 2023 focused on helping children process loss. After her arrest in 2023, KOURI did not retreat from self-improvement. While incarcerated, she earned her paralegal certificate in 2025. In 2026, she completed her MBA, pursuing education under
What in the
extraordinarily
Casey
difficult
Anthony?
circumstances. She continues to seek opportunities for further education, demonstrating perseverance and a commitment to growth. Your Honor, this timeline reflects a pattern of responsibility, resilience, and continued effort to better herself, even in the most challenging moments of her life. I would like to illustrate KOURI's character through her actions and the way she lived her life, particularly as a wife, mother, and member of her community. KOURI was deeply devoted to her family. She was a committed wife to Eric and a hands-on present mother to their 3 sons. Their marriage was built on partnership and mutual support. KOURI consistently supported Eric in his career, hobbies, and interests, including his involvement in sports and coaching. She encouraged his passions and stood by him throughout their life together. In return, Eric expressed his commitment to caring for his wife and children, and their shared priorities were apparent in the way they lived and parented. As parents, KOURI and Eric focused on raising kind, engaged, and active children. KOURI was closely involved in her son's education, sports, and activities. She volunteered weekly at their school, coached youth soccer and basketball, served as a scout leader, and was present at practices, games, and events. Her time, energy, and focus were always directed toward her children's well-being and development. Beyond her immediate family, KOURI consistently showed compassion for others. She was active in community service and believed strongly in teaching her children empathy through example. Together, they volunteered at food banks, participated in flood relief by filling sandbags for elderly residents, baked cookies for firefighters during fire season, and assembled care packages for families and individuals in need. She also helped ensure that children in the community had proper winter clothes by donating nearly 100 pairs of snow boots to a local elementary school. During the holidays, Kouri made extraordinary efforts to help others, purchasing, wrapping, and delivering hundreds of gifts to families who were struggling. She also demonstrated thoughtfulness in her extended work family by assembling personalized gift boxes and organizing holiday gatherings to bring people together. In 2023, following her husband's death, Kouri published a children's book designed to help grieving children process loss. She donated hundreds of copies to children who had lost a parent and visited schools to read to students dealing with grief. Although the book achieved some commercial success, her intention was not profit. It was to help children feel less alone during one of the most difficult experiences a child can face. Kouri has always
Why?
been
And she had a
greatest
whole
accomplishment
plan for the book.
her husband, her children, and the home they built together. Her loyalty to her family is unwavering. As an aunt, she has been a consistent and loving presence in her nieces and nephews' lives, providing child care support, attending milestones and school events, and assisting her siblings whenever they needed her. She has been the person who organizes family gatherings, holidays, and shared tradition, keeping the family connected. Faith has also played an important role in Kouri's life. She and her children regularly attended church and participated in faith-based community activities, reinforcing values of service, compassion, and responsibility. Your Honor, these are not isolated gestures. They reflect a long-standing
They're
pattern
in
of
Utah,
generosity,
and yes,
responsibility,
Kouri
and
wrote
care
all
for
of this. Kouri probably wrote all
Kouri's
these
life
letters and
before
had
this
somebody
case was
sign them.
defined by service to her family and community, and by her commitment to raising her children to be compassionate and engaged members of society. From a young age, Kouri demonstrated responsibility and a strong work ethic. While still in high school, she worked nights, weekends, and holidays to help support her aunt's business, using her earnings to pay her own way through college. That sense of responsibility never diminished. She continued to support extended family members whenever they needed help. Only 3 weeks after losing her husband, Kouri faced another profound loss with the death of her uncle. Even while grieving deeply herself, she stepped forward to help her aunt by taking on the responsibility of planning the funeral. This pattern, putting others' needs ahead of her own pain, has been consistent throughout her life. Kouri has always believed that no one should have to navigate grief or hardship alone. Kouri and I share an exceptionally close relationship as mother and daughter. She has stood beside me during some of the most difficult moments of my life, including surgeries and radiation treatments, providing care, support, and comfort without hesitation. Our relationship is built on mutual reliance, trust, and love. I, in turn, have played an active role in her family's life, helping care for Eric, the boys, and Kouri, and being deeply involved in their daily lives. Kouri also shares a strong bond with her brother. Though close in age, and like many siblings growing up, it was the loss of their father shortly after high school that solidified their understanding of the importance of family. Since then, the relationship has only grown stronger. They have supported each other through life's milestones, challenges, and joys. As a mother, Kouri has always made sure her children felt surrounded by family. She intentionally included her brother in holidays, family gatherings, and everyday moments, reinforcing the value of connection and belonging. She welcomed her brother's wife into the family from the very beginning, making a deliberate effort to ensure she felt included and supported. She has constantly offered help with family milestones, celebrations, and responsibilities, always striving to ease stress for others. Kouri takes pride in maintaining a close-knit family. She believes that shared time, whether during holidays, sporting events, small gatherings, or simply simple evenings together, is essential. Creating those moments of connection has always mattered deeply to her, and she has worked intentionally to keep her family united. Kouri played an important and deeply integrated role within the Richins family, particularly during times of hardship. When Eric's mother passed away in Hawaii, Kouri provided steady emotional support to the entire family and assisted in organizing funeral arrangements, stepping in wherever help was
Mention
needed
my
during
mama?
a very painful period. Her commitment to Eric's family was genuine and enduring. At one point, Eric's mother expressed that Kouri was not simply her daughter-in-law, but her daughter, a reflection of the closeness and trust Kouri had earned within the family. Kouri and Eric prioritized time with extended family, creating meaningful memories together, including regular visits to St. George, Utah, to spend time with Eric's grandmother. When one of Eric's sisters faced unemployment, Kouri helped her secure work at the hospital where she herself was employed. She also routinely provided childcare for her sister-in-law's children, allowing them time together as a couple. Her involvement went beyond logistical help. She always participated in family milestones, including serving in a bridal party.
Right. So if this
and
is
assisting
mom's
with
letter,
wedding
what
planning
do
for
you
another
think
sister.
she's getting ready to stand up
During a
here and go
particularly
on and on about
difficult
for 30
period in
minutes?
that sister's life, Kouri accompanied her to a self-help retreat, offering both emotional support and companionship. Within the Richins family, Kouri often served as a source of calm and connection. She consistently worked to ease tensions, provide comfort, and maintain relationships during challenging moments. Her efforts contribute significantly to the overall well-being of the family. Kouri's compassion extended well beyond her immediate and extended family. She opened her home to the parents of a friend whose house had been damaged, offering them a safe place during a difficult time. When another friend's parents lacked firewood, their sole source of heat during the winter, Kouri arranged for a truckload of wood to ensure they stayed warm. She maintained close, supportive friendships, participated fully in friends' major life events, and was actively involved in the lives of their children. As a neighbor, Kouri was equally attentive and caring. Her home was offering a gathering place for neighborhood children, and she routinely prepared meals for parents working late or offered help to neighbors facing illness, including one undergoing chemotherapy. Her generosity was never performative. It was quiet, consistent, and motivated by genuine concern for others. Kouri is not a perfect person, but she is an authentic one. Her life has been marked by steady acts of kindness, loyalty, and service toward her family, her friends, and her community. She has always found purpose in easing the burden of others and helping people through difficult moments. Following Kouri's separation from her children, they were placed in a living situation that differed from what they expressed as their preference, despite having strong and meaningful bonds with extended family who had long played an active role in helping raise them. As young children, they had little control over these decisions, which added to their sense of uncertainty and loss. Kouri's sons are now facing significant emotional challenges in their day-to-day lives. They are processing grief, separation, and repeated changes, all at an age when stability is critical. Like their mother, Kouri's eldest son is especially sensitive and expressive, and he has struggled deeply with these transitions. All three boys are currently receiving counseling, which has been essential in helping them cope. Kouri has consistently supported therapeutic intervention and has emphasized the importance of counseling, not only for each child individually, but for the family as a whole. In particular, she has advocated for additional individual support for her eldest child, recognizing his specific emotional needs. The circumstances surrounding their separation and the rules governing communications have made it difficult for Kouri and her children to openly share their feelings with one another.
To be honest, Kendra, I ain't gonna lie
This
to you.
limitation has
To me,
taken
I
an
would
emotional
consider this
toll
a form of
on both the
violence
boys and their
in
mother.
the family.
Important thoughts, reassurances, and emotions often remain unspoken, creating additional stress and sadness. As a mother, Kouri experiences deep anguish over her inability to comfort her children as she once did. She worries constantly about their emotional well-being and struggles with the pain of knowing they are hurting while being unable to fully support them. Her concern for her sons remains constant and unwavering. Kouri has endured profound emotional and personal suffering since the loss of her husband. She is grieving the absence of the man she loved and built a life with, while navigating separation from her children and family under intense public scrutiny. The weight of these losses is immense, and it has affected not only Kouri, but her entire family, her mother, her children, and those who love her. Despite being incarcerated, Kouri has continued to demonstrate resilience and personal responsibility. Within the confines of jail, she has dedicated herself to education and self-improvement, using her time to study and work toward meaningful goals. These efforts reflect her character and her desire to grow, contribute, and remain a constructive presence, even under extremely difficult circumstances. Like many marriages, Kouri and Eric faced challenges. When difficulties arose, they chose to address them responsibly by seeking marriage counseling rather than turning away from one another. Those efforts strengthened their relationship. By all accounts from those closest to them, they were in a period of renewed connection and commitment, focused on their family and their future together. Your Honor, I stand before you as Kouri's mother. I love my daughter. I have known her for her entire life, not just through this case. I cannot speak to every aspect of what the court has considered, but I can speak to who she is as a human being, as a mother, and as a member of her family. I do not believe that Kouri did this, nor do I believe Kouri could possibly be capable of this crime. I can't validate what she did financially one way or another, and that's something Kouri will have to live with. I respectfully ask the court to consider a sentence that holds Couri accountable for the jury's verdict while still allowing for the possibility of mercy and hope.
Thank you.
A sentence without the opportunity for parole would permanently separate her from her children and leave no room for redemption. Couri's life has meaning, especially to her 3 sons and her family, and I respectfully ask that the sentence reflect not only accountability, but also the potential for rehabilitation and profound long-term impact on innocent children. Your Honor, I ask from a mother's heart that Couri be given a sentence that allows the possibility of a future, one in which she can continue to grow, and one day.
But you
be a
just said
positive
you don't believe
presence
she
in
did
life
any of the M
and her
stuff and
children's
only
lives
the,
again.
you can't validate the
I firmly
financial
believe the
stuff. So
jury
what is she
reached
to be
an incorrect
rehabilitated for? She
conclusion,
didn't
and
do
that this
that.
outcome represents a profound injustice driven by personal
This
bias.
is this. I
I
would
do
be
not
considered
believe
this
Couri is
a form of violence.
No one understands her loves her children as deeply as their mother does. Thank you for listening, Your Honor. I love you, Couri, Carter, Ashton, and Weston. Her story does not end with this sentence. It is the strength of her comeback that will define it.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask Renee Odom. She is going to read her own letter. We ask that she approach the podium, and I will provide it to the court and the prosecution as well.
Of course. Renee, good morning. One moment, please. Thank you. Renee, please proceed.
My name is Renee Odom, and I am here today as the sister of Couri Richins. I want to begin by saying nothing I share today is meant to excuse or lessen the seriousness of what has brought us here. Eric's life was taken, and that loss is permanent. I want to acknowledge Eric by name and say that I loved him. He was kind to me. He was a part of my life, a part of my children's life, and a part of my family. He matters deeply, and he is missed. This tragedy has devastated our family, and its deepest impact continues to fall on Couri's 3 boys. For more than 3 years now, they have been unable to see or speak with their mother. They have lost their father, and at the same time, they have lost access to their mom. Even in separation, Couri has never stopped being their mother. She writes to her boys every single week. She reaches out every birthday, every holiday, holding on to that connection with everything she has and reminding them that they are loved. Couri is my baby sister, and she has been an integral part of my life and the lives of my children. She has shown up for our family in ways that are impossible to count. I was there at her graduation from high school. I was there for the wedding of Couri and Eric, moments filled with love, hope, and dreams for the future. She was there for my wedding and the birth of my son. She was there for me when I graduated college. She stood beside me at the baptism of both of my daughters. She poured her heart into giving my oldest daughter a beautiful sweet 16. These were not obligations to her. This is who she is. Couri has always been the glue that held our family together. She hosts every Christmas. She planned every family vacation and made sure that no one ever felt forgotten or left behind. She believes deeply in helping others, and she has lived with this belief throughout her life. Even from behind bars, Couri has continued to help people, offering support and encouragement and kindness any way she can. That desire to be of service has never left her. Couri is a great sister, an awesome aunt, an amazing daughter, and she will always be a devoted mother. She is also the smartest person I know. Couri has earned 2 master's degrees and is applying to a PhD program. Growth and learning and becoming better for herself and others have always mattered to her. Most of all, she loved her husband and her children with everything that she was. I continue to struggle to reconcile this tragedy with the loving sister and the mother I've always known. I understand and respect the court's responsibility to impose a just and lawful sentence. I am not here to challenge the verdict or to minimize the harm that has occurred. I only ask that the court see the full human picture, the pain, the accountability, the lifelong consequences that are already being carried. Please leave room for hope of a life with her boys. The impact of this tragedy will remain with Couri and her children for the rest of their lives. Our family deeply feels the absence of her presence and that of her boys, her guidance and her love. I love you, Couri, and I will always stand by you. Thank you, Your Honor, for letting me speak and considering my words.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm gonna read a letter from, Bree Darden. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to read a brief letter from Bree Darden. That is Couri's sister-in-law, who also worked with her at her real estate business. I know Your Honor heard some testimony about that. She has a newborn baby, so she can't be here. Your Honor, I was introduced to the Richins family around 8 years ago, excuse me, and was able to have been around Couri, Eric, and the boys since the youngest was 1. I spent many days, weekends, holidays, birthdays, barbecues, etc. with them all, and was able to learn so much about the family dynamic and the love they had for one another. No, their family wasn't perfect. No one's is. But those boys were loved beyond belief by both parents. Couri and Eric did everything for the boys, to protect them, to teach them, to encourage them, to show them love, and mostly to show them 2 loving parents. My heart goes out to the 3 boys, as they do not deserve to be going through all this, as well as they do not deserve to be alienated from one side of their family. I miss them dearly every day. To know Couri is to know the love she has in her heart. Couri is one of the most selfless and caring people I know. She lived for those boys and lived to be the best wife she could be. Yes, she made mistakes in her marriage, as we know. So did Eric. But at the end of the day, they chose each other and their family. As a loving mother, exceptional caretaker, and benevolent humanitarian, Couri was truly a devoted volunteer. She never stood still when she knew she could help another.
That's how people
embodying
end
the
up waiting in the
definition of
parking
true
lot
character.
for folks.
From the moment this sudden, unexplainable tragedy occurred, there has been a distaste for Couri for personal reasons.
Unexplainable?
Rather than factual reasons. From allegations made by individuals she regarded as family, to authorities not conducting a systemically correct investigation and then not being given a suitable, unbiased venire. The conclusion of this case seemed inevitable. Although I'm not here to argue the verdict, I am here to help provide perspective on views you are unable to hear about. Couri is a mother, a sister, a daughter, an aunt, widow, and
You're not here to argue the verdict if you said that it was sudden, unexplainable tragedy. The verdict explains that.
Neighbors enjoyed, and her boys counted on as a supporter. I respectfully ask that the court consider the totality of her character and her full life history when making a determination. Your Honor, the next individual that spoke is Couri's aunt. This is Lisa's sister. Her name is Doreen Couri. Your Honor, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I have spent many sleepless nights trying to find the right words for this moment, because it is heartbreaking to stand here and speak about someone I care deeply about in a courtroom like this. I believe in you, Couri, and I'm very proud to be your aunt. I stand before the court not to minimize the seriousness of this case, but to speak about the person I've known outside of these proceedings. The woman I know is not the monster these proceedings may have made her appear to be. When I think about her, I do not think about charges, headlines, or verdicts. I think about the mother I watched love her children with every part of herself. I think about the woman who worked hard to build a better life through education, determination, and sacrifice. I think about someone who wanted more not only for herself, but for her children and the people she loved. Her children were never just part of her life. They were her entire world. I watched her celebrate their accomplishments, comfort them in difficult times, and carry the weight of motherhood every single day. She loved fiercely, deeply, and unconditionally. Eric and those boys were her life. Both Eric and Couri were very loving and attentive parents. They were solid, they loved hard, and they played hard. I also watched her work tirelessly to educate herself and create stability for her family. She pushed herself because she believed in building a meaningful future. She was proud of what she accomplished, but even more proud of being a mother. This conviction does not erase the years of humanity, goodness, and compassion that existed before this moment. I know there are people who may only see the charge or the verdict, but I ask the court to remember a person is more than the worst moment of their life, or in this case, more than a verdict that many of us still struggle to understand and accept. The woman I know is compassionate, intelligent, nurturing, and deeply human.
I do not believe she's cruel or beyond redemption. I believe there's still goodness in her, and I know there are many others who believe that too. Whatever sentence is imposed today will not only affect her, it will echo through the lives of her children, her family, and everyone who loves her for years to come. Her children still need their mother's guidance, love, voice, and presence in whatever way they can still have it. I understand the weight of the court's responsibility, and I speak
Y'all
with
obviously ain't
respect for
talking to them
these
kids.
proceedings.
There ain't nothing them
I
kids
only
do.
ask that when sentencing is considered, the court remembers the whole person standing before you today. Not only this moment, but the years she spent loving, learning, sacrificing, and being devoted mother. I love you, Kouri, and I love those precious boys. I ask for mercy, I ask for compassion, and I ask that the court see the humanity in her so that so many of us have seen for years. All right, the next one is an individual that did not want their name read in the public, so I'm going to provide it to the court and the prosecution only. This is a close friend of the family. To the Honorable Judge Mrazek, I'm writing to respectfully share my personal relationship and observations with the Richins family and 3 young boys, and to ask that you consider sentencing Kouri to 25 years to life rather than life without the possibility of parole. From 2017 to 2019, I had the privilege of working as a babysitter for Kouri and Eric's 3 children. I was able to view this family at a time when things in life were good for them. The youngest, Weston, was still in diapers, and we worked on potty training together. What struck me most during that time was the stable, loving, and orderly home the 3 boys had to grow up in. Kouri was a young mother, close in age to 2 of my own children, and she'd established a true house of order. The home was beautifully decorated. I particularly remember the bright fall decor. The walls were lined with photos of the boys at different ages, and they had a wonderful playroom over the garage. The family worked together, played hard together, and clearly loved one another.
Why them
I
kids talking about
recognize
frozen
the effort
lasagna,
and
killing
pride
their
in caring
animals,
for her family.
and
When she was out
torturing
of
the
town
real
one week, she left
kids?
detailed meal plans for me to use the crock pot, so Eric could come home each night to dinner with the boys. Those meals were so good that I replicated them for my own family. I was so impressed by her age progression photo display in the hallway that I had canvases made of my own grandchildren in a similar fashion. I even copied some of her simple but festive fall decorations and bought similar cowboy kid toys for my grandchildren after seeing how much her boys enjoyed them. Kouri's positive influence extended beyond her own family. I brought many of her ideas home with me. I do not wish to minimize the tragedy of this case. I watched the funeral online and was heartbroken, especially hearing young Carter say he would now be the man of the house. I believe Kouri deeply cares for her children, and I have to believe they love her as well. 3 boys' lives will be forever affected by the court's decision. I believe in the possibility of rehabilitation and the value of preserving hope. I respectfully ask that you not eliminate the chance that one day these 3 sons would be able to make their own choice as to whether or not to have a relationship with their mother. Kouri is not a threat to society. Please give her the opportunity to serve her sentence with the possibility of someday returning to her family. Thank you for your time and considering my perspective. Your Honor, the next individual that's going to be addressing the court is going to do it himself, and that is Mr. Greg Hall, and he's here to read his statement to the court.
Sir, please proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Before I say anything else, I want to express my deepest sympathy and most sincere condolences to the Richins and Darden's families. Nothing I say today is meant to diminish the weight of what has brought us into this courtroom today. My name is Greg Hall. I have known Kouri for over 7 years, both personally and professionally.
And we have stayed in daily contact by phone, text, and in-person visits throughout her entire incarceration here in Summit County. I'm here today to share with you what I have witnessed firsthand about the person I know. In the years before Kouri was incarcerated, she made a habit of looking for people who were struggling. She not only volunteered for many years at children's schools and donated, but you've heard about the 100 pairs of snow boots, but she also did follow up to make sure that those children had clothes. She has volunteered at the soup kitchen for years and brought her boys along with her because she wanted them to teach them about service and kindness to others. When Kouri found out a neighbor had been diagnosed with cancer, she anonymously arranged for a massage therapist to visit her. When my own wife was in an auto accident, a care package showed up at our home. If a family was having a difficult time purchasing a home, she would offer to take little or no commission in order to help them. Please know that none of these things were ever done for recognition. They were done because all she ever wanted to do was good. Your Honor, what I would like the court to understand the most is that the goodness and kindness toward other people that defined Kouri before her arrest has not gone away since being incarcerated. When new inmates arrive frightened and disorientated, Kouri is the first to step in. She helps them
Disorient
get their footing in an environment that is unfamiliar and frightening to them. She's also tutored other inmates working to further their education. She has helped women who cannot read or write navigate through the system and draft letters to their family on the outside. When women in her unit receive bad news from home, she is the first to sit with them.
Says who?
And comfort them. She has used her time inside to study, and she takes her studies very seriously. She has earned multiple degrees, including a master's degree since being incarcerated, because she wants to be of use to other incarcerated women who struggle with literacy, with their legal paperwork, and with the simple daily reality of being inside. She enjoys studying religion and ethics and the practical application they have in our lives. She attends weekly church services and has helped to create new programs within the jail that other inmates now rely on. She studies late into the night, every night. She prays for her boys and for her family every day. She also prays for others in need. She writes to her sons, though her letters are returned to her unopened. She has not stopped trying to contact them, to express her love for them. Your Honor, the Kouri that I talk with each day is still filled with kindness, with goodness. Even to this day, as we speak to one another,
Use that
she
for that
continues
stalking
to
part.
ask and care about how people on the outside are doing. My family, her family, people we mutually know, before ever talking about herself. I'm not here to argue with the verdict of this court. I am here to tell you that the person I have known for over 7 years is still there, still trying, still useful to people around her in the small ways available to her to continue to be of service and provide acts of kindness. I only ask that the court please take this into consideration today. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the next two letters are from individuals who are investors with Ms. Richins in her real estate business. Both of these individuals did experience losses of money. So although they may not be victims in this case, they, I guess, are technically victims in the case that is pending. So I think their perspective is important. The first one, for some reason, I only have one copy. I'm going to give just a moment for Mr. Bloodworth to read it. Then I'll read it, and then I'll hand it to the court.
Thank
They think.
Honorable Judge Mrazek, I'm writing to you regarding whatever sentence you need to impose on Kouri Richins. I implore you to impose the lowest sentence possible, including the possibility.
Why? So she can get out and make their money back?
Due to the defense resting in this case, you and the jury only heard everything negative that could possibly be said about her from the prosecution, their witnesses, and the media. There was always another side of her that was not presented. As one of the investors in some of Kouri Richins' properties, she never asked that we invest. We always asked her after seeing the quality of the work done. She had a real estate license and got a general contractor's license. Yes, we made money on some of the properties, and yes, we lost money on the legacy property due to her arrest. She made sure we were aware that we could lose our investments. During the time we did spend with her, we found her to be honest, caring, super smart, and constantly talking about her love of Eric and her children. She adores those boys and was involved in all aspects of their lives and very proud of all of them. I understand she has used the time in jail to obtain a second master's degree. I honestly believe that even spending time in prison, that she could still be a valuable and contributing member of society and hopefully one day have a relationship with her boys. I do totally understand how difficult it is to have someone's life in your hands, as I felt that weight as an Air Force flight nurse in Iraq many times, caring for our wounded warriors. We all need to have hope.
I can't.
Please do not take that from her, as she has already lost so much. And I'm not going to reveal the name. The second one is also an investor, Your Honor, that did lose a significant amount of money. So some type of victim status here. Honorable Richard Mrazek, thank you, Your Honor, for the opportunity to address the court at this sentencing hearing. Actually, okay, I do have an extra of that one. Thank you for the opportunity to address the court at this sentencing hearing for Kouri Richins. May I first say that I was so impressed with your professionalism and demeanor during the trial. It appeared to me that you were very thoughtful in trying to judge fairly during the court proceedings. I would like to speak on my real estate experience with Kouri over the 3 years that I invested in 10 or more fix and flip home transactions. My wife, my son, and I were so impressed with Kouri and the great job she did in finding and remodeling the homes that we invested in. She worked hard in making those properties look beautiful after they were remodeled, and we all made money from them. We could not have been more proud of Kouri and happy for her and her family. Knowing from her brother Ronnie that she'd lost her father at a younger age, I told her once in a text message that I was unofficially adopting her as my daughter. She was a great mom for her boys, and she and Eric were so involved in their lives. What has happened since has been a tragedy for all the families involved. I never met Eric, but knew that he and his workers helped with some of the stonework on the remodels. Kouri and Eric helped stage a house that my son and I remodeled that Kouri found for us in Ogden. She listed it and had it sold in 3 days. Those were good times when the market was great for doing fix and flips, and we all benefited from it. Unfortunately, about the time of Eric's passing, the market changed and interest rates skyrocketed. Those who had house remodel properties suddenly found the buyer's market dried up and houses were not selling. We lost money as well as many of our friends in the real estate business. In watching some of the proceeding on court TV, I personally did not think that the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Kouri was guilty and responsible for Eric's death. I was surprised at the jury's verdict because it left doubt in my mind based on the testimonies given. Kouri has lost everything: her husband, her 3 young boys, friends, family, and her home. May I appeal to the court that her sentencing may grant her the possibility of parole at some future time. Thank you for your kind consideration. And also this name we're not.
Oh my
We
God.
also have several very short statements from people who have worked with Ms. Richins in the jail. These are volunteers that give their time, no money, that come to the jail to help people that are incarcerated to try to better themselves and better their lives. This first one is from the art class facilitator, Ms. Katie Fish. Dear Judge Mrazek, I'm writing to you today on behalf of Ms. Kouri Richins. I have known Kouri over the last 2 years within the context of the educational programs for the Summit County Justice Center. I facilitate an art class as a representative of Mountain Life Church. In that art class, Kouri's
Y'all don't know that girl?
peace and warm regard to the other inmates and those of us present as facilitators. While she's shown care for the other inmates, she has also been very respectful to those of us facilitating. Even when she had been carrying challenging emotions, she's conducted herself with respect and grace. I understand that my interactions have been limited and have been laced with an expectation of certain polite behavior, but it is also not just a given that inmates will uphold that same respect and decorum. She has chosen to present with ease, care, and grace. From the brief conversations we've had about her life, I do believe she's a different person from who she was before being there. I hope and pray that her heart continues to be led toward faith and transformation. Thank you for your time. The next individual is another volunteer who teaches the class of biblical truth at the jail. This individual is named Eric Eber. Dear Honorable Richard Mrazek, my name is Eric Marty Eber. Through Mountain Life Church in Park City, I've been a volunteer at the Summit County Jail for 8 years, helping to teach biblical truth to those incarcerated there and leading church services on Sunday afternoons. Kouri Richins has been a regular attendee of these services since May of 2023, the start of her incarceration, and has shown an amazingly consistent and upbeat, positive attitude. Kouri contributes in the church service discussions. She frequently comes alongside other inmates and encourages them to attend church as well. Not only does she encourage church attendance, she also carries the applicable issues that we discuss back to the pod where she resides, looking to find the peace and love of Jesus Christ in difficult situations where the inmates live. I have witnessed her kindness in talking with and encouraging fellow inmates that they can succeed in drug treatment programs, complete education programs, and work to overcome frustrations that come with poor decisions that end up with incarceration. Please call me with any questions or let me know what I can do to help with regards to Kouri Richins. And then the last one is also, I believe, a pastor that leads church services. Nope, I think I might pull that out. Yeah, I do. I don't think I have that one, so I may need, thank you. This next one then is from Craig Moline, who's one of the pastors as well. Can you read that? To the Honorable Richard Mrazek, Your Honor, I'm one of 4 people privileged to rotate in on Sunday afternoons for Mountain Life Church to lead church services with inmates at Summit County Jail. On any typical Sunday, we will pray with inmates, sing a couple of songs, no matter how bad it may sound, read a psalm and discuss it, and then teach on a subject from Scripture. For 3 years now, Kouri Richins has been in attendance to those services. We've seen her be hospitable to other inmates, inviting them to services. She's participated in discussions, and we've seen her as a help to other inmates. At the beginning, we gave her a study Bible that helps give life application hints along with an explanation of the text. I smiled recently when I saw her Bible sitting in front of her, and I observed it doesn't look new anymore. It looks like a well-read book. In our teaching and discussions, we've talked about being intentional about posturing our hearts before sovereign God and coming to Him with humility with our prayers. We talk about what it means to have a personal and intimate relationship with God through Jesus. She has acknowledged her faith in Jesus and acknowledged she has felt His peace in rough times, what is often expressed in the Psalms. She has commented when life around you falls apart, We still have a God to lean into and who reaches down and cares for us and gives us comfort and hope. The Kouri I know will thrive where she is. She will trust in her God for peace, and she will pray. She will continue to pray for her loved ones, and she will be a positive influence to those around her. Respectfully submitted. And then one last letter from the jail. Oh.
I'm sick of it.
This is also a volunteer, an individual named Heidi Tunney. Dear Judge Mrazek, I'm writing to you on behalf of Kouri Richins. I've been working with Kouri over the past 2+ years as a volunteer at the Summit County Correctional Facility. I taught her in the addiction recovery program. I attended church with her on occasion. I worked with her in a yoga program that I started at the facility for the incarcerated men and women too. I found Kouri to be very easy to work with and very enjoyable to be around. She was very thoughtful in her conversations in class. She always showed the utmost gratitude for anything that was done on her behalf. I also noticed that she was a leader among the other incarcerated women. She tended to be a peacemaker and stayed above the fray and away from the pettiness and challenges that sometimes arise among incarcerated women. The women in general respected her and looked to her as a leader. Kouri actually was one of the women that asked me to get a yoga program started for the incarcerated women. She saw a need there and she acted on it. I started and have taught that class for almost 2 years now. Kouri was the most dedicated student. She only missed a couple of times the entire time I taught, and the times she did miss were when she was meeting with attorneys or had court appearances. She has continued to attend even after she was found guilty at her trial. I wish nothing but the best for Kouri. She has a very long road ahead of her. I hope and pray she will continue to use the programs provided to those that are incarcerated to better herself and lead the other women around her. The last letter we have in this section is going to be read by Kouri's brother, Ronnie, who's here to read it himself. And then we're going to have, Mr. Ramos. There it is. Mr. Ramos make a few very brief comments. Then we'll conclude with our final 3, and then we'll close out with Ms. Lewis and Ms. Richins, unless the court needs a break. Is that all right?
No, it might make sense to take a break before Ms. Richins, given what you have previewed regarding timing.
Great suggestion, Your Honor. All right, this is, if Ronnie can come on up.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'd like to address the court with actually a personal letter to bring to Kouri. Little sister, I love you. I miss you. I miss our random banter. I miss your calls. I miss your constantly over-the-top positive attitude every time we speak. I miss our game nights. I miss our stupid finger gun dance after we won the game. I miss our holidays. I miss you sending the boys to wake me up on Christmas morning. Way too early after we've stayed up way too late preparing Christmas for them so that it would be absolute perfect. I miss our Sundays together.
Flag on the fucking play. Didn't the judge already say this morning to you can reference people in the courtroom, but talk to him?
Backyard games. I miss me and the boys running all over you at sports in the backyard and Eric getting mad because you weren't competitive enough and you were really just out there to have fun and laugh. I miss you constantly luring me into your newest ideas and getting me excited about them. I miss vacationing. I miss family volleyball. I miss playing Madden and FIFA with Eric and the boys. I miss your stupid goats. I miss the soccer games and the celebrations we created for the boys after they scored a goal. I miss Carter's smile and his obsession with dope videos. Ashton's freckles and his competitiveness. And Weston's baby blues and tenderheartedness. I miss hearing them say Wani and playing catch in your living room. I miss your family. I miss our family. I miss the life that was stolen. I miss the life that was stolen from us for reasons that we can't yet fully understand. We don't, with 100% certainty, know what happened to Eric, No one does, but we do know with 100% certainty that it wasn't caused by you. We know that.
And this is where he should have been sat
She
down.
knows it, and everyone watching this trial knows it. They could not prove their theory, just the opposite, and yet here we are. For some reason, unbeknownst to us, really bad things happen to really good people, Court, and you were just really too good of a person, I guess. I promised Dad a long time ago.
This
that I
is
always look after you,
disgusting.
Mom,
They shouldn't be able
and
to
I
do
do
this shit.
I promise.
It's one thing to say how great of a person she is and what redeemable
We'll get
qualities
this
she
together.
has, but just to
Some
outright
justice doesn't
say
occur here in this courtroom.
that's the verdict.
It'll be right
He
at
didn't
a
do it.
time. Your innocence will shine too brightly to be contained once you've actually had a fair shot at defending yourself. When the day comes, I just know somehow that you're going to change a lot of lives that really need your help. Until then, little sister, just know. Just know that I'm right by your side, and I'll always be right here for you. I love you.
Mr. Ramos.
Morning, Judge. Your Honor, I want to maybe begin by speaking just plainly and honestly. I disagree with the jury's verdict. I'm deeply saddened by the way that justice was rendered in this case. I don't believe that this outcome fully reflects the truth or the humanity involved. But our Constitution demands something difficult of all of us, especially of officers of the court. It demands restraint. It demands respect for the process, even when the outcome wounds us. And so, while I disagree with the verdict, I respect the jury's decision. And while I disagree with many of this court's rulings, I respect the lawful authority of this court, of Your Honor. This is because the rule of law only survives if we continue to honor it, even in moments of disappointment and pain. But as a Catholic, there's one authority higher than any courtroom, verdict, or government power, and that is God. I say that as a reminder of humanity and of human limitation. Our system of justice is imperfect because every human is imperfect. I think that humility matters here today. It matters because the sentence of life without parole risks becoming something greater than punishment. It risks becoming the declaration that redemption no longer matters. Late Pope Francis said that life without parole is just a death penalty in disguise because it extinguishes something fundamental to human dignity, that is hope. Hope to all involved, victims, condemned alike. Refusing to impose a sentence of life without parole today doesn't mean Kouri is going to walk free. It doesn't mean that she will someday leave custody. She may very well spend the rest of her natural life in prison. It also does not mean that her victims who have spoken today, her kids, doesn't mean that they have to forgive her. They may never change their minds. They may never forgive their mother. And also, no court has the authority to demand that they do. But refusing to impose a sentence of life without parole does mean that we do not close the door completely. It means we do not presume to know with absolute certainty what a human life, victim or condemned, may become decades from now. It means that we do not extinguish hope entirely. Time changes people, pain changes people, grief changes people. Even victims and victims' families over years and decades sometimes arrive at places their present suffering could never foresee. Some discover forgiveness, some discover peace, some simply discover that healing and permanent condemnation are not always the same thing.
I'm over this.
A sentence of life without parole assumes none of that human change matters.
We're gonna come back
Not
to
the
this.
change in the person condemned, not the change in those harmed. A life without parole sentence freezes every human being, victim and condemned, inside the worst moment of their life and declares that moment permanent. Our Constitution demands more restraint than that. Because a real measure of justice is not what we do when mercy is easy. It is whether we preserve humanity when mercy is hard. No sentence handed down today will undo suffering. A different verdict wouldn't have reversed tragedy. But there is a profound moral difference between saying you must be punished and saying you are beyond redemption forever. One is justice restrained by humility.
Any of those two exist?
Yes, for in this case, nightmares, insomnia, those are both reported to me. No presence of dissociative.
She's planning to speak for 30 whole damn minutes.
Dissociative reactions, but certainly 1 and 2, the distressing memories as well as nightmares.
So dissociative reactions, what would that be that you're saying he doesn't have?
So that is a dissociative reaction is when somebody may create like kind of like a fantasy type setting that they use to distract themselves from the reality of what their stressful situation is in the moment. So when people talk about dissociation, it's a way that they cope with extreme stress in the moment as opposed to facing it, they dissociate.
And then what are the next two, I guess, subcategories?
The next one is persistent avoidance of stimuli associated with the traumatic events, and then negative alternations and cognition.
I don't even know what that was.
You found those two exist?
Denver was here.
Yes, I
He
did.
had my other phone, but he just decided he was leaving. So
Now, you were provided some records. You were provided educational records and medical records from the Hillsborough County Jail staff, correct?
Correct.
And we saw some of that here. We saw the diploma where he was able to get his high school diploma while in the jail.
Yes.
Did you receive any records related to his time, the 3 years he spent in foster care? Any kind of Department of Children and Families or the old HRS?
I don't believe so.
So would it be fair to say that your diagnosis of the traumatic events being the, did you call it etiology?
Etiology.
Etiology, which would be the events that are really what causes the subsequent PTSD? Is that right? Am I understanding that correctly?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
So the events that occurred or he experienced or saw, witnessed while he was in foster care, it's your opinion that it is those events that are now causing these symptoms of PTSD?
I would say that would be the initial onset.
The initial onset. That's how you would term that?
Yeah.
Okay. So the existence of the causative initial onset, that would be, if I'm understanding you correctly, and you correct me if I'm wrong, solely based on his self-reporting to you, correct?
Yes, initially his self-reporting. I have since reviewed the mitigation report as well.
Okay. Now that's a mitigation report prepared by someone who is employed by Mr. Hernandez?
Miss Adams.
Miss Adams, okay.
Yes.
And Did she summarize in there anything that you relied upon, or?
Not necessarily that I relied upon, but I did review it. It was consistent with what I had gathered during my assessment.
Are these statements being made by, does it include statements being made by someone else or family members?
Family members.
Okay, but you yourself, you didn't interview any of those family members?
No.
So now you administered several measures or tests or scales that test for effort and malingering, correct?
Yes.
Did you measure or test for malingering as far as your mental status exam or your, I'm sorry, first of all, let's start with your diagnostic interview?
The diagnostic interview is really just based on my interview with him as well as substantiation from any of the records.
Okay. And that's when he's reporting to you as the historian of what occurred or what he saw when he was in foster care.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. So you're relying upon his credibility and his reliability as a historian for that information. Would that be accurate?
Yes, anytime I conduct a clinical interview, I'm relying on the individual that's giving me that information.
Now, Mr. Hernandez asked if you had some limited information from the underlying crimes in this case in general, the investigation of this case. I see on your report you have an indictment in relation to this case?
Correct.
So you know what the charges were against the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And are you now aware of what this jury has convicted him of?
Yes.
Okay. And other than convicting him of attempted second-degree murder on those 3 attempted murder counts, everything else would be the same, and you're aware of exactly what he is now currently been convicted of?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure. Other than the indictment, are you aware of any of the underlying facts of the case?
Only what's been provided of me. To me.
Have you seen, or has it been provided to you, the videos that depict the actual murder itself?
No.
The videos or images that depict the defendant's appearance during the time of the murder?
No.
Are you aware of the very violent nature of the murder and how the murder occurred?
To some degree, I'm aware.
Were you aware of the fact that the defendant and his co-defendants transported multiple weapons to the crime scene and fired multiple weapons simultaneously during this event?
I don't think I was aware of that, no.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that the defendant was firing a fully automatic weapon?
No, I was not aware.
And it was being fired in fully automatic mode, rapid fire? You're not aware of that?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that his co-defendant was standing just feet away from him shooting an AR-15 chambered in 5.56 NATO at a fairly high semi-automatic cyclical rate?
No.
You would agree with me, I'm assuming you have some knowledge of 9mm pistols and AR-15 rifles and the percussion and the sound that they cause when they're fired?
Yes.
And if it's a dark or dimly lit area, or if it's just night and you're in an area that has ambient lighting, it's still going to result in
Overruled, go ahead.
still going to result in muzzle flashes. You would agree with that, in addition to percussion?
Yes.
The relevance is if he gonna have flashbacks and shit dark in the dark with crazy sounds, is gonna trigger his PTSD. Is what he's saying.
Are you aware of the fact that the defendant, after this murder, after leaving the city of Tampa and returning back to Jacksonville, to his home city, that he shortly thereafter drove one of the vehicles used in the murder and fled the state?
No.
And were you aware, or were you given any of the details about the subsequent interview of the defendant that occurred at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
No.
Now, if a defendant is interviewed within, say, month and a half of the offense date, and he's being interviewed by the police. Is that something that you would want to consider as a neuropsychologist, as far as it goes to the reliability of that person as a historian? Maybe look at them being pressure tested in an interview setting like that.
You know, in terms of records, I'm always open to review any records. The degree to which they're going to impact my opinion, I don't really know until I see them.
Okay. Now, those records were not provided to you, correct?
Correct.
All right. And there was no request made by you or your office for those records, right?
Correct.
If the defendant in the interview with detectives who are interviewing him about this case lied to the detectives, would that be something that you would have considered in evaluating the credibility of the defendant as your major historian in this case?
It could be based on what the information was.
Okay. And if the defendant lied to the police multiple times and then started changing the lies to comport with evidence he was being confronted with, would that also potentially be significant?
It's hard to say how significant it would be on my opinion, because my opinion is rooted in his mental health condition. So whether that would relate to any mental health issues that I'm exploring during my evaluation, it's just, I can only say maybe.
You would agree with me that the depictions of what
Hot
occurred,
mess.
the etiology, am I saying that right? Etiology?
Etiology, yes.
The etiology of this PTSD that you've diagnosed the defendant with, what he actually saw and experienced is coming directly from the defendant's mouth. You may have some documents where he has told other people something similar. Is that right?
I'm not, what's the question?
Well, let me rephrase. The major source of it is the defendant.
Yes. Anytime I'm conducting an evaluation with a person trying to determine their condition, my primary source is going to be that individual, their responding, their results, their information, and whatnot.
That part, and they also didn't pivot when they heard it.
Jump around, but going back to what he related to you about school, he told you he got good grades, right?
I believe so, yes.
We have one moment.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay. Redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ready to go?
Thank you.
Let them go.
All right, very good. Members of the jury, it's a little after, it's 12:05, so we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess. We're going to reconvene today at 1:30, all right? So just remember my previous instructions. Don't talk to anybody about anything related to this case. Don't read, watch, listen to any news or social media posts. See you back here at 1:30.
All rise.
And it's just now, it's 2:30 yesterday. Here go the brain scans.
All jurors are out there.
Okay, very good. All right, so we come back at 1:30. It's going to be your next doctor, correct? Okay, and then do you have additional witnesses?
Patrick Rubino.
And what do you do?
I'm an adult neurologist. And could you give us some idea of your background, your training?
All right. Well, a long time ago, I went to Northeastern Ohio University's College of Medicine, now called Northeastern Ohio Medical University, as part of a 6-year BS&D program. And I went to my BS at Kent State and my MD in 6 years.
Okay.
And then I went on to do my transitional residency at Akron City Hospital, and then my neurology residency at USF here in Tampa.
And how long have you been practicing neurology?
26 years.
And do you have any licenses?
Is it her
Licensed in
turn
the state of
now?
Florida.
And are you in private practice?
I am.
And have you ever been allowed to offer an opinion or give an opinion in the field of neurology?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
82, 83, something like that.
In state court and federal court, or?
State and federal, yes, but all in Florida.
And doctor, what is?
I still got it up, Miss Lewis, old thin head
Neurologist
ass.
is a doctor who is trained in disorders of the brain, spinal cord, nerve, and muscle. So I deal with everything from dementias, head injuries, Parkinson's disease, movement disorders, Huntington's disease, spine disorders, MS, seizures, peripheral neuropathy, balance problems, and then unfortunately a lot of pain too.
And so then you have clinical patients that you see on a daily or weekly basis, I assume?
Yes,
And were you retained by my office in this case?
I was.
And what were you tasked with doing?
To evaluate neurologically, I think specifically because he'd had some head injuries, I was tasked to find something to order some imaging.
Okay, and did you actually meet with Davion Murphy?
I did meet with Mr. Murphy, yes.
Okay, and was that at the jail?
At the jail here in Tampa, yes.
And did you do some type of evaluation or something with him?
I did a history and I did a neurological examination.
And tell us what that is. What did you do?
A neurological examination is different than a general physical exam because it focuses on the nervous system. The first part is called mental status. Then I'll assess cranial nerves, which are the nerves coming out of your brain to your head. And then the rest of the motor system, like arms and legs. I test for motor strength, tone, sensory examination, coordination, and gait, which is the ability to walk.
I could approach the witness. Well, actually, Judge, I think the state would be stipulating to the introduction of Defense Exhibit 4.
We do, Your Honor. No objection.
Okay, very good. Be admitted.
Thank you. These gadgets. Is this what you're kind of talking about?
Well, this is the first part, the mental status. So I do a standardized test for the mental status called a MOCA, Montreal Cognitive Assessment. And this is how he did.
So in that first section, the visual-spatial or executive functioning, what was Mr. Murphy asked to do?
He was asked to complete the trails, which is the first task on the upper left side, where you're supposed to connect the 1 to the A to the 2, and connect the rest of them in the same pattern that's been established.
And then what about the cube?
You're supposed to copy the cube.
And how did he fare on both of these tests?
He did the trails okay, but the cube was not good at all.
Okay. And then draw a clock. How did he do on that?
The clock he did okay, except the hands, he couldn't figure out exactly where the 11 went on 10 past 11.
Okay, and is there a number of points that are assessed or given to each one of these different tasks?
Yes, on the clock, the contour of the clock is a point. The numbers report on it, that's a 2, although one can argue his spacing is off because there's a lot of space in it between the 1 and the 2 and the 2 and the 3, but I gave it to him. And the hands, that's what he failed, is the hands.
Okay. And then, looks like you got 3 out of 5 on that, points.
On naming, because he was able to name the lion, the rhinoceros, and the camel.
What I'm talking about here, the first.
Oh, yeah, 3 out of 5 on the,
3 out of 5.
yes,
And then on the naming,
he named the animals correctly.
3 out of 3. And then the memory portion, tell us about what that is.
Memory portion is I give him the 5 words faith, velvet, church, daisy, and red. And I'll say that 3 or 4 times and have him repeat it to me. And then I'll say, I'm going to ask you these, I'm going to ask this of you in a few minutes if we do the rest of the test.
And how did you do on that?
He ended up getting 4 out of 5 right.
I think the judge is going to go with whatever the jury recommends. I don't know what the jury's going to recommend, but I don't think the judge will
This
change
is where I
it.
tell him to repeat numbers, and I'll give him the numbers. First one is forward order, and the second one is reverse order, backwards.
Okay. And the points on that one?
He couldn't get he didn't do the one that was in reverse.
And then you've got language, abstraction, delayed recall, and orientation. Is this your initial evaluation kind of thing that you do, or is this something different?
This is part of the mental status component of the neurological examination.
And do you do that in the beginning or towards the end after you?
I do that in the beginning of the neurological portion of things.
All right. What else do you do in addition to this? Is there some type of exercises with the arms and hands or something?
Well, then I test his cranial nerves.
Okay, tell us about that.
So the cranial nerve is going to be testing for the nerves that go to your face and structures of your head. Part of that is going to be oculomotor, which is the eyes. So I'll have him pull my finger as I draw an H, and I'll watch his eye movements. And his eye movements, he had some jerking in his eyes. I couldn't call it nystagmus, but it was really bizarre. I've never really seen it before.
Crazy.
But it's abnormal.
And how did you do that test?
I draw an H and have him fall. I draw an H with my finger and have him fall, have him track my finger with his head sitting still.
So can you demonstrate for us?
Yes. Just follow my finger. And you go in, check for convergence.
Is that similar to the horizontal gaze nystagmus test?
He said maybe something been wrong with his ass.
It's going to be similar because they're looking for the same thing.
What is that?
Nystagmus.
Which is?
Jerking of the eyes. There's usually a fast and slow component. It was close to nystagmus, but he had no fast and slow. It's all the same component. It's all just jerky.
And you had no reason to believe that Davion Murphy was under the influence of anything?
No, he was not. I mean, he's in jail, but I didn't think he was under influence of anything.
And you say you've never seen that before? Is that what you said?
It was just bizarre. Okay. I've been looking at a lot of eyes, and I haven't seen him jerk quite like that.
But you have seen eyes that have jerked.
Yes.
And what is that a symptom of?
It's usually, it could be one of two things. One would be if he's currently experiencing vertigo, that can cause some nystagmus. He wasn't having any vertigo. So the other thing that causes it is the disruption in the brainstem, where the oculomotor nuclei exist. There's going to be some disruption to it. And usually you see that in people with brain injury is that they don't just damage their cortex or cerebral hemispheres, they damage their whole brain.
Okay. What other kind of physical testing or examinations did you do?
Next, I assessed his motor examination.
Okay.
Where I have him resist deltoids, biceps, arm, wrist flexors and extensors, and hand intrinsics, leg flexor, leg extensor, quadriceps extensor, and foot dorsiflexion. And then he had 5 out of 5 at that. He was full strength, no weakness. But when I checked his tone was elevated. Now, let me
What
explain.
does that mean? You say his tone
What's
was
that mean?
elevated? Yes.
So I have him with one arm, have him draw a circle, sort of like this. While I then work with the other hand, trying to have him relax. While he was doing this, he was unable to relax and exhibited a tone increase, and contrary to both sides. Most people, when you do that, they can relax because they're fully capable. He wasn't able to do that.
So what is that indicative of?
Upper motor neuron, basically somewhere in his brain is not working right.
Okay. Did you administer any other physical tests? And if you need to refer to your report, you're
Let me
more
look
than
at
welcome. Just tell me.
You fucked up. You fucked up.
Then I did reflexes.
Come on, thin head Edna.
Okay.
Deep tendon reflexes, which I use my reflex hammer and tap on his tendons and places.
And what did that tell you? If anything.
Well, he had normal reflexes in his arms, 2 out of 5. In his legs, in his patellas, he had 3 out of 5. But his ankle jerks were 1 out of 5. He also had a cross adductor.
A what? I'm sorry.
It's called a cross adductor.
Okay. What is that?
It's a pathological reflex.
Which means?
It means that he has an upper motor neuron problem. And basically, upper motor neurons is meaning spinal cord or brain. Okay. There's a problem. And the increased reflexes in patella and decreased in his ankle jerks telling us something else is going on.
What do you mean?
Well, then I did a sensory examination, and he had sensory loss, all compatible for a polyneuropathy.
You say polyneuropathy?
Yes, polyneuropathy.
And what does that mean?
He has something going on that's causing him to develop nerve damage in his legs. That eventually is going to give numbness, tingling, and balance problems in the future.
And do you attribute that to anything?
But considering he's 5'11" and 300 pounds, I would, if I'm a betting man, he's at least pre-diabetic.
How about saying neuropathy? It usually happens to diabetic.
Any of the other physical examinations that you conducted?
Correct.
Did you do anything else?
I ordered MRI with DTI, NeuroQuant, and I did a CT PET.
Okay, let's talk about that.
Okay.
What's a CT PET? What is that?
A PET scan is a nuclear study. Basically, what happens is a radio-labeled sugar is administered. Well, your brain, sugar, it's glucose. Glucose is a type of sugar. It's the main sugar your brain uses. Matter of fact, it's the primary food your brain needs. Only other thing that uses glucose, either use glucose or ketones in starvation, but glucose is what it uses.
Okay. So the person is injected with some kind of sugar?
It's radioactive glucose, basically. That's a simple way of saying it. Radio labeled means radioactive. Medical grade. Anyhow, this is injected in the body, and they track it as it goes into the brain. They do a CT first, so they have something to map it on. That's why it's called CT PET. Otherwise, it'd just be a blob in space. So they map it onto a CT, and the parts of the brain that uses glucose would be the cortex. The cortex is where the neuron cell bodies exist. Neuron cell bodies give rise to axons. Axons don't use any sugar.
What's the purpose of an axon?
Axon is, as part of this neuron, axon is the part that traverses to other
how to get out.
It connects synapses at the end of this axon. It's part
And
of the
communicate with other parts of the brain?
Yeah, it's the wire.
The wires, okay. All right. And then, did you explain that one? The CT PET. So is that,
Well, I'm still.
sorry, go ahead.
So the cortex should light up, and all the cortex should be relatively the same intensity of sugar use because it's all doing the same thing, all being used.
Okay. And then the MRI DTI?
We did an MRI and DTI. I never did get a neuroquant. That wasn't provided.
So tell us what an MRI DTI is.
MRI is going to be a little different. It tells us about structure. Structure would be if you had a brain tumor, I would be able to see it. If you had a stroke, I would be able to see it. DTI is a little bit different where it stands for diffusion tensor imaging. And this uses MRI technology to try to tease out water flow. And water flow is basically how axons show up on MRI. And there's a hole in the axons. It'll show us a hole in the DTI.
Okay, so you ordered those two different scans for Davion Murphy.
Those are those are
scans.
two different scans.
Okay,
and MRI and CT PET.
Did you make a PowerPoint in order to go through these scans to explain your findings?
I did.
Okay, and is that the first page of your PowerPoint?
That'd be the first one. It'll be on my name and what it is.
All right, so this is the first image, and maybe
I had some controls here, but they're gone now.
well, you got here. I can push it. So will this assist you in helping explain what's going on in some of these images?
Yes. So
No objection to its use, Judge.
Okay.
this part, this first image is a slice right about through here, to the very pretty top of it.
Go to the next one.
Well, I need. Can I have my pointer back?
Your pointer?
There's supposed to be a pointer here. It was on here, but it's gone.
Oh. That was my mouse.
There it is.
Okay. What does that
Well,
mean?
if you need to stand up to point something out to the jury, you can do so, okay? 'Cause
Oh. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Getting still yapping.
This is very important, this scan right here. This red.
Judge, can we have a question?
Why she need to change if she's so damn innocent? That's what I don't
What does
get.
that red dot on the left side of the screen indicate to you?
That indicates that that's what brain is supposed to look like.
Okay.
The red is going to be where you get more higher glucose utilization.
Okay. Is there a lot of glucose metabolism by the brain on this image?
Right there.
Okay. What about the rest of the image?
This front is diminished, and more so the back part.
So are you saying that this red should be throughout?
This red should be
bleeding, Your Honor.
This red should be all the way around here. The blue is the myelinated fibers. That's white matter, so it's not going to be sugar. But
Judge, I'm going to object on unresponsive.
What is the blue color? The blue colors indicate?
it's the myelinated fibers or the axons. It
Okay.
doesn't use sugar, so it's blue.
Okay. So that's normal. The blue is normal.
Objection deleting, Your Honor.
Okay, overall, go ahead.
Is there something on the very tip there that you noticed?
That thing is a calcification along the falx. I don't think it's pertinent to anything, but theoretically, on one of the images I looked at, that you will look at later, there's some red next to it. This tells me that it could be a focal seizure.
Okay.
Judge, I'm
Can
gonna
you-
object, and that's the approach.
Okay.
I see. I imagine when they come back, Corey gonna be yapping. Corey has a full-on allocation that she wants to state, and they said it's unusually long, and it could probably take about 30 minutes. Oh, then this is really going to make your day. Corey is thought to possibly be doing her allocution for about 30 minutes. She's up next.
Okay, Doctor, the state just informed me that your testimony that you just gave about a potential is it focal, F-O-C-A-L?
Focal seizure.
Okay, that's brand new.
Well, when I looked at images last night, I said, what's this good for?
Yeah, well, you can't do that.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah. Okay, we can't really take it back, but don't do that again. So this was rather last minute, and the state had to depose you Monday. And so you can't discuss any opinions that were not disclosed to the state.
Okay.
Okay? Okay.
She said, don't do that shit no more. He done found a damn, what was it, a seizure? So did they end for the day? Because it definitely just kicked us all the way to the end.
Which can affect his behavior. It's going to be visual association cortex and vision. This is where you see.
All right, here it goes. I think they already ended for the day. Yeah, because it's no longer live.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, and with regards to the last answer from this witness, it's been stricken and you all are to disregard it. Okay, very good. You may proceed.
All right, let's go to the next slide,
Oh,
okay?
no, we're still going to talk about this.
Oh, yes, go ahead. Just speak up so that we can,
All right.
I'll hear you.
So what this looks like is a concept known as coup contra coup. It's a term in neuropathology where you have the site of impact. When the head gets hit, the brain suffers the area where it got hit. But as the brain shifts backwards, the back part, the opposite side of the brain hits the skull, and that causes more brain damage. So coup contra coup. So we have this impairment up here, and then this vast greenness back down here, where the contra coup would be. Next
Okay.
slide.
And you, okay, we'll talk about it on a different slide. Oops. What about this slide?
Basically the same thing.
The same thing, which is not a lot of red.
Where you have the green back here, not a lot of, you have a little almost red in here. That's relatively protected in head injury. But the front part and the back part are all diminished sugar capacity.
And these are slices.
These are all slices of the brain as if we're going through it this way. Axials.
And then what about this slide? And just for the record, these are the CT, the PET scans?
This is the PET scan.
Okay.
There's the most remarkable of the images I had.
Okay, gotta speak up.
There's the most remarkable. Anyhow, this just shows that there's no point of where there's very little red here, just right here and right here. The rest of the whole brain is diminished, which supports intellectual disability.
So are we getting deeper and deeper? Each,
Getting deeper into the
each
brain,
slice
yes.
is deeper into the brain.
Yes.
And what is the blue? What is that? Is that a normal amount and where it's at?
The blue is all within the center of the two halves. And that blue represents white matter, which is myelinated fibers, which is where the axons are, and don't use much sugar, if any.
So then what are we seeing in these last three images? We're seeing brain damage.
Judge, I'm going to object to leading.
Sustain is to leading.
What do you see, doctor?
What I see is a diminished use of glucose, which may be from traumatic brain injury, but maybe something else as well. There may be more here that I don't know what happened because this is so profound.
When you say the brain damage is so profound, can you expand on that?
This is going to be from brain injury, the front and the back. That's where most of his brain injury occurred. But all this, it just seems that there could be something more than just brain injury, traumatic brain injury.
And can you just, the different lobes of the brain, and you know you have that brain that you have in your hand, can you tell us, kind of explain the different lobes?
Can you imagine getting this type of health information in front of the world? Like, you made something wrong with me.
Sit down if he's not. Yeah, I can sit down. Can you sit down for us?
All right, so this model, this is the frontal lobe. This is the part of the brain that makes us, because this is where most behavior arises from. Does our planning, our decision to do right and wrong, our language, our ability to speak, it's all in the frontal lobe. Temporal lobe is going to be memory and emotion.
Can you show on the other side? I don't know if the jury can see you.
Right in here, that's temporal lobe.
Okay.
Parietal lobe is going to be spatial orientation, arithmetic, a lot of things that we don't really point out in court.
Okay.
The occipital lobe is going to be visual association cortex and vision. This is where you see and place meaning on what you see.
Okay. And so far in these images, are you able to determine whether there has been damage to any of those lobes of the brain?
Yes, all of them.
All of them. All of the lobes that you just described.
All the lobes I just discussed have impairment to them.
Okay, what about this image? I think it's the fourth one.
Same thing. It just shows this diminished glucose uptake globally in his brain.
Your Honor, if I could, can I just consult with opposing counsel real quick?
Yes.
Oh Lord, they're trying to take me out of here. Corey's still on break. We know they're done for the day. About an hour to go. I thought he was about to jump back into the scans. That's crazy though. That's scary. To hear that at 28, 29, like every lobe they've discussed is impaired. You probably thought your eye just ticked sometimes. You probably thought your ankle just jumped sometimes, and it's really indicative of issues that he's looking at. That there could be a glucose issue, there could be a diabetic issue. You're already experiencing neuropathy and never even been told you're diabetic. You need glucose for your brain, and of course your pancreas is going to control that, which will make you or not make you diabetic. And if that glucose is not making it to your brain, then there's probably some sort of imbalance that you didn't even know about. You could have
talking about, I
you
believe it
could have
is,
all these
I
things
said it was
in it.
slide 4, it's actually slide 5 of
And look
18.
forward to balance issues
I
because
think
you
so. I
got
think this is
sensory
it.
loss.
Okay, and you said that this image indicated to you that all these slides, including this one, the slide 5,
I'll tell you what.
Right. Parts
this
of his frontal
woman-
lobe, the lateral portions of his frontal lobe appear to be okay
Write
or
to you
work
one
better
more
than
time
other parts of his
at
frontal lobe.
this job
Whereas the rest of
about a
that's the only
question
parts
that's
that work
already been
reasonably
answered
well.
twice.
Where can you show us where that is?
Outside of it being right in the
Malingering.
SOP,
Where it works
I'm
well.
going to spaz.
Where it works well.
Yes.
Go back a couple slides.
Oh.
He's pissing me off.
That's slide 3.
Well, this is where
It's almost amazing that he could do anything.
frontal lobes is where it's working.
I don't
relatively
buy
better
that they
than
just weren't able to function and like
That's
they
going
had
to
to
be
be
all
reminded to blink. I don't buy that. I understand
Is
that
because
their
of the
IQ
red?
was
There's
There's a little bit of
little
red. There's a little red mixed in there.
they were functioning at a certain rate, but they
it's not
adapted to be
solid.
able to survive.
And
Period.
that could be from maybe they didn't dose enough.
It's just
but this
sad
is-
what they
it's all
chose to
relative.
adapt to.
Green should never be in any part of the cortex.
Okay, you can have a seat.
I'd be in there slobbering and crying.
Maybe they didn't dose enough.
Y'all had to
Then
pick
you
me
said
up off
you
the floor.
realize that
That just
that's
sound like I'm
not
finna go
the issue.
right now.
Can you explain what you mean by that and why you came up to that opinion or conclusion?
PET scan is all relative, meaning that the cortex should be of relative similar values because it's all cell bodies of neurons that use sugar and they all use it relatively equally.
Okay, so there wouldn't be, so it would be underdosed.
It would be, if it's underdosed, it would all still look the same. It would just be all yellow
Right.
or all green.
Okay.
The fact that there's some red in there means that no, that's not the case. His brain simply didn't process the sugar.
It would have been uniform throughout the.
Yes, uniform along the cortex. You still would have blue.
And where's the cortex at?
Everything is not blue.
Is that what we think of as the brain?
Cortex is going to be the surface of your brain.
Like what you mean it ain't processing the sugar?
It's what we call gray matter versus white matter.
What's the difference?
Gray matter, well,
He is. He
pathology,
knows you make
it's
quite-
gray on pathology. White matter has got myelin in it, so it's white. Cortex involves cell bodies of the neurons. White matter contains white myelinated axons.
So I think we were on, I'm going to go to slide 6.
Yes.
2 different images there. What are we looking at?
I'm just pointing out that this loss of metabolism is pervasive throughout the brain.
This loss of what? I didn't hear you.
Metabolism.
Metabolism.
Loss of metabolism is throughout the brain. It's not just frontal lobe and back. It's just,
Can you pull that microphone just a little closer?
that whole brain is.
It's him. He's
impaired.
chewing on his tongue.
All right, and this is slide 7. What do we see here?
What we're looking at here is a coronal image. Kind of chopping through this way. And what I'm looking at here the center part here is the anterior cingulate gyrus.
What is that?
The anterior cingulate gyrus is part of your cingulate, is part of your limbic system. The limbic system is your emotional system, but it's uniquely positioned in the frontal lobe because it's to do with behavior arising out of emotion. People with impaired anterior cingulates tend to act on their emotions because they have no stop sign in their brain.
I missed that last part. You said because they act on.
Girl, you better start paying attention because you pissing him off, and now you better piss me off.
They
He
act on
said he's
mission
impaired
because
at
they
the
have
emotion, and he ain't
stop
got no stop sign to tell him
Don't do
to
that.
hold up before he act.
Anything else on these two slides?
Yeah, shit, you acting like this woman
Other
over
than
here. Don't
just
you
a
do
little
it,
bit of red here and everything else
Joanne? If you asking one more motherfucking thing,
reduced.
I'm gonna go to slide 8.
go ahead and
What
see
are we
your
looking at here?
supervisor on this because there's
It's more the
obvious
same, but
training
the
that
singular gyrus
you
still
need
being here.
with. They're gonna have to
And
take
the
you
rest
into
of
some
it
sort of
is-
remedial training because bothering me all day when I'm trying to get my shit done.
Essentially,
is
it's not
the way to go,
firing
Mayor.
or
It's dangerous.
connecting.
Objection to leading.
It's not,
Sustained deleting, ask your question again.
Jesus.
What does that mean?
it means it's not metabolizing sugar, which means there's not a whole lot of axon or not a whole lot of cell bodies using sugar, which means it's not working very well.
And what about that top right image? Oh, is that the next slide? That's the next
Yes, this
slide.
slide.
Slide 9.
All right. Now we talked a lot about frontal lobe before. That was all frontal lobe we're talking about. Now we're talking about temporal lobe.
What's that? Where on the brain is that?
Temporal lobe is this part right here. This is temporal lobe. Part of this. That's temporal lobe.
And you have I'm sorry, do you have one of those on each side of our brains?
Yes.
Okay.
We have two temporal lobes. And this shows those temporal lobes are basically green.
So what does that mean?
That they're not that they're not metabolizing much sugar.
And because they're not metabolizing much sugar, what does that mean?
That they're not functioning very well.
Okay. What if anything does that cause when those two lobes are not functioning well?
If your anterior temporal lobes do not function well, it usually means that you don't process emotion very well. And when you combine that, you cannot process emotion very well with that anterior cingulate I was talking about, how you can't have a stop sign for bad emotion. It usually leads to people doing things on emotion that is not usually good.
All right, slide 10. What is that? Same thing? Just deeper into the brain?
Slide 10 shows me that right there is almost blue, and it's supposed to be cortex.
It's supposed to be brain.
It's supposed to be cortex, not
Okay.
not axons. It's cortex.
He's giving you a test, ma'am.
And it is barely eating any sugar, and it's barely working at all.
And if that part is not working at all, what does that equate to?
Emotional regulation.
All right, slide 11. It looks like we have a PET scan and then an MRI to the right.
No, it's a CAT scan.
CAT scan? Okay.
Girl, you better quit getting them wrong. You pissing them off.
The blue extends out to here.
It's terrible.
And the reason I included the CAT scan is you
He
can
said
see
you
that
paid for me to testify, not teach.
there's cortex over there.
So what does that mean?
It just doesn't work.
So those two slides correlate to one another.
Objection to leading.
Sustain, that's deleting.
How do those why do you put those two images on this?
Because it's the same
page?
section showing you that there's brain there, it just doesn't work. And this is a chrono view of the same
Slide
thing.
12. Sorry, go ahead.
This is a chrono view, meaning the slice this way, but through the temporal lobes.
She wasn't ready for him.
Blue right there,
Right where?
right where I'm pointing.
I know, but what is it called?
Temporal lobe.
Okay.
It's the same image I was shown before, just a different view of it, to show that this is not just a optical delusional. This is real. This is a abysmal function in that temporal lobe.
All right, slide 13. What are we looking at?
All right, now this is MRI DTI.
And what, if anything, do we see on this slide?
Well, let me try to explain what
Sure.
what this is. This is a representation of diffuser tensor imaging. What the sequence on the left indicates is intact water flow. When there's a gyrus or a sulcus, when the brain has involutions,
Can you show us on the,
Pissing him off.
I don't know if anyone can see this,
okay,
but the brain has a bunch of divots in it, and et cetera. Those divots are called sulcuses, and the areas that are raised are called gyruses.
the area of the what?
The areas that are raised are called gyruses.
I still didn't get you.
The areas that are raised are called
Male.
gyruses,
Oh, gotcha, okay.
and the areas that are lower are called sulcuses
Okay,
or sulci.
okay.
It's actually gyri is the correct way of saying it. All right. Anyhow, let me project right.
Let me go to the next slide.
Well, I'll try to make it work, but it's hard to see. For me, it's better on your screen so what I can see. But like this little hole, like these holes all over the place, most of them are supposed to be there because the brain has natural crevices. There's not going to be any axonal flow over areas of space. So it's going to create a hole illusion. But right here, someone right there, there's nothing. There's no sulci, there's no division. That's in the middle of the brain, middle of the frontal lobe. That's the left frontal lobe that has axonal damage to it.
You said it's called a hole. Are you saying that there's a hole in the brain, or you're saying
There's a disruption of axonal flow
which produces a hole
on the image, yes.
on the image? Okay. In the frontal lobe.
This is the left frontal lobe.
I'm sorry, left?
Left frontal lobe, yes.
Okay. And why is that significant?
You said a hole?
Well, part of it is one of his frontal lobes is showing it abnormal on the DTI. But you have two frontal lobes, so typically you need both frontal lobes to be impaired to be really impaired.
All right, slide 14. What are we looking at here?
Same thing right here, but maybe a continuation of the one that we just saw.
So we shouldn't be seeing a dark image on that area of that slide where you pointed, the upper right.
No, we should not be. Possibly one of these down here might be also included, but we're not really focusing on that.
And why is that?
We're not focusing on it because it has nothing to do with behavior.
Okay, that deals with something else.
Yes, some other cognition that he's deficient in.
Okay, slide 15. What is this? Just different sections. Just, I guess we're getting closer to the top of the brain.
Yeah, let me see. here, this one is here. But also on the flare sequence, there's this white patch right below the cortex in the white matter, which represents scar tissue in the brain.
How does one get scar tissue in the brain?
Traumatic brain injury.
Can you
Talk to her
explain
like
that
you-
for us, please?
It's right there, but this screen is not showing it very well. You need to look at your own screens where I'm pointing.
Yes. All right, now we're at slide 16. What is this?
This is the right frontal lobe. Both frontal lobes have some axonal damage to them.
He is over it. He said, didn't I tell you? He's making me laugh right now because I literally feel like when somebody is
Slide
looking at the
17.
actual directions and still asking me what to do.
Now we're revisiting the PET scan again in that temporal lobe where it was so diminished. Then we have a hole right over here. Here we have, there was brain there. And there, for the next slide, there's no function there. Same spot, two different studies, that temporal lobe is damaged.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to slide 17. Can you point one more time? That's the same area we're looking at?
Right there. Right in the right temporal lobe, which is on the left side of the image, because left and right differences in radiology. We have that same area.
And that's 19, Council?
This is 18.
Oh, 18.
And you point to that area because it's mostly blue or green? Or
It has both
what?
blue and green in it, but there's supposed to be at least a yellow or an orange.
All right, so based upon, you can sit down, based upon your evaluation of these images, and do you look at images? Are you qualified to look at and review images? Isn't that something that you do as a neurologist?
Yes, I look at a lot. I look at a lot of brains.
And based upon your review of the PET,
CT PET.
CT PET, and the MRI, DTI scans, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes,
What is it?
that Davion Murphy suffers from traumatic brain injury with damage particularly to his frontal lobe, occipital lobe, and temporal lobes, which can affect his behavior.
And there's no way of determining when this injury occurred, or when these injuries, it looks like, it sounds like to me that there's multiple impacts of some sort.
Objection, lady.
Sustained. Rephrase.
Is there any way to put a time frame on this brain damage?
No, there's only, all it tells us what it is now, or actually last week, because the scans are not that old.
Is this something,
Baby, when that man said, listen, it's all blue and green, there should be some red and yellow. He didn't broke it down to colors. He absolutely is calling this woman stupid. He did not come to teach. He came to testify, and he don't understand why he's still sitting there.
well, no, you saw the scar tissue. How long does it take for scar tissue to develop in the brain?
The scar tissue takes a lot more time. If it was acute, if it was like
Somebody
in the
starts
last
speaking to
couple
you in
weeks,
colors.
it would show up more as a signal on DWI, which is a stroke indicator. When there's acute damage, it shows up on DWI, The DWO is normal.
Lawyer by heart. That's what I
But
was
the rest
thinking.
of the brain appeared normal except for the white matter lesion I showed.
You tell me that somebody does not know how to
and the
regulate emotion. They don't have a stop sign to stop them from going and doing the most when they don't know how to regulate that emotion, and they don't know how to process it. That sounds like somebody say something to them and they'll set them up, conceal themselves, and walk them down like a dog with a rifle on fully auto. They don't have no stop sign, right?
Typically by
one fish, two fish, quiet storm.
I mean, is there a treatment? I guess. I don't know.
I mean, usually,
what, a lobotomy?
Sometimes you use low dose treatments for attention deficit disorder, but he already has attention deficit disorder and doesn't do well on stimulants. I think the best option for him is a structured environment.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay, Ross?
No.
Yes,
Oh, I agree with everything the doctor said. The fool throwed off. We know
Yes,
that.
Good afternoon.
Doctor, we just spoke a couple of days ago. Your deposition was taken on Monday.
Yes.
Okay. And you found out, I believe you said Friday or Saturday, that you would be testifying in this case?
I found out on Friday or Saturday, whenever I got the scans, and I reviewed them. And if they were negative, I wasn't going to be testifying because I had nothing to say. But unfortunately, I had to cancel some of my day in my office to be here. I was hoping not to find anything. I was hoping to be a normal scan, but it wasn't. And
Okay, so is that a yes or a no?
No. Yeah.
Okay. When I took your deposition on Monday,
Yes.
you had told me you had just found out. When I asked you that, you said I found out Friday or Saturday that I would be testifying.
I found out when I got the scans. Yes.
Okay. And the scans were just taken last week, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you were a practicing radiologist. You have a clinical practice, correct?
No, I'm a practicing neurologist.
I'm sorry, neurologist. In fact, you're not a radiologist, correct?
I'm not a radiologist, correct?
Right. And radiologists will frequently examine MRI scans like these. Well, these are PET scans, but some of those were MRI DTI scans. They will utilize those as a diagnostic, correct?
Yes.
In your clinical practice as a neurologist, you see patients, and I think you talked about some of the types of patients you see.
Yes.
You see MS patients, correct?
Yes.
People for pain management.
Yes.
People that have, I'm trying to remember the first term, neuropathy.
Polyneuropathy?
I'm sorry, poly? Did you say poly?
Yeah, polyneuropathy.
Oh, I didn't flip right. Hold on. Let me take this one down. I guess it got sick of me flipping live screens. Let's try it again. Kouri is at the podium. All right. Now they said she gonna need about 30 minutes, so let's see what she talking about.
My sweet baby boys.
I
know that today you don't want to speak to me, have a relationship with me. You may think you hate me, and that's okay. I will never be angry at you for your feelings. When the day comes that you're ready, I will be here for you, waiting for you, and loving you. But I need you boys to know and understand that I have been desperately trying to get in contact with you any way that I can for years. That all of my communication has been completely cut off from you since early 2024. And now I will use any opportunity I can to get a message to you. Even if that means sharing it publicly to the world, fully restrained,
in my jail clothes, in one of the most horrible situations possible. I don't care, and I'm not embarrassed or ashamed by any of it. All I care about is you boys. I will do whatever it takes for you to hear the truth from me and to come home to you. For the time being, I don't know when that is or when my next opportunity will be. So for now, bear with me as I have tried to consolidate everything I've wanted to share with you for the last few years, with everything I want you to know until I'm able to speak to you again in one long message. And although you may not be ready to hear it today, that's okay. My hope is one day you will be. May 6th of 2024, temporary custody was transferred from the state of Utah Child Services to your Aunt Katie and Uncle Clint. My last video call with you boys is several weeks prior to that, around April 24th, 2024, when you were still in the state's custody. Once temporary custody was transferred to Katie and Clint, against my wishes, they cut off all of my communication between you boys and I. It was years before I would ever have a trial. I warned social services that if they gave custody of you to the Richins family, it would be the last time I would be able to see or speak to you boys again. And your opinion of me in this case and wild allegations would soon mirror those of the Richins family. And that's exactly what happened. You need to know the Darden side of the family fought a long, hard battle for custody, but was eventually ignored and denied. Since temporary custody was granted to Katie and Clint, they have not allowed me to see or speak to you. No more video calls, no more visits. They blocked the phone number for the jail so I can't call you. Birthday cards, Christmas cards, the letters I would send you boys, they were all returned or rerouted. All of my contact was cut off more than 2 years ago. So please ask them. Please ask them for your cards, for your letters.
If they was returned to you, they ain't got them.
Please just ask them, whether it's now or in 10 years.
If it was returned to you, where they gonna have it in 10 years?
I did not abandon you. I did not just walk out of your lives one day to never return, to never call, to never show up. Regardless of what anyone tells you, I would never ever leave you boys. And I am so sorry if for even 1 second you thought that I did. If for even 1 second you thought that I didn't love you. Because that couldn't be further from the truth. You boys are my world. The reason I continue to wake up every day and fight to come home. You're my reason for living. I understand that you're in a difficult situation, mentally, emotionally, and physically. I understand you guys have been through an extremely difficult time this past 4 years. You should never have to deal with such tragedy, and I am so sorry that you are going through this. You boys have the right to be angry, and sad, and confused, feel in survival mode, have questions. All of this is completely valid. Your feelings are completely valid. And one day when this is all over, we can sit down and talk about all of this and sort it all out. I promise you boys, one day it will be over. I'm not perfect. I have succeeded and I have failed. As a person, as a wife, as a parent, we all do. I have done plenty of things I am not proud of. Some I regret, some I don't. Some I'm ashamed of, and some I'm not. I regret things I have done right in my life to later find out they were for the wrong people. I have said things I shouldn't have. I've done things I shouldn't have. Sometimes I haven't said what I should or not meant what I did say. There are things I can't change and long overdue apologies that I owe.
Bitch.
There are would'ves and could'ves and should'ves. We all have them. We have all done them. And you boys will too one day, but in your own way. And that's okay. That's life, and we're human. Nobody is all good or all bad. We just get portrayed that way. You're going to succeed and achieve amazing things in this life. You're also going to make mistakes and fail at some things. But use those opportunities to grow and to learn. They do not define you, and don't ever let other people make you think that they do. We are not defined by our best or our worst moments. We fall somewhere in the middle, ever evolving, and you boys are ever evolving. Secrets diminish self-respect. They lose trust. They make us lose ourselves. I fell in love with someone who wasn't your dad. Your dad fell in love with someone who wasn't me. I did things behind your dad's back. He did things behind mine. Don't keep secrets. Always put your spouse first. Your dad and I didn't always do this, but don't be like us in that aspect. We made mistakes that I know I regret, and I'm sure if he were here today, he would say that there are a few things he regrets as well. Marriage is hard. Marriage takes work. Marriage takes love. Big love. Deep love. And you may think about
Oh my God.
and you will have fights, but then you will make up and you will forgive each other. Because when your love is enough, your love keeps you together.
She ain't even blaming the victim. She want to be more of a
All
victim.
you need to ignore
He
the
can be
noise.
one long as she a bigger one.
Your love never fails.
Time to take flight.
Sometimes your dad would want to throw in the towel on our marriage, or I would want to throw in the towel on our marriage, but we never did. We always found our way back to each other. I would pick up his towel, or he would pick up mine. We'd hand them back to each other and start again.
Damn objection. That's the best
Because
one.
our love never failed.
Baby, I hope
Stop
the
keeping
judge is
track
taking
of
notes
each
and
other's
throw all this
wrongdoings,
back in her
and we
face. Because,
forgave,
bitch, what?
and we moved on, and we loved.
You and your family and
And I
every
have
person you put
relived
up
all of
here
those hard days
has
all
made
over
this
again
either about the
into a
boys
question.
and challenged the verdict.
Your dad and I were a lot of things, a mess of sorts sometimes. But we were this crazy, beautiful mess that made us a family because our love was enough. Our hard days never outweighed our good days.
You killed him.
Our weak moments never outweighed our most memorable happy days. We always laughed more than we cried. We failed at some things, but we never failed at loving you boys. Our love was enough to make our house a home. Our love was enough to stay together, to raise you boys.
Baby, that frozen lasagna still
Our
got
love
that
was
boy
enough
tight.
to forgive each other when others said that we shouldn't. To do things for each
Lead,
other others may
Amy.
disagree with. Our love was
Y'all
enough
can
to
drop y'all
protect each
sisterly
other,
beef real
even though
quick.
it
No
may
tag
cost us
team
everything.
real quick. Y'all can
Love
talk about the
may
rest
equal
later.
yourself. Sometimes it makes you do things you know you shouldn't, but knowing it's not wrong at the same time. Because your spouse is your person, your love is enough.
They need to go find who threw them shoes at Bush.
One day, you will meet someone and fall in love and understand that just your love is enough. Enough to withstand everything else. The noise of the world, the obstacles, the trials of marriage, the heartache, bad choices, forgiveness. You will understand your love is enough, and your love never fails. Don't worry about what others think about your relationship. Don't worry if they would do things differently. You just love, and you love big, and you love deep, and you protect your love. Your dad and I didn't have it all together. Together, we really did have it all. because we had you three. Don't let anyone choose the direction of your life by their opinions and their judgments. Being able to hold yourself together in the worst of situations doesn't make you emotionless. Separating personal and business life and emotions doesn't make you unreasonable. Resentment can get the best of others. Don't let it get the best of you. People will always have a lot to say about lives they've never lived. Live your life the way you choose to live it. Just be safe and be healthy and be happy. That's all that matters. Sometimes people will want you to believe that life is simply black and white. That situations are black and white, but they're not. Life, situations, they're full of color. At the very least, shades of gray. Always question the color, even if you're only questioning the gray areas. Keep an open mind. Question situations and stay curious. You will have some people in your life tell you how their love for you is unconditional. But once your most private life has been revealed, you quickly find out just how conditional their love actually was. Choose the people you hold close to your heart wisely. And always be the friend that walks into somebody's life when everyone else chooses to walk out. Always remember, the only people you owe your loyalty to are those people who never made you question theirs. Every day you wake up, you get a second chance at life. To do whatever you want. Be whoever you want. To succeed in all your dreams. Take the day and run with it. It's a blessing. Don't take it for granted. Sometimes you'll have hard days when all you want to do is count all the ways things are going wrong or have gone wrong in your life. In that moment, stop, take a minute, take a step back, take a breath, and switch your thinking to count all the ways that it has gone right. All the good that has come to you, boys.
That's why you kept spending all that money trying to count what was going right instead of counting the money that was going wrong.
That's the easy way out. True strength comes when
They gonna let her go for 30 minutes.
apart, but you hold it together, persevering through the hardest of times. Always persevere. Always prove them wrong. Because you boys don't give up. You boys will never quit. There's always going to be someone out there ready to tear you down, misrepresent you, lie about you, tell half truths, and judge you. They will judge you on decisions you do or don't make, what you did or didn't do, what you did or didn't say. They will take out of context and twist your words. They will judge you on your emotions or the way you grieve. You may show too much emotion, you may not show enough. They will tell you you're not grieving correctly, you're too angry, you're too sad, you're holding it together too well or not well enough, or maybe you're too ambitious.
Girl, this is about you. This ain't got nothing to do with them kids.
If you cry, if you don't do anything at all. And all of this will get misinterpreted into something that it's not, formed by the opinions of who's ever creating it. And then silence is also too often misinterpreted and misjudged. But when people behave that way, it has much more to do with them personally than it does you. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. It doesn't make it true. Remember who you are and what you stand for, the truth, and ignore the noise. Ignore their noise. Ignore their egos, their entitlement, and their biased judgment. Those who abuse the power and the positions they hold will have a higher power to report to one day, and that higher power holds the final truth, their final truth. Don't ever let someone tell you how to show emotion, how you're supposed to react to any given situation. Don't care what others think about you, what others say about you, just let them talk. Just be you, be yourself, be authentic, be genuine. Because those who truly know you, who truly love you, is all you need. Forgive those who turn
You are
their
giving
backs
yourself a pep talk about what happened during the trial. This has nothing to do with your
Don't hold
kid.
hate in your heart toward others. It only brings you down more than it does them. Apologize when you're wrong, even if that apology is long overdue. You can't change what you can't change. You can't change the past. But you can take accountability when you mess up. Admit when you make a mistake, even when it's embarrassing or humiliating, even when it can ruin relationships, careers, or your integrity. Be honest with yourself and those you need to. But never apologize for something you didn't do. Never admit to something you didn't do. And never beg for mercy for something you didn't do.
Bitch!
Don't take the easy way out. Always stand up for what's right, even if you find yourself standing alone or with a small group of people that love you. Believe in yourself and be brave. Never give up on your fight, no matter how long it takes. Months, even years. Never give up on truth, justice, and the fight of corruption. When something is
Corruption?
broken, fix it. When something doesn't make sense, question it. If money is paying for it, follow the money. Your brothers are your best friends. Your dad
The judge, I pray he lays her the fuck out.
you care about each other. Your brothers will always be there for you. They will always be your brothers. You love them. You protect them. You take care of each other. You support each other. You help each other. And you trust one another.
This is some passive aggressive narcissistic shit. You don't have the balls to say there's corruption. You don't have the balls to say these things about the verdict. So you're going to try to mask it in the guise of, oh, I was talking to my kids. I wasn't talking to you.
You have each other's backs. Be patient with one another.
She believes she's a martyr. Good one. That's it. That's right there, Keisha. God damn it. That's it.
Forgive. Move on. Show compassion. Empathy toward each other.
Maybe she about to do 62 interviews.
Never go a day without telling one another you love each other. Because you are never too old or too
Check her pen pal list. Casey Anthony probably on there. Where is Nancy Grace?
Don't ever settle for just good. Go for great. In school, in your career, in hunting, fishing.
Your boyfriends. Come on.
Exceed expectations. Be like your dad.
Crazy.
Be generous. Be charitable. Stay humble. Give when you have too much. Give more than you take. Help when others are in need. Serve your community. Be like your dad.
That you killed.
Never stop learning.
Where is your accountability?
Education, through people, through travel, culture, through business and friends. From your success and achievements. From your mistakes and failures. Be like your dad.
Is accountability in the room, and y'all just standing there behind her and backing it. Amy, look at Amy's face. Amy, just go ahead and do everything you're thinking. Not a jury in the world will convict.
Your heart and soul. On the top of
You keep talking about a soul like you got one.
will be able to feel the spirits of those that you love and miss the most.
Oh, like where you confessed?
Be like your dad. Laugh. Laugh often. Laugh loud. Laugh when you want to cry. Laugh when you're mad. Have that laugh that everyone recognizes and no one will ever forget. Even when you're gone. Be like your dad. Love your family. Through the good, the bad.
This is a poem.
The back and forth arguments. Choose forgiveness. Choose love. Choose happiness. Be a loyal brother. Be a noble son. Be like your dad.
You gonna sit up here and do all this when you killed him?
Have the hobbies that bring you excitement and joy. That give you a break from life. But build your life full of people and family who you love and that love you. Build a family that makes you happy to come home to every day. With a career that makes you hold your head high. Be the friend everyone wants to be friends with. The dad that everyone wishes they had. Be like your dad.
I'm looking Nestor and Humpty Dumpty over there thinking they look like,
Your dad and I wanted to give
thinking
you
this
every
is
opportunity
TV gold.
to
Y'all look
choice
insane.
you didn't have. We would do anything for you boys. Or break our backs falling over obstacles and finding our way to be sure you had the best of the best. Even if we didn't always do it well or have the right answers or the words, we would give you everything that we had.
Especially if she can never get to him again. And they better be careful because they'll look up in 25 years and their kid will have a damn pen pal and they not know about it.
Because I can't give you something that I don't have.
Be like your dad, but pick a
An explanation that I just don't know.
Corey pissing me off. And if this is this woman reaching out to me again,
I've never lost one
there's
of my
getting ready to be
brothers,
some smoke in the city.
a nephew, or a best friend. But I did grow up with a single mother, and I have lost my father. I do know what it's like to wonder, what if Dad could have watched me graduate college, walk me down the aisle, be there for the birth of one of you boys? If only Dad were here. I do know what that's like.
I just switched my status so it's unavailable. She gotta go on about her business. She ain't about to work me up.
I would never wish that upon anyone.
How long?
Especially you boys. My own sweet babies. It's a lifetime of what ifs and if onlys. An empty hole in your heart where your dad's supposed to be. He's supposed to fill. He's supposed to walk
Baby.
through life with you, with us, with our family.
Come on, you did it.
So murder, an attempted murder, words out loud.
No, it ain't. You just said it.
They get caught in my throat.
No, they didn't.
They turn my stomach. And I try to avoid them as much as possible. Because it makes me physically sick to think about.
You don't look sick.
But still to this day, I can't believe this is real sometimes. That this is our life. That this is my life. Convicted of taking one of the people out of my life who killed it the most. My husband,
Bitch.
father of my children. Still in shock and still in disbelief.
So much so you call that man it.
Now convicted of such a heinous crime. Potentially costing me to never see you boys again. I just lost both of their parents. And there's no textbook answer on how or what we're supposed to do. How I'm supposed to react or move forward. And I'm so sorry you boys are being pulled through the middle of this. This absolute chaos. Between two families fighting that both love you so very much. Trust and assets, our home, none of it matters.
Then why are you going after it?
Boys are what matter. Your safety, your health, mentally, emotionally, all of that should be being prioritized.
But you keep
I
suing.
will and have always prioritized your safety. I am your mother, and that is my job. And for anyone to scare you otherwise is just cruel and heartless. I'm sorry that 8 people from a jury who have never met you or me or our family had the right to determine our future. And they did that in less than 3 hours. In a perfect world, there might be justice. But in a perfect world, nothing ever goes wrong. Tragedies don't happen. Some think a verdict or the sentencing will be the answer that
Now, why did the jurors come to the front and tell me exactly what y'all think of this?
it will only give them something else to think about for a while. It may help to disperse some of their hurt or their resentment, but it won't relieve it. This grief will outlive us all. Hundreds of lives.
He was an abuser. Murderer.
The lifelong trauma boys have suffered this last 4 years will outlive us all. You haven't had to just endure losing one parent, but losing 2. And no child should ever have to go through that. Especially when one was an unforeseen tragedy, and the other based on injustice and a system we're supposed to trust.
I hope he better read her for filth the way they would anybody else.
That's a physical hurt. The tightening in your chest.
You better knock that fucking privilege right out of her, Judge.
Particularly on days like today, his birthday. Because he was so loved that no verdict or sentence will ever be able to release that kind of suffering. I'm broken without your dad, broken without you boys. God did not put me in this world to take a life. God put me in this world to give life, your lives. I don't know who
But you
or what
did.
I'm supposed to be if it's not a mother. Your mother. And as much as you've been influenced into thinking that Dad was murdered, that I took your dad from you, that is completely wrong. An absolute lie. And the thought of that is still as absurd today as it was 4 years ago. And just because someone may not be perfect, that's a far reach for them to be capable of murder. To kill someone. Our someone. Your dad was in physical pain. A lot of physical pain. And just because some people didn't know or didn't want to see certain things doesn't mean they weren't happening or they weren't true. He would have never left us intentionally. And I would have never taken him from you, from us. He was the glue that held us all together, that made us us.
Y'all stop her, please.
Every little boy needs their father. Is he supposed to teach you the things that I could never explain?
And now they got Clint, thanks to you.
He's supposed to teach you and do things with you that only a dad can do. And only he could give you those life lessons between a father and a son.
Y'all.
I would have never taken that from you boys. I know how much you need him, how much you love him. How much you aspire to be just like him. And I would have never taken that from you. And I'm so sorry that I can't bring him back. For you, for me.
Heifer, you ain't want to. You didn't call the judge and everything corrupt. You didn't told them to follow the money we did, and we ended at your ass, Heifer. You didn't call it corrupt, unjust, baby.
I can beat myself up all day about how I could have been a better person or made better personal choices.
You ain't done.
And I can understand and accept you boys being upset about those things. But murder? No, absolutely not. I will not accept that. And I will not be blamed for something I did not do. I will appeal and fight these charges no matter how long it takes. Not because I have anything to prove to this court, to the state.
Yeah, you do kind of got to prove it to them.
Or to the world. But I do have something to prove to you three. I do care what you boys think. And I need you boys to know the truth. And because of that, I will never quit or give up on this fight for justice, the truth, and coming home to you. So please, I know that right now you may not believe me. That you believe I took Dad from you, and that's okay. I still and will always love you. And I'm asking that you please just don't give up on me. I'm coming home. Not today, not this year, but we're going to make this right. Our justice system will get this right, although this courtroom can't seem to.
Bitch!
We have a long road ahead, but I will never quit fighting my way home to you boys. I love you more than these words could ever express. I loved you before I ever met you. long after I'm not here to say it. Every minute of every day, I miss you boys more and more. And I think about how much I wish I could be with you. That this nightmare would go away. And we could have our family back. This entire situation isn't fair to anyone, but it's especially not fair to you three. And you boys are all that matters. I want to remind you just how strong you are. That you are loved by so many. And I am beyond proud of you. Of everything you have overcome, everything you have achieved, and how much you bring into this world.
Baby, how much more you got? Cause you come on, keep pissing this judge off. Cause you didn't told him you going home, and if I was him, I'd say, "Yep, without parole, go home to your cell."
Tell you how much Dad and I love you, and that everything's going to be okay. I wish I could count the freckles in your little cheeks. Read you books before bed. And help you with all your homework. I wish I could help you through your toughest nights. And hear your laugh through your happiest days. But for now, that's just not the way it is. You have to be strong. You have to remember that our strength grows in these moments. But we don't think we can go on. But we keep going on anyway, because we have to push through these hard days. Because in the end, at the end of this war, it will be so worth it. But I need you boys to always keep pushing through these hard days. Because this will come to an end. I just need you to hang in there. Listen to your little hearts. Listen to your little bellies for the truth. Before you were told who to be and what to believe, remember who you are. Remember who we are. Remember our family. I will continue to call you every day, even if my calls are blocked. Just so you know that I'm
Stalker.
here. I've always been here. And I will always be here. My cards, my letters, it will never stop. I will never stop. I love you forever, Mom.
You had nothing to say for Eric. You ain't have a sorry. I'm mad you did this to yourself. You ain't even have the nerve to put something in there alive for Eric.
A fair reminder. While inside the courtroom, everyone involved in this process must be treated with respect. We cannot have any outward reactions inside the courtroom. If any of you feel overcome with emotion, frustration, anger, whatever, of any kind, please remember just to look down. Keep your hands folded in your lap. The court has considered the following information: the evidence, information, arguments, and recommendations provided by counsel on the record today. Victim impact statements and other statements made on the record today regarding the appropriate sentence. And the pre-sentence investigation report as corrected on the record today, including the numerous statements attached to it. In addition, the court has considered each of the factors set forth in Utah Code 76-3-201 subsection 2B and has prioritized those factors as required by Section 201(2)(c). Having considered the gravity and circumstances of the offenses for which Ms. Richins has been convicted, the number of victims, and available information regarding the history, character, and rehabilitative needs of the defendant, the court hereby orders that the sentences on counts 2 through 5 shall run consecutively to each other and to the sentence imposed on count 1. Moreover, the court exercises its discretion and chooses to impose no fines related to any sentence in this case. The court addresses the 5 counts on which Ms. Richins was convicted in reverse order. Ms. Richins, based on your conviction on count 5, third-degree felony forgery, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term not to exceed 5 years. Based on your conviction on count 4, second-degree felony insurance fraud, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 1 and not more than 15 years. Based on your conviction on count 3, second-degree felony insurance fraud, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 1 and not more than 15 years. Based on your conviction on count 2, first-degree felony attempted aggravated murder, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 5 years, and that may be for life. Which brings us to the final issue, the appropriate sentence for count 1. Under Utah Code 76-3-207.7, there are only 2 options. An indeterminate prison term of not less than 25 years, and that may be for life, or life in prison without parole. And the law requires that the court consider each option. Under a sentence of 25 to life, and considering the effect of the 4 consecutive sentences, the time that Ms. Richins has spent in custody, and the current practices of the Board of Pardons and Parole, Ms. Richins would likely serve approximately 30 years in the Utah State Prison before receiving her first parole hearing. By that time, she would be 66 years old. Under a sentence of life in prison without parole, Ms. Richins would be in prison for the rest of her natural life, unless the Board of Pardons and Parole determines by clear and convincing evidence at some future point that she is permanently incapable of being a threat to the safety of society, at which time the board would have the authority to release her. Under either scenario, Ms. Richins will be incapacitated, meaning structurally prevented from harming anyone outside the Utah State prison system for at least the next 3 decades, and perhaps much longer. But the potential impact on the survivors of the tragedy created by Kouri Richins, most importantly, Eric Richins' 3 sons, is more difficult to predict. On one hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richins to life without parole, one or more of those young men may come to resent that the court eliminated any opportunity they might have in the future, decades into the future, to express an opinion as adults
You ain't gonna do nothing but get out and ask
life
for money.
experience about whether their mother should, for example, be allowed to die with dignity. On the other hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richins to 25 to life, one or more of those young men may spend the next 30 years questioning why the court failed to protect them from the prospect of
Come
a
on.
person who murdered their father,
Come on.
released from prison at some time in the distant future,
Come on.
perhaps when they have families and children of their own. The court's contemplation of how those young men may come to feel about today's decision some 30 years from now comes from a place of genuine concern for them and humility regarding the court's inability to predict the future. Sitting here today, it is simply not possible for anyone, not even those young men.
Well, she appealing it anyway, so she's gonna get it thrown out. Don't worry about it, Judge.
Over the next several decades. My hope is that every person affected by Eric Richins' death will, over time, find their way to a state of peace. As for today, the court's duty is to make a decision, a weighty, long-lasting decision based on the best information available today. And the bottom line is this.
The kids don't want you.
Kouri Richins was convicted unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt
Come on.
of attempting to murder Eric Richins, her husband, and the father of their 3 children.
Come on.
And then, having failed in her first effort,
Come on.
of spending the next 17 days, not changing course, but doubling down, preparing to try again.
To do it again.
Ultimately completing the act.
To succeed.
Administration of poison. And for what? Money. All for pecuniary gain. A person convicted of committing that sequence of acts in that way and for that reason, and who causes the absolute
Must do time.
that has befallen Eric Richins' sons and family. A person convicted of those things is simply too dangerous to ever be free. Accordingly, Ms. Richins, based on your conviction on count 1, first-degree felony aggravated murder, the court hereby sentences you to life without parole. You have the right to an appeal. You must file a notice of appeal within 30 days. You have the right to be represented by counsel on appeal. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further?
No.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we anticipate filing a motion for new trial and would like a date set. We have a substantial record in this case. We will file a notice of appeal of the conviction and the sentence, and ask that everything be stayed pending the motion for new trial as we're entitled to do under Rule 4B. Excuse me, but we think we need sufficient time to file a motion for new trial based on the substantial record that exists in this case, longer than the typical 14 days, because this is not only the trial itself, but years of litigation and motion.
Giving them 14 days like everybody else would give.
Hoping that we could get an agreed deadline of 90 days to file a motion for new trial, mainly because for half of June I'm out of the country, for half of July Lewis is out of the country. Normally we would ask for 60, but there's gonna be a month in there where both of us aren't available. So we're asking for 90 days.
Right. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state objects. The rule provides for 14 days. You can't imagine this is a decision that was made today, I think. Council's had the last 53 days to prepare the motion, 14 days pursuant to the rule. I appreciate that it's.
That's what she got. Life plus 15, life plus 12 to 15 minus whatever she's done. And they all consecutive to each other.
There is one other thing, Your Honor, on that, as to why we need the extra time. So we have asked the county to retain an expert to assist to do a declaration for attached to our motion for new trial. And it's gonna require us to go before a separate entity to decide whether that funding is approved, and that just takes time. So that's another issue we need.
I feel like there's more that I need to know in order to make this decision. And so I can also appreciate why defendant is concerned about the 14-day deadline so they do not lose that opportunity. Sitting here today with very little information and the state having very little opportunity to respond to this idea, I'll extend your deadline to 28 days. But within that time, if you want to file a motion to extend it, Ms. Nestor, with more detail, you have 14 days to file that motion.
ask clarification. So the court.
14 days from now, they have an opportunity, they have a deadline to file a motion to extend the 28-day deadline. If they don't, it's 28 days. I acknowledge that that 28-day deadline may cause practical difficulties for the state's team, and if I need to extend the state's response deadline, I will certainly give that fair consideration. Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, anything else today?
Bye, Corey.
Ms.
Bye, Corey.
You are hereby committed to the Utah State Prison and remanded to the custody of the Department of Corrections. This court is in recess. Please follow the deputy's instructions. We're off the record.
Bye, Corey. Back to Brain Man for a few minutes. Oh, shoot. It didn't switch over. Hold on. Still no tears. After you didn't talk all that shit, what did you think was getting ready to happen? You didn't really talk all that shit, said the courtroom couldn't figure it out, couldn't get it right. This is unjust. Follow the money. You've been talking a hell of shit, and you thought he was getting ready to say, I'll be home. When you said that shit, you should have known that was he was going to make you a lie.
Epileptic
yes.
patients. And these are people, if I understand
What did you think?
clinical
I'll
setting,
be home soon.
they come to your office
here.
because they're having an issue. They're having a problem, correct?
Correct.
Paid everything.
And they present to
everything
you,
else.
you do your examination, whatever it is. I'm assuming on a lot of these patients, you're going to be doing a neurology examination.
Yates, I didn't see a world where a judge will let her say all of that.
Murphy, correct?
Yes.
To be honest.
And you're going to assess their symptoms and you're going to treat them, correct?
Yes.
But this isn't one of those situations, correct?
No, this is simply, he's not my patient. He's a client.
Yes. And that was my next question. Davion Murphy's not your patient. He's your client, correct?
Correct.
His attorneys have retained you to give forensic consultation.
Correct.
All right. And that's a practice that you've maintained now for what, 15, 20 years?
15 years.
15 years. Okay. And in your forensic or medical legal consultation, you have consulted on civil cases too, correct? Not just criminal.
Yes.
And in civil cases, I believe you told me Monday that the majority of the cases that you've consulted on over the years was personal injury, like motor vehicle accidents.
Prior to a couple of years ago, I saw a lot of people who are in car accidents.
Car accidents. Okay.
Back injury, neck injuries. But I did a lot of concussion because I kind of focused on concussion.
And that the civil practice has been kind of modified based on changes in the law, you were telling me in your deposition?
Yes. Now, if you get into a car accident, you better have health insurance because PIP, it gets exhausted very quickly and attorneys just can't take you on if you have no insurance.
Right.
And then you can't get health care.
As a consulting physician, you're going to have problems getting paid for your services if you work those cases, correct?
Right. I run the risk of not being paid at all.
Right. Because there's no longer letters of protection, I think you told me.
Correct.
But you have consulted in criminal matters and you have consulted in capital murder cases like this, correct?
That's correct.
And you have come in front of juries like you're doing today where the defendant or client that you're testifying on behalf of has been found guilty and convicted of first-degree murder, and you've come in to present mitigation, correct?
Yes.
And in this instance, when you met with the defendant, you made it clear to him the purpose for why you were meeting with him, right?
Yes.
And to make sure he understood why you were there, correct?
I don't think he thought I was going to treat him, but yes.
Yeah, you weren't there to treat him. You
Right.
were there to examine him to develop potential mental health or other mitigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you real quick about the examination. You said that you detected a nystagmus or a jerking in the eyes, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you have access to his jail medical records at that time?
I don't have any of his jail records.
Okay. You don't have any of those.
Correct.
All right, so you don't know what type of medications he may be currently being prescribed or was prescribed or taking on that day? Is that right?
He told me what he was taking. He thinks he was on Remeron and Buspar,
And what are those?
psychiatric drugs.
Okay. Can you spell those for me?
Remeron. Remeron.
R-E-M what?
Remeron.
Okay.
And Buspar. Buspar.
Buspar, okay. Now, are you aware of either of those medications being utilized to treat anxiety or depression? Are you familiar with them?
Buspar is used to treat anxiety.
Okay. There are some medications that can cause nystagmus, correct?
Yes.
And that would include a class of drugs known as tranquilizers.
Jesus.
Tranquilizers is a broad category of medication, not a class of medication.
Right.
Does it mention which class?
I'm sorry?
Does it mention
hold
what
on,
class?
Wait, stop. What's the objection?
He's getting into the psychiatry course, not necessarily.
Well, if he knows, he can answer, because we're talking, I think he's getting into the HGN or the possible reasons why. So go ahead.
Are you aware of the fact that certain medications such as barbiturates or tranquilizers, whatever type of drugs may fall into that, may cause jerkiness in the eyes or nystagmus?
Well, barbiturates clearly can.
I'm sorry, what you called it nystagmus, correct?
Nystagmus. I didn't call it nystagmus. I call it jerking the eyes, but
Jerking the eyes.
same difference.
Okay.
Abnormal eye movements.
All right.
Alcohol can cause them.
Oh, obviously it's
That's
used
what we
in
do.
DUI
So certain
detection.
sedatives can.
One at a time.
Yeah, we need to try to not talk over each other. Go ahead, you were saying.
Certain sedatives can do it. Buspirone not a sedative.
Okay. What about the other one?
Remeron has some sedating qualities, but is an antidepressant. I don't think I would call it a tranquilizer, call it an antidepressant.
So, but it does have a sedative quality, you said?
Yes, but it's not going to be a barbiturate or alcohol or one of those things that can cause nystagmus.
But it also includes tranquilizers, correct? Sedatives.
Certain classes of sedatives. It's not going to be everything because it has to have some effect on. Because I know benzos are sedatives and it doesn't cause it.
Benzodiazepine?
Yeah, like diazepam, lorazepam.
Right.
Those don't cause nystagmus.
But you had given multiple reasons for that, including, I think you said MS can potentially cause it. Strokes can cause it.
Nystagmus?
Yes. Or did you not
yes,
say
those,
that?
anything that causes interruption in the midbrain can cause nystagmus. So MS, stroke, central pontine myelinolysis.
But certain medications can also cause it, correct?
Yes, like butalbital, like barbiturates, alcohol.
When you were retained in this case and the work that you have done, are you being reimbursed for that?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors at what rate per hour you're being reimbursed?
I get reimbursed for $400 an hour.
Okay. And is
Which
that,
is-
yeah, go ahead.
That's roughly how much
You paid
I
to go to
bill
work,
out right
okay.
in my office where I'm not right now.
All right. So $400 an hour for working on the case?
Yes.
$400 an hour when you traveled up here to see the defendant? And
No, when I drive, I only charge $200 an hour because sometimes I'm not going to be doing it during working hours.
okay, so you're charging $200 an hour for your travel time?
Yes.
And then once you arrived here at the Hillsborough County Jail and you met with the defendant and conducted your evaluation of him, you're charging $400 an hour again.
While I'm in the jail, yes.
Yes. And then you're charging $400 an hour today for your testimony?
Yes,
Have you submitted invoices yet?
not yet.
Do you have an accumulated number of hours that you've worked on this case?
Well, when I met with you in my deposition, I was about 4,000, but since then I'm probably closer to 6,000 now.
Okay. And, okay, so you think you're up to about $6,000 of charged work?
I think so, yes.
Now, you work, as we were talking about earlier, you have consulted on other capital cases, correct?
Yes.
Nosy.
Present testimony in a penalty phase such as this, right?
Correct.
And you've come in and testified in these settings before, is that right?
That's right.
How many times do you think you may have done that over the last 15 years of your consulting business?
Death penalty cases mitigation,
Yes.
around 50 times roughly.
And all those times, have you been retained by the state or the prosecution?
I've been retained by defense.
And in civil cases, you've testified for both plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes,
Now, in this case, you have read Dr. Eisenstein's report, is that correct?
that's correct.
You were provided numerous records, correct? In this case, in a big, large digital download?
Yes,
I believe in your depo, you described it as a dump.
yes.
A
that would
dump
be
of
correct.
records.
A dump of
Okay.
records.
But you have not been provided with Tampa Police Department police records, correct?
No, just the record of filing the charges.
So you've not received any police reports, and I believe in your deposition, you told me you were looking for it, but you haven't found anything like that.
Correct.
So that would include not receiving any audio, video interviews of Mr. Davion Murphy, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, using PET scans like this, CT PET scans, you've used that, but when you have, you've used it in a clinical setting for Alzheimer's patients, correct?
Use it mostly to differentiate between Alzheimer's disease and frontal temporal dementia.
And dementia, okay. And those are two different things, right?
Yes.
And in this case, you did not prepare a report, is that correct?
I did not prepare a report.
DTI MRIs, like the few MRI scans that we saw.
Yes.
And correct me, is it scan or is it image? What is the right term?
The individual picture is an image. The whole thing's a scan.
It's a scan, okay. And both of these technologies, PET and MRI, are taking images that are basically slices of the brain in different planes.
Correct.
DTI MRI that we saw and you talked about earlier, I believe you indicated to me that you do not use that in your practice anymore because you don't do as much personal injury. Is that correct?
Correct. Insurance does not cover it.
Have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay, redirect.
Why? You gonna piss this man off. He about to charge you for overtime. And already start talking to you in colors, ma'am.
Last week, right?
Well, no, I was retained in first week of March.
All right. And would you work on behalf of the state if they asked you?
Objection.
What's the legal basis?
Relevance.
Overruled. Go ahead. You can answer.
I never worked for the state because they never asked me.
And if you were provided police reports, interviews, videos, would that change your opinion today?
No, it would allow me to see what he did and
See the brain damage in motion.
But since I don't know what he did, all I can explain is predictive behavior and his limitations.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay.
I just need to. I'm going to introduce the thumb drive into evidence, Judge.
Okay.
And those are all the questions I have.
Am I excused?
Hold on 1 second. And that.
You
what
summer
exhibit
to
will
go.
that be?
That's going to be, is it 4?
He was ready to go when he started talking to her in colors and quit saying words.
As to defendant Davion Murphy.
He said it's blue and green.
Any objection?
It's blue.
No, Your Honor.
It's there is
This
no
was
red and yellow.
excused.
That's the problem.
Okay. thank
There should
you.
be red and
There you
yellow
go.
in there. And it's blue and green. Only. Once he started talking to her in colors like she don't have no degree.
Real quick. And Mr. Harmon.
He was ready to go. And he probably getting ready to charge for that. He about to charge pain and suffering. He handled personal injury. He about to charge pain and suffering. Ooh, let me go get my.
Okay, very good. And what is the name of your next witness? Ms. Jimmy?
Winston Murphy.
Okay, and you also have direct, so how that's gonna work is, Ms. Jimmy will do her direct of the witness, then you will do your direct of the witness, Mr. Hernandez, then the state will cross. And then you guys will do your redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, I do have one matter that I want to address the court on.
Yep,
Oh, and also, if you would read the
I
stipulation.
will.
Okay. I have been advised, I have lost a witness, but gained a witness
I
that has
see
not
you've
been.
got two more witnesses via Zoom, Hazel Dickerson and Jamila Murphy.
Yes, Your Honor. Jamila Murphy has been previously listed as a witness.
Okay,
We had also a Shaheem Murphy that was listed, but apparently we've lost her.
okay,
On the other hand, my mitigation specialist has advised me that an aunt now who has not wanted to testify now wants to testify, and she's on Zoom. Her name is Hazel Dickerson. Will be testifying about the same things. Nothing new. Just simply an aunt's perspective on what she knows about Mr. Rashad Murphy. I'm asking that we be allowed to call her, but I acknowledge the fact that we were not able to get her on board before, and she was not the post.
okay. Well, the state obviously needs to talk to her before you call her, so.
Judge, if I could inquire, I do know that we did take the depo of Shaheem, and I think Jamila was listed, but I thought that she did not show up. Is that correct? And that you took her off at one point? I don't know if we talked to her either.
I don't have a recollection at this point. I know I had listed her, but I never took her off the list. But again, it's
So
irrelevant.
here's the deal. You guys have to sort all that out. And so at the end of the day, I'm going to let the state talk to both of them via Zoom. And then if there's a problem, you let me know. Otherwise, they're going to have to tomorrow morning appear via Zoom. Okay? Okay. All right. So if anyone needs to use the restroom, it's probably a good time. So, okay?
What's the name of the other person?
Called by Rashad Murphy. Okay, so both Mr. Hernandez and Ms. Toomey will question this witness, and then the state will do the cross at that time. Okay, you may proceed. Oh, and Ms. Murphy, please stand up and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. You may proceed.
He's small.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think that's yours. That was my fault. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full legal name?
Winston Leo Murphy, ma'am.
And you're currently incarcerated
Yes, I am.
for what?
Principal to second degree murder.
All right. And are you familiar with someone by the name of Davion Murphy?
Yes, I am, ma'am.
Who is he to you?
That's my oldest brother's son, which is my nephew.
Okay, so you're his uncle.
Yes.
Did you grow up with Davion's father?
Yes.
What's his father's name?
David Murphy.
And where is he currently?
He's currently incarcerated.
For what?
Principal to second degree murder.
And what was his sentence?
I think life plus 30.
And do you recall the year that he was sentenced, if you know?
I think around about 2014.
And what about yourself? What sentence did you receive?
50 years or 20 of them mandatory, ma'am.
And when did your case resolve?
2012.
Okay. And were you and Davion's father involved in the same event?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how old were you when that happened?
26.
And how old was Davion's father when this happened?
Let's see, about 29.
Jesus.
Other brothers or sisters?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How many and what are their names?
Jamila Murphy is my sister, and Farrar Murphy is my middle brother, and Rashad Murphy, which is my nephew, Rashad, oldest brother. He's, I think at the time, he's like 49. My sister's like 47, and my other middle brother, Farrar Murphy, like, I think like
I don't even know no more.
46.
So how many in total siblings do you have?
I have 4 in all.
All right. I want to talk to you a little bit about David Murphy Sr., your older brother. Was he, to your knowledge, diagnosed with schizophrenia?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us or give us some examples of the things that you would deal with on a daily or weekly basis as a result of him being diagnosed with schizophrenia?
He was in and out of mental hospitals mostly all
Really?
his life.
Is
Riot
there
Storm,
any
don't you do it.
event that you could share with us to let us know how it would be with dealing with someone with schizophrenia and living with someone with schizophrenia?
It's, if you don't understand them, they go through like spares of thinking people out to get them, paranoia, mind state sort of skill, sort of in that nature.
I didn't hear that, like you said, mind state.
Yeah, they're not really stable minded.
Okay.
They one person today and their character is the next tomorrow.
Do you know if this diagnosis is something that kind of runs on the paternal side of the family?
It possibly can, but I can't really say.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Yes, sustained.
Do you know of any other family members on the paternal side that suffer from that diagnosis?
My children, I have 3 children that diagnosed with mental problems, but at this moment, I can't recall which one, but I have 3 children that are.
And how old are they? How old are kids?
My oldest is 18 and 16, and I think 15, no, it's 21, which is my oldest son, and my daughter 18, and my son 17. All 3 of them suffer with mental abilities.
And who takes care of them?
My fiance.
Do you recall a time, well, let me strike that, let me ask you this. Davion's father, was he also an alcoholic?
He drunk at times, you could say. I wouldn't say alcoholic, but he did drink alcohol.
Did he drink to excess?
Yes.
Often?
Yes.
Okay. How did that affect how he acted when he would consume alcohol?
It would affect him.
Did you have the opportunity to observe your brother, David, taking care of or spending time with Davion and his younger brother?
At times, yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Davion and David, the father, is not together, so David have his own place. But he took him to events, I would like a father would. I can't say out of my presence what happened, but he took him to events, he spent time with him.
When he would, meaning Davion, would visit with his father, did you have any concerns about where he was residing or would bring his nephews?
I mean, Serena, which is Davion's mother, is a wonderful woman, a wonderful mother to him.
Is there a time where she kicked
I
Davion?
mean,
Go ahead.
excuse me.
Go ahead.
My brother, I'll be concerned. It all depends on, like you say, what environment he got him in, but with his state of mind, yeah, I would be concerned. But with Serena's a great mother.
Okay, I want to focus kind of on Davion's father. Was there a time where Davion and his brother were not getting along with his mother's paramour or husband or what have you, and she kicked him out of the house? Do you remember that?
Can you rephrase that?
Do you remember when
We don't know what paramour
Davion's
means.
mother kicked him out of the house and he went to go live with his father in a storage unit? You remember that?
The apartment was a storage unit.
Do you remember any times where his mother kicked him out of the house?
No, ma'am, not that I can recall.
No? Okay. Did you have concerns about where the father would bring his nephews in the parts of the community that he would bring his nephews for their safety and things like that?
Yes. I mean, I would say yeah.
Why is that?
State of mind to be in.
His state of mind?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
What you questioned me on earlier, is mental abilities.
what about the places that he was staying? Like, were they in Section 8 violent communities?
I mean-
She has to leading, Your Honor.
Well, she have to lead because he ain't following.
Serena raised him in a home, but his father lived in apartments. So it's a big difference from raising children.
Okay, I want to focus on the apartments. Tell us about the kind of apartments, why you were so concerned about your nephew, Davion. I know this is hard for you. I do appreciate that, and I understand that.
Apartments is real not private. You know, a home is private. So my brother stayed in mine in some certain areas and certain apartments. I would be concerned about my nephew. I say that because of the environment. Apartments private. It's not private. Houses are private. But when my brother stayed in mine, you know, with him, it would be a concern.
And was it part of your concern because of the violence where he was staying?
Possibly could have been.
Definitely genetic. Definitely genetic. Order a scan because I've got some questions.
What about Adam Gooden Jr.? Who is he to you?
That is Serena's son, which would be my step-nephew.
Step-nephew. Okay, we got it one here.
He was at my mom's house every time Davion got dropped off. So he was pretty much like a nephew. He is my nephew.
So
Even though he's not my biological, but he's my nephew.
So when Serena, which is Davion's mother, would drop Davion and Adam off to be cared for by your mother, is that a yes?
Yes.
And your mother's name is what?
Phyllis Murphy. God bless the dead.
God bless the dead.
And what was the reason that they were being dropped off to be cared for by your mother?
That's just what the family do. Family, you know, unity, stay together. Like family events. Every weekend, faithfully.
Where did you grow up?
East side of Jacksonville. Iona Street, 1623 Iona Street, east side of Jacksonville.
And what about Davion Murphy?
She, over the years, I would say like the west side, the west, the north, the south. Over the years.
And would his father bring him to the east side?
Mostly be his mother.
His mother would bring him to the east side?
Yes, Serena. He lived with Serena.
Okay.
Miss Sheila, that's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that heart attack. Because whose kid was spaz? That's what we need to know.
Can approach the witness, Judge.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defense exhibit 1A through K. If you could just flip through those photographs. And
He might not necessarily want to beat up on him, but I do think he's probably thinking if he was out, he wouldn't have been acting like that. Winston is spaz daddy? Oh!
Davion. That'd be Davion and David and Adam.
You recognize those? At this point in time, I'll remove the evidence was marked as states defense exhibit 1.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. I just want to show you a couple. Yes. A through K. And I can publish?
Yep.
I'm showing you 1A. Do you recognize that photo? Is that Davion when he was a baby?
Yes.
And this is
1B, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes,
Is that Davion as well?
yes.
And what about
Aw.
1C?
Like that's Davion and Adam. Davion and David. Like Adam.
Adam is his younger brother.
Yes,
This is 1D. Is that Davion as a baby?
yes.
What about this picture?
That's
1E.
David. That's Davion and David.
Is this one Davion and David's the younger one?
Yes.
And then with this one, it's kind of hard to see, but 1F. What about this?
That's Davion and David again, man.
Oh.
1G.
Davion.
Oh, baby.
1H.
That's Davion and David and baby Adam.
So Davion,
It's in the middle.
and this is who?
Adam.
Adam.
That's David.
1I.
Like all those are Davion.
And then what about this 1J
Davion.
and 1K? Grown up now, huh?
Yeah, they done grown up. Like them the rest of Serena daughters. And I know.
Mhm.
Yeah, I done grown up. I could be
Oh.
David. Davion, it's been a minute. Hold up.
Haven't seen those in a long time, huh?
Yes.
I can.
Davion. Why, baby? It was grandma, wasn't it? I wish you could just tell us. You don't have no stop sign. We know that. It was grandma.
Okay, and Mr. Hernandez, if you would like to conduct your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to be asking you some questions regarding Rashad Murphy.
Yes.
Okay?
Like a
What
generation
is
of
your
birth. They're losing two at a
relationship to
time.
Rashad Murphy?
I'm his baby uncle.
And is he the gentleman that's sitting, I don't know if you can see over the screen, sitting next to me?
Yes, sir.
And you're his uncle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're, would it be correct to say you're his paternal uncle, the brother of David Murphy, correct?
Yes.
Now, have you known Rashad since pretty much birth?
Yes, sir.
Describe to the jury the childhood, the environment that he was raised in.
They're not going to make it seem like their childhood or their environment was horrible.
My
They're
father
not.
got a master's degree in psychology. He took his criminal justice course. He served.
Who is this, your?
This is Leroy Murphy, which is my father, which is his
Okay.
grandfather. And we grew up on the east side of Jacksonville, in a home off Iona Street. And he pretty much raises, to play sports, to complete school, and to meet our expectations.
Let me ask you about Rashad's father. Was he a positive or a negative influence in his life?
He was in and out of prison most times, but my father and
I'm talking about Rashad's father.
yes,
Okay.
he was in and out of prison most times, but he didn't raise little Rashad, but he was in and out of prison most of his life.
Would it be correct to say that he was in many ways an absent father?
Yes.
Careful, you talking about his
aware
brother.
of any abuse that he gave to either Rashad or Rashad's mother, his wife?
Can you rephrase that?
Are you aware of him being abusive, the father of Rashad being abusive?
Oh, no, sir.
You don't know that?
No, sir, I do.
Oh, you do know that. Tell the jury about that.
He was
Objection, Your Honor, he's answered.
Okay. What about Rashad's mother? Was she did she have an addiction to drugs?
At some point in his life, she had, not all his life, but some point.
Okay. Are you have any knowledge of her being a crack addict and eventually living on the streets?
She always had a place to stay, but she dealt in a portion of all his life, but most times that she was on drugs. Not all his life though.
Would it be accurate to say that you have referred to Rashad's father as dead weight?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what kind of neighborhood did Rashad grow up in? Was it a neighborhood that there was gun violence?
Not direct at our house, but surrounding areas, yeah.
Okay. And what are you aware of? Are you aware of his relationship with Charmaine Stiger and his children?
Distance, yeah, but not like watching it hands on. But you know, I've been gone 18 years. I've been in prison 18 years.
You've been in prison for different times, correct?
Yes.
Did you try to help be somewhat of a father figure to Rashad when you were not in custody?
Always have.
Okay. But when you've been incarcerated for a long period of time, correct?
Yes.
And on more than one occasion?
First time in prison.
Okay. When were you
Damn, in 20 years?
sent to prison?
2012.
Okay, so
They
that would
leaving
have been
again?
14 years ago, correct?
Okay.
17.
Okay. When after you were incarcerated, was there
I guess I'm
any
chopped
other
Love you too. Be careful.
male influence other than his grandfather?
Yes.
Okay. Who other than his grandfather?
I got a Miller brother, very financially set, my father, and I got cousins like brothers. We all close family. He had at least nine to 8 strong African American family members.
Okay.
They're not going to present themselves
Would you
as
describe,
not having, which they don't understand is what
in a way,
might
you
help
said
the
the
state.
surrounding areas, would you describe the area or the neighborhood that Rashad grew up in as a fairly high crime area?
I mean, it'd be hard to say the whole, portion, the whole east side of Jacksonville. I mean, we can describe it as that, but not out the direct home.
Tell the jury about what you know about Rashad. What kind of person is he?
Great. He was a great kid growing up. Great.
Did you see him as a father and a husband?
Yes.
What about how was he with his children?
Great. He even had custody of his little brother and little sisters. He made me proud.
In addition, are you aware that there was a point in time that in addition to his own children, he was taking care of his siblings?
Yes.
What about, what knowledge, if anything, do you have about his time, of Rashad's time in a foster home? Was there do you remember that he was placed in a foster home?
I can't recall that.
Okay.
He wasn't aware. He wasn't aware.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, Cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Murphy, I'm going to ask you about Davian Murphy first, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that Ms. Toomey, she asked you about Davian Murphy's father, David Murphy, and you said that you had known that he was diagnosed with schizophrenia and he had been in and out of mental hospitals. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had testified that you were sometimes concerned when Davian would be with his father and go into certain apartments. Is that correct?
I mean, his living environment.
Where he was living. But you said that even though you had concerns, you were not able to give the defense attorney or this jury one incident that you had recalled that had happened when Davian was with his father. Is that correct?
Not that I recall. I'm not saying incidents never happened, but not that I can recall that.
Not that you could recall. She was just asking you if you had ever been concerned, and you said that in general you did have some concerns, correct?
It just was the housing. I was always raised in a home, and Davion's mother raised him in a home.
And I'm going to ask you that next. Davion's mother, Serena, she was a wonderful mother. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And she is the parent that had primary custody of him when he was living with her. Is that also correct, sir? And when you said that Davian was with your parents, his grandparents, your mother and your father, that was a wonderful home, wasn't it, sir?
Yes.
And I think that you described in your deposition, although it may not have been the best environment, it absolutely was a great home to be raised in. Is that true, sir?
My father's in the military.
Yes. You said that he was in the military, always hardworking, and had a very structured environment for his kids and his grandkids. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
And you described your experience growing up, and Davian and your nephew, Rashad, when they were in that home, that they also had a loving, supportive home with their grandparents.
But that's not the only place they
And
stayed.
even though it may not have been the best environment and surrounding area, they could not have asked for a better upbringing. Is that true, sir?
I mean, yeah, I mean, they could have, but it was a struggle. I mean, we wasn't rich, but
I understand that, sir, but I think what you described is when you're talking about the way that they were raised and loved and supported by your parents. Isn't that true?
Yes, yes.
And now I want to ask you a few questions about Rashad Murphy, your nephew.
Yes.
Again, same situation.
Oh, I
Whenever
understand.
Rashad Murphy was living with your parents, his grandparents, again, he had a loving and supportive grandfather. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
Loving, supportive grandmother.
Yes.
And even though you may not have been in the home all the times that Rashad Murphy was there, from your recollection, he did well in sports, football in particular. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And so I asked you also about his grades. You said that he also did very well in school. Is that true?
Yes.
He continued to play football in high school. Is that true, sir?
Yes.
And part of that, he would have to keep up his grades in order to be able to do that. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
So you knew enough about his schooling to know that he did that.
Yes.
You also said it
Did
wasn't.
you just say to the
football.
last
There
person
was a
he quit
time
in the
when he
10th grade
also
because he
was
couldn't
doing
play?
boxing.
Yes. When he was younger, yes.
Yes. So his parents or your grandparents made sure that he had activities and was able to do that. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
And in fact, you just went through some wonderful pictures that were taken during that childhood. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes, that was Davion, right?
Oh, I apologize. It was Davion. Thank you for correcting me. But same could be said for Rashad. He was able to do those activities and had that normal type of activities in the home with your grandparents. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
Celebration of birthday parties, stuff like that.
Yes.
And you described him that he was a great kid growing up. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And you don't have any recollection or any knowledge about what his time was like in foster care. Is that true, sir?
I wouldn't recall.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
What year did they say he went to foster care? Because this guy's been in jail since 2012. And I think you said his case resolved in 2012. So he could have been picked up awaiting trial before that. Is Uncle Winston indeed Joe Rod Adams' father?
And sir, when asked specifically about any sort of abuse to Rashad by his father, you said that there was no abuse as far as you know.
Oh,
Is that
okay.
correct?
Not that I recall.
And it sounds like from what you've testified with regards to Rashad and both Davion Murphy, that with regards to your family, your parents, your mother, your dad, their grandparents, and all of your other family, that you were a very close-knit family. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
And when needed, they would step in and assist with the raising of all their grandchildren if that was needed. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
And you have described, when you're talking about Davion Murphy's mother, that she was a great parent and was there for Davion. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
We ain't even gonna talk about it. We're just gonna be thankful that nobody had a camera phone but Sprint. And only 2 people had them suckers senior year, me and one other person, and we was the only people that can send pictures to each other, and we weren't the best of friends.
You were transported from prison to be here, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And you don't want to be here, do you?
I mean, for my nephews, yeah, but in general, no.
In general, no, you'd rather not.
For my nephews, I do anything. I love them, as long as it's positive and righteous.
All right. Let me ask you about some of the questions that the prosecutor just asked you. Isn't it true that as part of your growing up, individuals do not want to come to court and testify?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading and beyond the scope of...
Sustained.
Do you keep in contact with any of your family members?
My father just died, so it ain't the same without him. Yeah, but no.
I'm sorry to hear that. But you keep in contact with your children?
Yes.
And I think you said your fiance.
Baby mother.
Well, before you said she's your fiance, so she's not your fiance?
Baby mother.
Okay. How many of those do you have? 1?
2 different.
2. Okay. Would you agree with me that there is fear of retaliation for testifying?
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Has anyone told you not to testify here today?
No.
No? You sure?
Okay, listen, he said no.
I didn't hear the last. You said no?
No, ma'am.
He said no.
That's all I have.
Okay, can you redirect Mr. Hernandez?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Murphy, there was a time, obviously, that your mother passed, correct?
Yes.
Rashad's grandmother.
Yes.
Would you agree that the family started falling apart pretty much after that?
Yes.
You have a nephew named Gerard Adams, correct?
Yes.
And he passed, correct?
Yes.
Did that also have a very negative influence on your family?
Big one.
And he is your nephew, or was your nephew?
Nephew.
He
not
is.
Son. It's just my nephew.
Now, again, you, correct me if I'm wrong, I think your testimony is that you have been in custody since 2012?
Yes.
So anything that has happened in Rashad's life would have happened, that happened after 2012, you would have no knowledge, correct?
It all depends, you know. I talk to him all the time through the phone, you know.
And even if you did not see a certain, you were not with, correct me if I'm wrong, were you living with Rashad during the time that his father was present? Or were you
Rashad.
living in different homes?
I mean, my father stayed with my brother stayed with, which is Rashad's father. He stayed with my mother and my father.
Were you living at the house at that time?
And kind of in and off.
Okay.
In and off. Jesus.
Okay, fair Very good. And all right, I'm going to have you all step in real quickly. We need to get another witness on the stand.
All right.
He didn't fuck with his brother like that. They already said he called him dead weight. He didn't fuck with him like that. He probably couldn't appreciate his mental capacity, but he didn't fuck with him like that. That's just what that come down to. So he was probably in and out to see his mama and daddy, but he wasn't going to be there on a regular basis with that other brother there. That's what that meant.
Taken out. We have another inmate, correct?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So we'll get those witnesses switched out.
But grandma hurt them and Spaz hurt them. We need to know Spaz passed in what, 2018, 2017? I need to know when grandma passed. If grandma passed from that heart attack, ain't gonna be nothing y'all can tell them. And if the family started to fall apart with grandma gone, and now he's saying he don't even talk to the family like that, like the family is just pretty much, it ain't the same since grandpa died, baby, there's nothing left. They don't care. Robert Howard got out in 23, I believe. So 5 years before that would have been about 18. He did 5 years. Robert Howard got out in 23. Grandpa died in 23. So yeah, after 23, they didn't give a shit. Would it have been 23 or 24? Might have been 20. I'm gonna say grandpa might have been in 24 because didn't Davion say something in his interview about grandpa being in ICU or something? That was January of 24. If grandma died from that heart attack, that's the root of this right here. That right there, they in their hearts, they probably looking at Julio Foolio pulled the trigger himself in front of their faces. You're not going to be able to stop that. If that's all they had, if that was all the structure they had, if grandma was all the nurturing and grandpa was all the stability and the provider and keeping everything in line in the structure, and Davion don't have no stop sign. You get me? And that whole Prosper and Tay still don't sit right with me either. It don't. And Gino Norris Jr. getting hit, knowing that Senior is the one that took it, if it was considered justified, but they're still upset about it. No stopping them, Lucky's mom. No stopping them. And if you got somebody who we've heard in all three lobes they have talked about, there are holes and issues. We see 2 out of 4 colors as we learned today. And it ain't none of it processing right. Ain't none of it getting what it needs. And some stuff is just absolutely missing. And all of it has to do with his emotional processing. And his he was Davion's uncle too. He's both of their uncle. He said he the baby uncle. To be honest, Sharonda, I think it's the other way. I think Isaiah Chance might have been more so recruited, or Isaiah Chance told them about Sean. Because there's no reason why Sean would have been a child. He wouldn't have known nothing about all that stuff. I think that, what was that? Davion and Isaiah may have been, or that was Rashad and Isaiah may have had more of a friendly type situation. And I believe Isaiah probably told him, I know somebody that got, I think they honestly would have processed somebody getting shot versus the way grandma went out. Somebody said that Sean's sister was in a relationship with Isaiah Chance. And so that's how they also kind of hinted at the fact that's maybe why Alicia in her trial, we saw her sitting outside during the whole ass cookout.
All rise.
Did they go to the same high school? I'm not sure, Keisha.
Okay, very good. Ms. Toomey, call your next witness.
David and Serena. Where Davion
If you could please just stand up and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
That's what I do.
Okay, very good. Have a seat and you may proceed.
She don't know what to think now.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Okay. What's your name?
Adam Gooden.
Junior?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Davion's little brother?
Know who you walked past earlier, Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know him?
It's my big brother.
He's your big brother. How old are you?
I turned 24 Monday.
Okay. And you're incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
For what?
Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Okay. So how many felony convictions do you have? If you know.
Really just 2.
2?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your older brother, Davion?
Yes. He inspired me a lot to do a lot of things, for as showing me the ways of life, and always told me, keep my head up, he's a good person, and we both, he taught me how to work a 9-to-5 job. I worked my first 9-to-5 job with him. We fed the homeless, took care of my mom. She had open heart surgery and stuff like that. He was always there for others, always there for me and the rest of us. And he never treated me like I was an outsider and stuff like that. He always handled me like a little brother. Always been there for me.
So you have a different last name than Davion. So you have a different father?
Yes.
Okay. You said that your mother has some health problems?
Yeah, she had open heart surgery.
When was that?
This is like, I think this was last year.
Does she have any other health issues?
Yes. Yes, she dealt with strokes from here and there.
She's had several strokes?
Yes.
Is there a point in time where Davion assumed
He sing too much.
kind of being the parental role?
He sing too much. I'm about to cry.
Yes,
oh God, these boys,
out,
God bless
both
it.
Our fathers weren't there, so he was more of a father than just a big brother.
So both. What's your father's name? Adam?
Yes.
So
what if he wasn't running? What if he was taking care of his mama?
Got arrested and incarcerated?
Yes.
And then what happened to your dad?
My dad was incarcerated at too.
Is he still incarcerated?
No, ma'am, he's out now. But my mom and them, they're divorced. They're not together.
Okay. So when your dad was incarcerated or in prison and Davion's father was in prison, he took over the parental role. the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me a little bit about that? Would he cook or how did he do that?
Cook, we clean up. I have another brother out there, brothers and sisters out there. You know, he made sure we always in the house, curfew. You know, my mom was in the hospital. You know, he was there to make sure the house was in order and everything fell in place the way she wanted it.
Do you remember how old Davion would have been when that was going on? When it started?
13.
Jesus.
What about
With
when they
13? Oh,
there were
God.
times in the house that there were no food? What would Davion do?
I know he'll make a way for us. Like it was one time we had sold some shoes. We sold a game system and stuff like that. You know, just to feed each other and stuff like that.
And would your mother often work at night?
Yes.
What about the stability of where you guys were living?
She looked like he
Did you
had
move
to. We get it.
often, or were you stable, or what?
Always moving.
Why is that?
I really never wonder why. I really never, understood why.
Did you ever, and you still don't understand why?
You know,
Did your mother eventually
His brother held it. Never told him. Never
marry
burdened
someone
him.
else?
yes, I have a stepfather,
What's his name?
Jawan.
Did you get along with him?
Yes,
Is there a point in time where you and Davion did not get along with him?
it was a point of time. Yes, ma'am.
And what was the issue? Why'd you guys fight?
It was basically just, not accepting having another man in the house, besides our father or my big brother.
And was there a
So
man?
it was hard dealing with having another
After
male
Davian
figure in
had
the
been
house.
doing it for so long.
So it would have been Davion's father, your father, and then new stepfather.
Yes.
Jesus.
Did you see a lot of violence in Jacksonville when you were living there?
I have,
Can you tell us a little bit
Hmm.
about that?
basically,
Overruled, go ahead. I'll give you a little bit of latitude.
at the Rangers
God,
game,
I just want to
my
slap
cousin-
your
my
big
cousin was
ass.
shot,
I'm so pissed at you.
in front of me. And it starting to get over it, but it still hurt a little bit thinking about it. Lost a lot of friends, lost a lot of family. Grandma passed away. My mom almost passed away in front of me.
How did Davion cope with these types of things that you saw?
It was times where we was always taught to just pray.
Baby.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I wish you well.
Okay, Cross?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Don't piss me off.
Mr. Goodson, it sounds like you looked up to and admired your older brother, Davion Murphy. Is that true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had a loving relationship with your older brother?
Yes, ma'am.
And you described him as someone during the time when you were growing up who actually at times had to take over the household. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a big
Oh.
responsibility, and he was able to do that. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
In fact,
God.
you said that he was the one that taught you how to work a 9 to 5.
Yep.
Please give him a minute.
Your Honor, do we have some
Ah.
tissues or something? I think that he is getting a little emotional.
Sure.
You ain't hear it? Oh, he done lost his grandma. He don't have his daddy. don't have his mama like that.
You're
They
ready for
tried
the
to
next
kill his brother.
Sir, and I think
He
you
got a
said you told
birthday
the
on
jury
Monday.
that
Like,
he is
what
the
is
one
he
that taught
celebrating?
you how to work
God
a
bless
9 to
it.
5 job. Is that
Julio
true,
was not
sir?
worth this. Nobody was worth
And was
this.
that by
Grandpa
example
gone.
because that was something he also was willing to do for your family?
Yes, ma'am.
So he was able to hold down a 9 to 5 job?
Yes, ma'am.
And it sounds like he also helped manage the household when your mother was sick. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Made sure everything stayed in order and that your other siblings were well cared for during that time.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, that's all the questions that I have.
Okay, redirect. Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused? Okay, so I'm gonna have you all step it one more time, very
Y'all better
quickly,
leave
okay?
Davian go
Back.
flip. He don't have no stop sign, and that baby right there is probably the only thing that would hurt him. Oh, I can't even get myself together. Why the fuck did y'all do this shit? The fuck was you trying to gain, man? Golly, what the fuck was the end game?
Very good, thank you. The witness can be removed from the courtroom. Okay, so Ms. Toomey, is that it for you? Was that your last witness?
Judge, I was going to call one witness to the screenshots, but apparently the state has an objection.
Oh my God.
Okay.
These were screenshots that were sent to my mitigation specialist.
I got the damn Pepsi. This ain't working.
client's
Oh, I
mother?
want to. It's about to be Hennessy.
Screenshots are from my client's mother to my mitigation specialist regarding not coming into this trial. The state has a copy. I can post it.
Sure. So state what your
Jesus.
position on this.
Judge, we are objecting. I read the content of the screenshot, which I guess was sent to their investigator, showing how she does not want to appear and how she's fearful. Judge, I don't believe that that is appropriate mitigation evidence. It is not testimony regarding the defendant's background or history. I think it's highly inflammatory and prejudicial and has no relevance to mitigation.
Okay, so
I think it is relevant to his background and his character. I mean, his mother is indicating that she loves her son, but wasn't willing to come here because she's afraid. She's fearful for his retaliation. That's part of my client's background and his cousin's background.
Judge, there are numerous witnesses that had the same concern, and we have been shielding their faces from the camera.
That's not going to do it.
And she's not
They're
subject
still going to
to
see them leave the courthouse. This has nothing to do with the camera.
okay, so based upon I've reviewed this, and I'm gonna at this point sustain the state's objection. It really is her just saying that she really doesn't give anything meaningful. Just says that she's too scared to come, and the state's point is well taken. Lots of other witnesses have testified in this case, so so you can mark it as a court exhibit, okay? And so we'll mark that. Do we have any other court exhibits yet? Okay, this will be just court exhibit 1 for defendant Davion Murphy, okay? Okay, so other than that, is Ms. Toomey, or you have no other witnesses?
If I could have a moment.
Sure. So, Mr. Davion Murphy, as your counsel is ready to rest your case, this is the part of the penalty phase where you have to make the decision whether or not you wish to testify or remain silent. So as our previous discussion during guilt phase, do you understand that you and only you can make this decision? Do you understand that? And you understand that no one, including your attorneys, can pressure you or threaten you or coerce you in any way in order to get you to either testify or to remain silent. Do you understand that? All right. And have you made a decision? Do you wish to testify or do you wish to remain silent? Yeah, of course. Sure. Yep.
You don't have no stop
And while
sign.
they're talking, where are we on the other two Rashad Murphy witnesses that are going to be appearing via Zoom?
Judge, I think we're fine as we're ready. Yes, sir. We spoke, we had an opportunity to speak to both of them. It's my understanding. I know one was requested for both defendants, Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy, and I would just ask counsel to confirm it will only be for Rashad Murphy after those conversations.
Okay. And while they're talking, so Mr. Rashad Murphy, it seems like we're getting close to your counsel resting as well. So this would be the part of the, okay, you're already shaking, you already know what I'm going to say, which is fine. That's good. That means you've been paying attention, which is good. But I do have to have the colloquy with you. Do you understand that this is the part of the trial, the penalty phase, where you have to make a decision whether or not to testify or remain silent? Do you understand that? And do you understand that this decision is solely yours? No one, including your attorneys, can in any way pressure you, threaten you, or coerce you in any way in order to get you to either testify or remain silent. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your decision? Do you wish to? You wish to remain silent. Okay. And has anyone pressured you or threatened you in any way in order to get you to make that decision?
No, ma'am.
And has anyone made you any assurances regarding what the outcome of these proceedings will be? And you understand no one can, because no one knows what any jury will do. Do you understand that?
No, ma'am.
Oh, you understand?
I understand.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay.
Rashad, you had
Both of my
6
two
kids.
witnesses are on.
Okay. Yeah. I just need to get
And
the
you
Zoom
were
up and
deemed
running
appropriate to be a guardian for your little brothers,
Okay.
and
And
you
as
just
to Davion Murphy, Mr. Murphy, you now had sufficient time to speak with your attorneys. And what is your decision? Do you wish to testify or remain silent? You'll remain silent. And has anyone, including your counsel, in any way pressured you or threatened you or coerced you in any way to make this decision?
Yes.
And has anyone made you any promises regarding what the outcome of the penalty phase will be? Do you understand? No one can, because no one can ever predict what a jury will do. Do you understand that? Okay, very good. Okay, so we've got 2 Zoom witnesses left. I'm going to read the stipulation, Mr. Rashad Murphy's stipulation as well. So when the jury comes back in, Ms. Toomey, you're going to rest in front of the jury. Then we will proceed forward with the remaining witnesses for Rashad Murphy. And then once those witnesses are done testifying, and then once I read the stipulation, then you will rest in front of the jury.
Correct.
Okay? And then State, you've got your 2 rebuttal witnesses, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And so do you want to get going on that today? At least get it started? Because we'll have
I don't believe either one is available. Dr. Warner is probably en route right now from Gainesville coming down.
okay, that's fine. So that's it. No, we'll recess for the evening and they'll be ready tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Yes.
That's what I'm
Dr.
hearing.
Blake's is at 1 o'clock by Zoom.
Okay. So then, so then what we'll do is we will, sorry, I'm trying to do too many things at one time. Let me get the Zoom up and running first. Oh.
and
okay.
they tricked her. Said they thought Davion had vandalized the Airbnb. So I'm sure she's crazy.
Get it done for today. Yeah. Yeah, I do see Jamila Murphy in the waiting room. And Hazel Dickerson is in the waiting room.
Dickerson, that's who you call Hazel Dickerson is the one I'm calling first.
Okay. Okay. Court reporter, let me know when you're ready.
They do not want their faces shown on.
And they do not want their faces shown? Neither one?
Neither one.
Okay. And again, for the media, neither one of the witnesses appearing via Zoom wants their identity broadcast. Okay. As soon as the court reporter is ready to go, ready to go.
Yes, Judge.
All right, Nay, be safe. Baby, they have wrung me out like a wet dish rag today. Baby, the way I'm gonna have to lay across that bed.
In reality, we need that labor.
Well, I guess I could scoot it up. We behind. Ain't no need for me to wait.
You pretty much for. That's correct.
You describe.
How did I go too far?
And for the record, Your Honor, Dickerson.
Okay. Ms. Dickerson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. So can you please raise your right
Okay.
hand? Can you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
I swear.
Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, could you again state your name for the record?
Hazel Dickerson.
And do you know the defendant, Rashad Murphy?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him? What is your relationship to him?
He's my birth nephew. My maternal nephew, but I also adopted him.
Okay. So have you known Rashad pretty much his entire life?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe, if we could talk first about the family, his parents, what do you know about his father?
I know that, well, when you say about his father, what am I speaking of? As far as, no.
I'm sorry, I'm referring to Rashad Murphy's father.
She heard that part. Lord, shit travel to your brain by boat.
Can you tell us a little bit
Yes.
of what you know about him?
I know him, but there's really not much for me to tell except that he hasn't been very active in his life, but I know him.
Okay. When you said he was not very active in his life, are you referring to being a father figure for Rashad?
That's correct.
Would it be correct to say he was not a good father?
That's a tough call because all I just know is that he wasn't active. I don't want to say good or bad because that's categorizing someone that I haven't been around.
Okay, but when you say not active, are you basically saying not involved in Rashad's life? Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What about Rashad's mother? Did she have some drug problems?
Yes, she did.
And was there a time when Rashad was very young that he was actually placed in foster home?
That's correct.
And did you become aware that there were problems with the foster homes and him having been abused?
We weren't aware of anything at first because they kept them away from us for a year, about a year and a half, so we didn't know where they were. And it was a family member who he saw in the store. And from that point is when we were able to get to the nitty gritty, get down to the nitty gritty of things. And
Oh God, he grabbed her in the store like Miss Sophia and Seeley. Oh no, I ain't finna be no more good.
Take your time.
He pretty much fought hard for him and his brother to get out of their situation, and how he was able to subliminally notify anyone, we don't know, but that was something that he was able to do. And that's how we were able to get involved like we did, because they kept them.
Oh God.
Do you recall how old Rashad was when he was placed into foster care? Would it be something? Go ahead.
I want to say, sir, that he was 9. I'm not so good with the numbers now. The little brain is a little fried, but I want to say he was 9.
Okay. And do you know how long he was in foster care?
3 years. 3 years. I don't want to be inaccurate, but it was a number of years, because a year and a half we didn't see them. And then once they got to another family who was able to agree, I guess, I don't know how Georgia did it, but they agreed to let us see them. That took some time, so we were able to do visits, see them in Georgia.
So did you say that you were not able to even see him for the first year and a half? Is that correct?
We didn't even know where they were.
Okay.
That's correct.
And then he was in foster care for at least what, another year or 2 or 3 before he was released?
Yes, I would say another 2 years.
And when you found out about the problems that he was having in foster care, were you the one that was instrumental in trying to help him? And I think you referred to yourself as his adopted mother.
Right. I wasn't the instrumental one in being the initial hands-on, but what I was the person who made sure his grandmother, grandfather, Phyllis and Leroy Murphy, and my mother, Elfrida Gaddis, were always on set. You know, they were at court, they were visitation, whatever had to be done, I was the one to make sure they got there.
Now, do you, after you were able to have contact with him and after the first year and a half, did you become aware of some activities that Rashad was involved in, sports, boxing, things of that nature?
Yes.
What do you know about that?
He was involved with boxing. He actually, and you all could look that up, he was the foster mom that he ended up with, Miss Dallas. He did boxing matches, and he was the champion for his age group. That's why I think the age 9 or 10 sticks out, because he was very young, but he was good. And he made it. He made it. He was the champion for that state in his age group, whatever she had in.
Now can you describe the environment, the neighborhoods that he grew up in? Were they communities that had a lot of violence?
I would say so.
Oh.
Have you had the opportunity to observe Rashad as a father?
Yes.
What kind of father have you observed him to be?
Oh.
He's an excellent
Oh,
dad.
God damn it.
Overprotective, I know that, of his kids, based on what he's been through. Very overprotective. He, as far as the boys, he loved to have them in sports. The girls, of course, he dopes with them, you know. Daddy's girls is what he has. And he's the one. He's the one that loved to cook for him and do all that stuff.
Why, Rashad?
He's the guy. He's that guy.
Did you also observe him as a brother, as someone, how he dealt with his siblings? Please, yes, is that, you're not in your head, but for the record, you need to answer.
No, I was going to answer. It's just that I get choked up a little bit, so I apologize. But with his siblings, definitely they came first after those kids, or maybe alongside his kids. And when their mom passed, he actually refused to be ignored as far as wanting the opportunity to have custody of his sister and brother, the younger ones.
So you observed him not only being a good father, but also trying to become a father figure to his younger brother and sister.
Oh, God.
That's correct.
What have you observed of Rashad and his faith in Jesus?
Rashad, I'm raised as Seventh-day Adventist.
Listen, Lord, say what you want to say, but let me say
something. He's very good.
I would tell you the truth. He went to of my cousins
Seventh-day Adventist
and somebody's lyrics. My pop out. Don't look and don't stop me. Better catch me before I do something. I don't know that I would be able to contain myself. And if that grandma passed from, I'm not saying it's right. What I'm saying is they broke.
The church.
All of these kids are little boys at heart, and they broke. Julio was only making them songs because he was hurt. They don't know how to channel their emotions. They are broken. They are broken little boys trying to have a pissing match with each other.
Yes.
Okay. What did they?
All of them. Now they doing shit where somebody ain't gonna wake up.
Rashad's life.
Y'all got to wake up.
Actually excellent. Leroy and Phyllis Murphy. They were also
this is not a damn game of Call of Duty. Ain't nobody gonna buy you back.
Leroy was a disciplinarian, and Phyllis, of course, she was the dope grandma. And everybody always flocked over to their house. Everyone was welcome. No one was a stranger. So they were great, great grandparents.
These are the grandparents of Mr. Rashad Murphy.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when his grandmother died, did you notice any impact on Rashad Murphy?
Are you speaking on Phyllis? Are you speaking on Phyllis? Because one of his grandmothers he didn't know, which was
Well, no,
my,
obviously, I'm
my mother, yeah.
the grandmother and grandfather that he had contact with, and when they passed.
Okay.
Please, go ahead. I
Okay.
don't mean to interrupt you.
I'm sorry, I do apologize.
No, no, my fault.
Did I see any change? Rashad has always been a quiet type individual, very quiet. So he would keep things to himself, keep himself, you'd have to try to figure out what he was thinking. Oh, I think that's just that part of him that's that strong part of him. So to say that if I saw any changes in him, I couldn't say. I just know that he coddled his kids more because they didn't have their matriarch around. He coddled the cousins, everybody. He just kept close to them. So I would say, in a way, yes, that's a form of showing that he was affected by not wanting to lose him or making sure he was around where he had to be for as long as he could be around.
Would it be accurate to say that Rashad, as a child, a small child, witnessed domestic violence?
Yes.
And
yes.
I'm referring to his mother and his father.
Yes, his mother, his father, his mother, and her husband at the time. And probably his mother and, other people that may have been in her life due to her lifestyle.
And I may have asked you already, I'm not trying to be repetitive, but did his mother have drug problems?
Yes.
Okay. And was that a primary reason or one of the reasons?
That's why he's sitting there gone.
Was
he
placed
probably
in a
that's probably the look he's had. He's probably not been able to show fear, excitement, love, compassion,
despite all that,
anger. It just got to look like that.
Observations, did he love his mother? Rashad, love his mother?
Yes.
And did you notice him also being affected when his mother died?
Yes.
Was there a time that you were with Rashad and you sent him to New Jersey to around 14 to go to school?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
Mother.
What was the reason for that?
Because so he could become engaged in sports. My sister had a lot of connections up there in football because that was his love, actually. And my sister has access to, quite few resources in schools up there. And we wanted to give it a shot to see if he could become a part of something like that because he loved football. And it worked for me. It worked. And schools will
oh my God.
For him at his young age, when he was in high school, they had letters out. There's a video, my sister still has it, of him out there on the field. He was their star player. So it did work, but he was missing his family.
I've asked you about him as a father, correct?
Yes.
And I'm not sure if I asked you about
why are you not sure
his relationship with Charmaine Stiger. Are you aware of that relationship?
Yes.
Can you describe that relationship, asking you about what you've observed as Rashad Murphy as a husband or father to the children.
That relationship, the two were inseparable. And she was actually one of the main reasons why he wanted to even come back. Because that
come back from New Jersey.
New Jersey, fool.
New Jersey.
Okay.
He was missing his family and her. That young puppy love, he had that. They had that. So that's how long they've been together.
Dude, he was doing everything your mom and dad couldn't, and you did this. Why? Why?
Did you observe him to be a working person who regularly worked? Rashad?
No.
Did he get? You don't know if he had jobs or not?
No.
Okay. If he is sentenced to life in prison, would you continue to have contact with him and maintain your relationship, even visiting him in prison?
Most definitely. Yes, sir.
May I have a moment here?
Yes.
Jesus Christ, they can keep calling. Give me 2 seconds.
One final question, ma'am. If you could tell the jury what kind of person is the person that you know Rashad Murphy to be?
The main thing that stands out, and two main things that stand out for Rashad is he's a protector and
there you go.
Very smart. Two main things: a protector and he's very smart. Three, quiet. He's a quiet individual. You never know what he's thinking. Kind-hearted.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Ms. Ismer?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
I just want to follow up with you. So when you learned that Rashad Murphy and Shaheem Murphy were in foster care, did you work together with the family members that you mentioned? So his grandparents and his great-grandmother to get him out of the situation he was in?
Yes, actually, I was there when they were taken. I was there, and they would not turn kids over to us. And we found that unusual, and we thought that we would hear something from them, and we didn't. And it just went on where we kept seeking ways of trying to find out where these kids are, and they just wouldn't. Well, Rashad actually was in school when they took him.
Right, but you were at least trying to get custody or a stable environment outside of the home he was in with your sister.
Oh, my niece, well, Darlene, she's my niece.
Oh, I
His
apologize.
mom is my niece. Yes, it's okay.
But you were working together with your other family members to try to get custody of him? Is that a yes?
Yes,
I
well,
apologize. Yes. And you did mention when Mr. Hernandez was asking you that there was some physical abuse in the foster home. Was that Mr. Rashad Murphy seeing physical abuse of the other children inside of that home?
Of his brother.
And once you all learned, but you had no information about any kind of physical abuse when he was in the custody of your niece, or abuse of him when he was in the foster care system, or even afterward, right?
No.
But once you all learned of this information, did you still work with your mother, so his great-grandmother, Miss Gaddis, and his grandparents, Leroy and Phyllis, to get custody of him?
Yes, my mother actually moved to St. Mary's in order to get them. And Phyllis and Leroy were there as well.
And once it was reported, what was occurring, did Rashad and Shaheem Murphy actually get removed and placed with another individual?
Yes.
And was that Miss Dallas?
Yes.
And how was their time with Miss Dallas? What would you describe that as?
Awesome. Miss Dallas was probably one of the best things that ever happened to them outside of our family, because Miss Dallas is the one who defied the odds of the foster care odds, and she would make sure that she would bring those kids, those boys, to Jacksonville. Their sister Diamond was a singer, and she was a little thing singing in church, and she would make sure they come to her church performances, and anything that we were having, Miss Dallas would make sure that they stayed in touch with family, which is something that is very rarely heard of. So we all love Miss Dallas.
And did Miss Dallas continue that for the other 2 years or so until you all actually got custody of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, Miss Dallas actually didn't want to let them go, and neither did they want to leave her. They didn't want to leave her, but the state of Georgia made me adopt them, or else they would put them back in foster care and not with Miss Dallas.
And you were ultimately able to adopt them, and then they stayed with you until they aged out, moved out on their own. Is that right?
Well, not aged out, but we were, I'm sorry, they were in between me and Phyllis and Leroy. And Mimi, Jamila Murphy. We were just one big unit. So I wouldn't say I'm the only one that had my hands on them. No, we all did.
But Rashad specifically, you had an opportunity to, even in what your hands were able to do, help to change the circumstances that you found him in at age 9, right?
Yes.
And you did that with his grandparents and his great grandma and his other aunts and uncles in the community. And you had an opportunity, you said, to send him to New Jersey. Did you help support him financially as well, all of you as a family?
Yes.
And it's only been in the last couple of years, I would say.
Is
that what you indicated, that he's lost several of his grandparents, the ones that really supported him through into his late 20s? Is that right?
Yes.
But,
yes.
But he also does have, I think, what you described as stable, a very long time and stable relationship with Ms. Stiger through all of these hardships, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes. They were both children.
Ma'am, thank you. I don't have any other questions for you.
Okay, any redirects?
No, you're on. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. Dickerson, thank you so much. Your testimony is now concluded, so you can log off of the Zoom, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, and your next witness?
Your Honor, Jamila Murphy, and Jamila is spelled Jameelah. Sorry.
Hello, Miss Murphy, Jamila Murphy, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Can you turn your camera on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm trying to turn it on.
Sure.
Hold on. Okay, is it on?
We have a picture of you, but not, oh, there we go.
Okay.
Yes. All right, Miss Murphy, please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. You can put your hand down and you may proceed, Mr. Hernandez.
Your Honor, may we very briefly approach?
Yes.
For what? For what? Just the Lord knew what he was doing today because Dallas and Denver decided they wanted to stay on the bus with Dad since it was early release.
Okay, you may proceed.
May I proceed?
Yeah.
Ma'am, could you state your name, please?
Yes, JULIO Murphy.
And Miss Murphy, I'm going to be asking you some questions about Rashad.
Did he just
Murphy.
try to wave?
Do you know him?
Yes, sir.
How do you know him? What is your relationship to Rashad Murphy?
That's my nephew, my oldest brother's child.
Okay. And have you known Rashad Murphy his entire life?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you aware of the fact that he was taken by the state and placed in a foster home at an early age?
Yes, sir.
No, Corbin.
What do you know about his father? Was he an active
Maybe she
role
spazzed
model,
this
or
mom.
was he pretty much out of Mr. Rashad Murphy's life?
He was pretty much out of his life. He was around. He was around, but he wasn't like being a father.
Okay. And are you aware of Rashad's mother having a variety of problems that ultimately that she basically had a drug problem?
Yes, sir.
And was that at least one of the reasons for Rashad to be removed from the home and put in foster care?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you personally aware of any problems that Rashad endured while in foster care?
Any problem?
Do you know anything about him being abused in foster care?
Probably maybe with his first foster parents he was with, but his last foster parents took good care of him.
Okay.
Miss Alice.
But
She
there-
took good care.
Everybody
I'm
love
sorry, I
Miss
didn't mean to
Dallas.
interrupt you.
Shut up, Miss
Make some
Dallas.
reference to abuse in the first.
So I want to know why the
placement
state
of the
was
foster
telling
care.
them they couldn't stay with Miss Dallas.
I think I'm not sure.
Now, despite the problems that Rashad's mother had, would it be accurate to say that Rashad loved his mother very much?
Oh yes, he loved his mother.
And do you recall what his reaction was or his grief when his mother died?
He took it pretty hard. He had grief. Yeah, he took it pretty hard.
Now, can you describe the neighborhood that Rashad
Like if they were thriving at Miss
was
Dallas'
raised
house,
in?
why
Was
you gonna
it
say, "Hey, we're gonna
a
put them back in the system
crime
unless you
area,
adopt them"? Like what the
drugs
fuck
or
for? And they
violence or
thriving,
anything of that nature? Do you know?
and she didn't want them to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't bad.
I'm sorry?
I say it wasn't that bad, but yeah.
What do you know about Rashad and his relationship with his fiancee, Charmaine Stiger?
That's I'm nervous. But they had a great relationship.
And did they have 4 children together?
Yes.
Did you observe Rashad as a father and as a male role model for them, as well as his relationship? Was it a positive relationship with his fiance?
Yes, sir, it was. He was great. He was a great father.
Okay, and can you give me examples of why you believe he was a great father? Did you see him participate in activities with them? Did he care for them? Things of that nature.
Yes, I seen him. He was make sure he clothed them and make sure his children was in activities.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was there for his kids, make sure they was in, in school activities, just going to the school and stuff like that, and just being there for his kids.
What about how did you also observe him having contact with your children or grandchildren? How did he?
Yes.
And tell the jury what you observed as him as a relative, as a person.
He's a loving big cousin, and he was a protector. He's the first cousin, so he made sure all his cousins was good and they looked up to him.
What about? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You can go ahead.
Okay. What about how he, what relationship, how he related to his own siblings, his brother and sister?
Oh, he was a great big brother. He made sure he was overprotective with them. He made sure everything was, they was straight and everything, like school and stuff too.
Do you recall him actually, in addition to trying to support 4 kids and a fiance, do you recall him actually trying to adopt or at least take care of his brother and sister in many ways, including financially?
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
Leroy was a
He
grandparent.
did. He stepped up to his 2 youngest siblings.
I think Corbin was a friend. Spaz was their cousin that got killed.
Do you love Rashad?
Yes, I do.
If he was sentenced to life in prison, would you continue to have contact with him and visit him and maintain as best as you can your relationship with Rashad?
Yes, I will.
Is there anything else about Rashad, any other qualities that I have forgotten to ask you?
Corbin was their cousin.
No, I think you asked me anything.
1 second, Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
Ooh, I hate being nervous.
Oh. I wish you could just take the mic and answer yourself, baby.
Ma'am,
Yes.
who is Rashad Adams? Gerard Adams.
That's my child.
Would you consider
So they're
Rashad
cousins.
and Gerard, your child, close?
Yeah.
Okay, now is Rashad deceased?
Gerard.
Gerard, I'm sorry.
Yes, he is.
Okay. And do you know who
Gerard
he's
Adams
married
is
next to?
Spaz. They're Spaz.
Yes, he's buried next to Rashad's mother and my mother.
Do you recall seeing Rashad and his reaction to the death of your son?
Yeah. Yes.
And what was that? Did it have an impact on him?
I think he did, of course, yes. He was a long one, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ismer?
That was like a brother to him, of course.
All right, you may proceed.
Ma'am, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
You said your son was like a brother to Rashad, right?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to help to raise Rashad once Miss Hazel actually adopted him?
Yes.
And did he stay with you a lot over the course of those years? So from 9 or so through when he was 18?
Yes.
Did he get an opportunity when he was living with you to also be living with Joe Rod?
Yes, he did.
Is that why you're saying that they have a close relationship like brothers?
Yes.
And I'll change subjects, okay? When he was coming to your house when he was a teenager, did you sometimes take him to school?
Yes, I did.
And did you talk to him about school and what was happening at high school?
Yes.
How was he doing in high school with grades?
Oh, great. He was an avionics student. He was good.
And you were proud of him for that?
Yes.
The home that you provided to him and your own children, would you call it stable?
Yes.
Did he have the opportunity to drive or go back and forth between your house and Miss Dickerson's house and his grandparents' house and his great-grandma's house?
Yes.
Did you all work together to raise him, even despite the issues that his mom was having at the time?
Yes.
And did he have any learning disabilities or anything like that that you were aware of throughout the course of those teenage years before he moved out?
No, not one of them, no.
Did you all,
That's
once he
how
moved out, was
effective
that
could
to
she
be
be
living
with
with
her
Miss
child
Stiger?
gone?
Yes.
And did you all remain supportive of him and his family as that family grew?
Yeah.
I have no further questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
Mr. Hernandez, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you so much, Ms. Murphy. Your testimony is concluded, so I'm going to close out the Zoom, okay?
No, they
Okay,
just said
thank
that
you.
he
Sure.
suffered from PTSD from childhood stress and other things that happened to
Okay,
him.
and I do have a stipulation to read to you all. Again, you are to accept this as being proven. Comes now the Danny Hernandez, attorney for defendant Rashad Murphy, and assistant state attorney Scott Harmon, do hereby stipulate as follows. The defendant Rashad Murphy has no prior felony convictions, and this is signed by both Mr. Harmon and Mr. Hernandez. Okay? All right, Mr. Hernandez, do you have an announcement?
Your Honor, yes, at this time, defendant Rashad Murphy would rest.
Okay, very good. All right, members of the jury, it's 10-5, so we're going to go ahead and take our evening recess. I believe the state has 2 witnesses tomorrow, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so we have to start going over jury instructions. So I'm going to have you all report tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the start, because we have to meet ahead of time to start going over the final set of jury instructions. We'll see how we do tomorrow. I anticipate we'll at least start closing arguments by the parties. I don't think we'll get through all of them. So I anticipate you all will come back Friday morning. There may be additional closing arguments or not, and then the final set of instructions. So again, you will get this case for penalty phase on Friday, okay? All right, so just remember my previous instructions. Don't talk to anybody about anything related to this case. and don't do any of the other stuff I've repeatedly asked you not to do. And we'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. start. All right. Thank you.
All right.
That's the other thing. You made it to 30 without a record, and then you just jump off the porch with this shit.
Okay, very good.
Sad.
All right. I emailed everybody what I have done so far as verdict forms and the final set of instructions. So you guys can start looking over them tonight. I don't yet have the non-statutory mitigators for Davion or Rashad Murphy. They may have gotten sent to my JA, I just don't have them yet. So anyway, so I will get those, and then we will meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning for our charge conference. Okay, so just start looking over everything and make sure I've got everything that we need in the jury instructions and the verdict form. Okay. Okay, and then for closing arguments, I don't know if defense counsel's talked about it. If you all have a lineup, if you all can agree on a lineup, great. If not, then I will just go in the order of the indictment, which is Isaiah Chance, Gathright, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy. Okay. All right. Very good. See you guys tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All right, guys. So that is it for today. Thank you so much for staying a little late. I know it's late on the East Coast. I'm sorry, but we had to get through Kouri and through the this penalty phase. I'm not going to guarantee I'm going to get all of Kouri out today. And if I do, it ain't going to be that detailed. So we'll think about it tomorrow, but we'll at least get Julio Foolio out. They have not been mentioning the victim at all, but I guess at this point, it's not really about him. They got the verdict for him, and it's about each guy individual. So thank you guys so much for staying a little later with me. I know it's 3:30 my time, so y'all should be getting to dinner, so I'm going to shut up. I have cried and drained myself today. We're going to go ahead and get up out of here. Y'all have a good one. I'll see y'all in the morning when it's time to start with the jury at 10 a.m. Eastern.